Welcome to BTM Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the bourbon, let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged in barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Boys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Fill your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Cozy flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Guys. Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How is everybody doing tonight? I'm doing great. We're going to talk about this HBO Max show tonight, House of the Dragon. I sent Jay the link. I don't know if he's going to make it. He told me he was last night or Saturday. He said he would definitely be here. But maybe I didn't tell him the time. Maybe I should send the time. But he should know by now. Either way. But the big news is, yesterday I went to Kane County Toy Fair here in Illinois. Man, did I have a good time. Found some cool stuff. We'll go over that later. But I remember a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, Jim had talked about this bourbon reviewer or liquor reviewer. And he was talking about this stuff called Mellow Corn. It's like this corn whiskey. Guess what I found yesterday? I found Mellow Corn at my local liquor store. So we'll bring on Jim. What do you think, Jim? I found Mellow Corn.
Oh man, I'm jealous.
$21.
It's very good.
It doesn't even have a cork. It's just a screw cap. You've tried it,
man. Yep.
Oh, you have tried it?
Yeah, it's only second best to corn liquor.
Is it decent though? I mean, the guy gave it a decent review on his show.
Yeah, or corn liquor spelled CORNLIKKER. Corn liquor.
Whoa, boy, we're starting
Everyone
off
laugh at the
fast.
funny joke.
That's how it's spelled. I'm not fucking around.
Well, this is corn whiskey. All
I
right,
know.
so this is whiskey. Either way, man. So I was at the toy show yesterday, Jim.
Anything
and-
good?
Yeah, it was fucking great. But this guy had all these original Star Trek characters, but it was getting late in the day, okay? So he's got like this Spock right here.
Oh, that's cool. Pay for it. Like,
Well, he wanted 40, right? So I got the Spock. I got the Kirk. This is just like the original Kirk,
cool.
right? Fucking light.
How old? What are those newer ones, or those are from like 20 years ago, 30 years ago?
They're older. They're made by Playmates. So he wanted 25 for the Kirk. Then I got Scott, Montgomery Scott. He wanted 25 for Scotty. So that's what, 85 bucks or 90 bucks right now.
Rain.
And then got this original Spock, right? Just good old Spock. Get an outfit for 25 is what he was asking. So that's 40. It's 115. And then got fucking Chekhov, Jim, in the same suit as Spock, right?
Oh, cool.
So it's like 155 bucks for all 5 of them. It was at the end of the day, so I got them all for 50. And Jim's not listening again.
I am listening. You got all of
Then
them for 50.
fucking respond.
Well, I'm sorry. I saw something that just fucking blew my mind.
Well, $50 for $155 worth of toys should blow your mind. Jesus. Chat.
That their Facebook and Instagram are putting. Look at this. They're putting warnings on Trump's photos, saying that this is an altered photo reviewed by fact checkers.
What?
Yeah, and this is what they're saying. That it says fact checker doctored image shows smiling Secret Service agents around Trump amid shooting. Smiling agents. Where's a fucking smiling agent?
What if there were agents smiling? It doesn't mean the image is doctored. Are they saying those guys were smiling and they doctored the image to make them look like they're not smiling?
I have no idea. I don't know. It's
wow. Fucking nuts, dude.
fucking Facebook, man.
Ben Togel sent me a search today on Google.
Oh yeah, you saw that about if you try to put in like Trump assassination,
Yeah,
it
nothing.
doesn't come up. And if you try to search for Donald Trump, you know what comes up? A bunch of shit about Kamala Harris.
If you type in the letter K, she's the first thing that comes up.
Yeah.
Fucking wild. So yeah, anyway, I got those toys, and then my wife found me this little Battlestar Galactica, Jim, spaceship from Battlestar
Cool.
Galactica, the Titan.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I got Jay here. What's up, Jay?
I'm just hanging out. How you guys doing?
Cool.
Fantastic.
How was the Deadpool Wolverine?
It was awesome. Truthfully awesome. Like I've had time to reflect on it, and I think it's my favorite of the 3 Deadpool movies.
What are your thoughts on Robert Downey Jr. coming back to play Doctor Doom?
I'm intrigued. I don't know.
I think they're playing a game because I shared with Dave, I believe, before the video that explains it. There's 2 scenarios. One of them, there's a older comic that had Doctor Doom and Tony, like a whatever. Fuck, man.
like a what if.
Like a what if type of thing, where if they were college roommates and then Doctor Doom switches minds with Tony Stark and then all this stuff happens, and which is I could let me.
Come
get
on, man. Is that really what they want to do?
Well, I'm hoping something like that. Either that or there's another comic story where instead, like maybe with the Maker, where Reed Richards is the Maker. It's like an alternative timeline. Like it's like an Ultimate Universe comic timeline. Maybe they're going to make Tony Stark the Maker.
Right.
See, the interesting thing is, and I'm not going to get into spoilers, but if you watch Deadpool and Wolverine, they do take a lot of pot shots at like the whole multiverse idea. Like, I mean, it seems to insinuate that they're gonna do away with that whole thing because they realize that if they use it too much, it's gonna be really lame. But it's Disney.
that was 2 fucking phases ago.
It's Disney. That's the thing. Like, you know, I watched this movie and I'm like, dude, this is great. And I mean, I love that they made fun of like a lot of the shit that we've been making fun of, but let's see if they keep up with it. I kind of think not. I think this is just like a special little thing we get.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jim,
so here's this. This
also
is
also got these Speed Racer
oh, that's cool.
Johnny Lightning cars. I mean, blow
Oh,
it up.
nice.
So got this guy here from it's from the cartoon series, not the movie. All right. And then got this guy here.
The original cartoon series,
Yeah.
was there a newer cartoon series?
No, from the authentic show. And then we got this car here.
So those are like vintage.
Well, they're not vintage, but they're just based on the show. They're not based from the movie. And then here's the Mach 5, of course.
Nice.
So, yeah, and then I got this fucking book, right? It's called Comic Books Club, okay? And this book is from 1954. And it was like a book of the month club for comics. And what's in this book, the first copy is Popeye #1, dude.
That's awesome.
Popeye #1 is the first book.
Oh, but did they poke holes in them?
That's how they came. Because
it came like that. Okay.
Yeah, they were built. They were built for the binder.
Okay. I thought it was. Never mind. I thought it was like something somebody stuck those in.
So it's got Popeye #1, Bambi, Donald Duck, Looney Tunes, Porky Pig, Smitty, and Heroic. So no, the last one is Mickey Mouse. So these are all the latest book in this is 19. I think it said 44, Jim.
44.
So,
44 books?
No, the latest book it was made was 1944.
Oh, that's
yeah, dude. He's like, again, end of the day, right? It was he's like, well, I want this much. He said, but I'll take this much if you want it. I said, hold on a second. Then I had my wife pull it up, right? The Popeye #1 thing. And, you know, he didn't lie to me about the value of Popeye #1. So I had her pull it up. It was correct. So, you know, he just wanted it gone. So I paid him what he asked for it after he dropped the price. And he basically cut the price in half. It's amazing, man. Nobody wants to take this shit home once it's on the floor. You know what I mean, Jim?
Yep.
Yeah, when they want to sell it. So I was very happy with that purchase. This will go into like a little special stuff.
So I just got a warning on X because I shared fucking that cover of Shane Davis's saying, "Oh no, the Inglorious Rex 3 with the girl in the bikini."
Yeah,
for nudity, saying we had to put a warning on your post because of nudity. There's no nudity in that post.
Yeah, it's
but
weird.
Yet I see shit all day long on Twitter. I mean, straight up naked girls with labia showing is fine.
There's some really heavy shit on Twitter.
Well, Jim's also red, so. But I thought Elon wasn't playing this bullshit, Jim.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Well, I know he's got to do something like new.
You want to see something super cool, Jim? Check this out. So this is a standee, like it was McDonald's Happy Meals toys you could pay 69 cents for.
Yosemite Sam.
It's got all Taz, Yosemite, Porky, Daffy.
Oh, those are
Bugs.
like ornaments, right?
They're figures. They're action figures. But they're still in their blister seal. The actual standee's in decent shape. And we were carrying this around the show floor, and people were walking up asking us during the show, how much? Like, how much did you pay? How much will you take? I'm like, God damn, I found a good one. Holy shit. So I thought that was pretty funny.
So this is the
and I'm a Looney Tunes guy, so that made my day. I love that stuff.
This is kind of explaining what
What's up,
they're
Julio?
probably going to do with the Tony Stark thing. You know, so
Ending at college, only for us to find out that instead of the main Marvel Universe playing out the way that it did, where Doctor Doom was roommates with Reed Richards, Doctor Doom is roommates with Tony Stark. You guys can obviously see where this is going. So the cool thing about this...
Okay, so we'll skip ahead here and see. So he gets Tony to help him with this machine.
Measures. And what he says is really interesting here. He says, I've borrowed apparatus from other...
Right. And then they switch brain. I don't want to play this guy's whole video, basically. So basically they switch brains. He switches...
Here's some piece of work. And so finally...
basically switches brains with Tony. And then Tony ends up, because he's Tony, you know, becoming like a good Doctor Doom.
He's got to be Tony Stark as Doctor Doom, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they can't
with
be that.
Iron Man colors. And he says this rescue suit may be of traditional Latvian design, but its composite elements are cutting edge. Puncture resistant, polymer reconstruction, flame retardant cape for protecting the injured. Emergency crews will be able to work in complete safety in hazardous environments, from chemical spills to explosions. And so when you switch over to Tony Stark, he's none the wiser to the fact that this attack is coming, right? He's just sort of showcasing this new suit that he's developed for himself, right? The rescue suit, that it may be of traditional Latvian design, but its composite elements are cutting edge. But in the middle of this exposition, somebody comes running in and basically says, we're under attack. We're being hit at the arc reactor. This, of course, leads to Tony Stark activating the suit and then in turn going out into the field. Now, one of the things that he does...
Oh, and anyway, everybody, this is Comics Explained. This guy's great. He's always on top of this stuff, and like whenever they come out with something, he comes up, you know, he goes and digs through old comics and finds what they're going with. And he's been pretty much spot on about just about everything.
Right.
Like he called when the shit was going on with Loki season 2, he called all that Loki's gonna end up being holding the basically the god of time or whatever.
So
So, you know.
Does Doctor Doom ever take his mask off in the comics? Or does he never?
Yeah, but he's all scarred up.
All right.
So like he defeats him, and then he tells him like, "Say my, you know, I'll change minds with you. I'll give you your life back if you spare me." And he goes, "Why would I spare you? Tony Stark is a horrible name now. I'll just stay this. I'll be, you know, Dr. Von Doom and Dr. Doom."
you see
Reason I
that,
asked-
Julio? You see
Yeah,
my
I saw that.
mellow corn?
Or in whiskey?
Now, I'm going to try this shit. If it's gross,
see.
I'm going to blame Jim.
No, it's good
It's,
stuff.
Miller High Life.
Is it going to give me a headache?
Well, depends on how much you drink.
It's $21 whiskey, man. I'm worried.
Yeah, so basically this is how it's going to end up, is maybe, possibly they could do this, or they could take it in another, but you know, they could just take it in a alternate reality, because there's also that where there was all those there's one comic where there's like different you know, like there's a man thing Doctor Doom, and there's a Thor Doctor Doom, and there's a basically every superhero has Doctor Doom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's like a whole thing of Doctor Dooms. But I don't think it's in here.
Hey, do they bring up like in Wolverine and Deadpool, like there's no more Captain America? I mean, Don't tell me, but is it like part of it? Like you get the idea, like maybe some of that shit they did was dumb. I'm just hoping they say that.
I can't. Tomorrow I'm going to do a spoiler review. I really want to talk about it, but there are a barrage of cameos in this movie. None of them feel out of place. It's brilliant. But
Do you think this is going to be the last time we see Hugh Jackman as Wolverine?
possibly. Who knows? You know, I mean, they even kind of blatantly say that in the movie. Like, will I ever see you again? Probably not. You know, so because he was Hugh Jackman actually wanted. I mean, he retired when
I thought I was never
Logan.
going to see him after Logan again. So yeah,
He retired after Logan, but then like 3 days later, he was thinking like, "Wow, it really would be cool to see Wolverine and Deadpool team up." And they don't like mess with.
yeah, I'm sure he did. When Ryan's like, dude, I can get to 25 mil and plus some points.
Well, they don't mess with like the canon of the story. They kind of leave it be right from the opening credits. I mean, I'm not again.
Well, Ryan Reynolds ain't gonna let him fuck up that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
no, I thought they dig up Logan's corpse.
Hey, shut up, Jim. We do not want to know shit until we go see the movie. Stop.
I'm sorry.
You saw it, Jim? Or
no,
I listen.
Jim just
I'm in the
watches
Matrix.
every fucking thing. He watches everything, or he gets it for free. Who the hell knows what he's doing?
But,
so,
I saw though that the these upcoming movies that they're planning, this whatever.
Is that a landline?
either way, no, it's an Apple loud ringtone. It scares the dog shit out of you if you don't know it's going to ring. Do not come over here again. Do not.
I thought he was going to pick up the phone like an Andy Griffith phone
Instead.
with the mouthpiece and the earpiece.
Sorry,
Battery's
I
dead.
mean,
hello.
Because the battery's dead.
But I saw that I saw like Ian McKellen in one of the ads for this upcoming. Like he's gonna reprise Magneto or something, and something that was like at San Diego. There was like some kind of stuff they had up and showing like, you know, Avengers Doomsday and then Secret Wars. There was some other stuff, and I swore it had Ian McKellen in it. It had a whole bunch of people in it. So
they better hurry up and film that.
yeah.
Ian McKellen ain't getting any younger.
Hey, after we finish these reviews, Jay, we're going to move into reviewing Justified, the series.
Nice.
You're invited.
No spoilers though, because I don't want people to, you know, get spoiled on something that's 10 years old.
I don't care about that. The fucking Deadpool movie.
30-second warning, you know.
I just read the Iliad, but I'm not going to say nothing about how it ends.
Yeah, he's my homie. Homery.
Are you guys watching it from like the beginning?
Yeah, we're gonna
cool.
We're gonna go back and just. I've never seen it. Jim watches it twice a year, every year, so it's like new for me. And he's probably got like 14 different takes on the same scenes because he's seen it so many times. Like you can read it probably different ways. Which is
I could talk for 10 minutes about the opening scene.
That's what I'm saying. You just see things from different perspectives.
I've been at that hotel
multiple times. Oh yeah. So, spoiler: nothing fucking happens. Holy shit. All right, so let's get into the review. We're 25 minutes into the show. Let's get into what we saw this week.
So here's the opening scene with the dude that somehow the dragon chose him, even though according to this show, his actual rider is still alive, living across the narrow sea, not dead, according to what everyone thinks. So, and they claim always was the lore that dragon was bond, you know, that dragon can only have one rider,
right?
Until that rider is dead, then it won't choose someone else. But I don't know. But then so we get this scene where she comes and confronts him. And he immediately gets on his knees and says, "Oh, I'm here to serve you," which is kind of weird. It's like, dude, you just got a dragon. What the fuck? Do what you want to do.
Yeah, he's like, he bowed real fast. I was like, my intention, maybe kind of fuck you up if I can. I mean, maybe I want power. He didn't even think that way. So I gotta say though, Jim, there was a lot of dragon in the show this week, like a lot.
The dragons look great. I mean, I'll give them that. It looks
I think
fantastic.
that's where they spent all their fucking money this year, on making these dragons look good.
You know, like in this scene when their dragons are just like crawling around, moving around.
Yeah.
Looks well, it looks like shit right now on the screen.
Yeah. It looked like
But well, anyway,
cinematic.
And she is never happy. Ever.
Yeah, and she's not likable.
No.
You know, she's
She doesn't
a cunt
give me any, doesn't
to
give me any
everyone.
reason to want to bow to her. So what did you think, Jay, about this scene?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't watch this episode.
Oh, okay.
No,
Oh.
but don't
you
worry.
didn't miss
Spoil-
much. You didn't miss much. I hate to break it
Spoil
to you.
away.
This was supposed to be like in Game of Thrones. Everything they've always done. The penultimate episode, the one before the last, is always supposed to be the big battle and all this stuff. So I'm kind of worried about what next week is going to bring.
Well, I
That's
heard,
the HBO thing. Like Sopranos was the same way. The next to last episode is the one, and then they calm it down in the last episode.
Yeah, for the
And then
next,
there's only
preparing for the.
There's only 8 episodes this season. This was 7.
okay, that's what I had heard. I was just gonna ask about that. So next episode is the finale.
Yeah. So who knows? Maybe there's going to be a battle. I don't know. Maybe
Hope.
I would hope, or maybe they'll
So-
just show the end of it. I don't know.
I'm gonna say this though. I like this week a shitload better than last week.
Yeah.
I just
I mean,
felt like
there was a lot of good stuff that happened in this episode. It was just a lot of shit that didn't need to be in there. That whole scene with the Laris and the Maester having their, what are we gonna do? We gotta push him. He's gotta get stronger.
well, the whole Maester conversation with the other royal, or the other guy says, "Hey, I heard a rumor," and the Maester's like, "Maybe you should keep that one to yourself."
Well, that's Laris. Yeah, because he was. Yeah, but
What's his intent?
Well, because it wasn't really like, he's like, how did you know? Well, I heard it from this person who heard it from this person who heard it from this person who heard it from this person. It's like, yeah, that's really kind of like a stretch on, he probably thought he might have thought this guy's trying to fuck him and send. He's like, you can tell him if you want. And like, I'm supposed to be the master of whisperers and I'm bringing 6th-hand information, which could be completely a lie.
But it wasn't.
It wasn't.
It wasn't. It was spot on.
Yeah. And then there's also,
and the reason he should have listened to my opinion, because he said where the last guy worked. It's not like it was just from this guy. It was from this guy on the docks. Like, oh, okay. Like you actually have a location to pinpoint this guy to. And it would have been really easy to go to the docks and see if somebody's gone.
Yeah.
Like,
but in this whole thing, like Laris is supposed to be the master of whisperers. He should have already known that the word went out for dragon, for dragon seeds. That should have got his spies should have told him that rumor was going around. But clearly he's not as master of whispery as that white worm lady working for Rhaenyra.
Yeah. They did a really good job on the scale of these dragons. They do look impressive.
The dragon Vermithor that the guy, there was another 2 dragons that claimed their own riders.
Oh, tonight, yes.
Yeah, like the guy's like finally, and then the dragon's like, okay, and then the other one, he just falls into the pit, and the dragon decides that he wants him.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying in this scene right here, the scale on the beach towards the water, the dragon looks like it has fucking size. It looks good to me.
Yeah.
But this was gay when he just knelt right down. He didn't even question what loyalty does he have to her at all?
It's kind of how I felt about
Well,
Jon Snow.
About what?
Too, but Jon Snow kind of did that in Game of Thrones. Immediately just kneeled to fucking Dany.
He's my queen.
The thing that I don't understand why it's a secret, like that he is Corlys's son.
Because Corlys doesn't even.
Corlys knows. Corlys knows.
He doesn't tell anybody.
Well, I'm saying he should have been like, as soon as he found out who it was, he should have just been like, "That's my son." So
Nope.
don't worry, we got this.
Stupid.
Right.
Fucking dumb.
I'm tired of people acting stupid.
Yeah, taking no accountability for shit. And then it's like magic. puff the
You
magic
know, because he
dragon.
goes and tells the dude's brother, "Hey, you know, your brother got a dragon. Maybe you could try to get a dragon if you want." And he's like, "Nah, I'm Salt and Sea. I'm good." But then later on, he actually does try to get it. Never, it's not in this episode, but he does eventually try to get a dragon. He gets burnt,
Oh.
and his brother saves him because he tries to get a dragon that's a wild. I think he tries to get Sheep Stealer.
Hmm.
If they, that might not even be in the show, so who knows? That's in the book.
So
this
she's
being sold?
confused. She's confused. First of all, she's wondering, why does this black dude with black hair have anything to do with being able to ride a dragon? Because if they're in the bloodline, he should at least have white hair, right, Jim?
Well, you would think, but her son doesn't have white hair, and he's got a dragon. So it's not. And Jon Snow was able to ride a dragon in Game of Thrones, and he didn't have white hair.
But his
I
brother
think it's
has white hair. His brother has white hair.
correct. So it's the blood. But so that this dragon Sea Smoke's rider was Laenor Velaryon.
But I'm saying she's confused, not the dragon.
Okay,
she's
she's confused.
Like,
Well,
what
it
the
should
fuck?
tell. Like she should be able to figure it out that obviously this guy is somehow connected to Laenor or Corlys.
Because Corlys and him have the same fucking haircut. They have the same haircut. Every
Just different
black man.
color.
Yeah, right.
But what I'm saying is his blood obviously smells the same or has the same smell as Laenor's did because of Corlys. That's the only thing I could come up with. You know, so the dragons obviously go by the one drop rule.
You have the paper bag
Jeez.
test too, Jim?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
So,
Yeah. So she always looks so pathetic. God, annoying.
okay, yeah. Here's the scene where the guy's telling him about the you know, hey, someone's trying to get dragons. There was somebody riding a dragon. Sea Smoke had a rider.
Right.
You know,
Aren't there black people on the eastern continent, Jim, of
South. It's the
planet?
South.
Okay,
yeah, like yeah. Well, no, they're supposedly all from the Summer Isles.
gotcha.
And they're not officially black people in the book. They're
Yeah.
tan.
They're tan.
Right.
But this, like the Corlys in the book, is not black.
Right.
I see.
And so that's why it's a lot like the fact it's very more jarring in the TV show to say that like the three kids that Rhaenyra had with Harlan Strong, which in the book they don't ever actually say it's Harlan Strong's kids, they just imply it. You know, it's kind of like implied, but it's not. They never come out and say it, especially
Right.
because probably by who wrote the fucking books. You know, like at the not Jar Jar Martin. I'm saying like the Maesters and them who are under the Targaryens. They would. You know, was her son Aegon the third ends up in his line ends up becoming king, and you know, so that's those families. So obviously, they wouldn't want their grandfather, whoever, to be called a bastard.
So they clean up the bloodline.
Actually, it wouldn't have been a grandfather because that's a different brother. So anyway, but yeah, they kind of clean it up. But so in the TV show, it's harder to believe because it's a black dude with white hair, and somehow he's got a white kid with black hair.
Oh.
And both the mother and father had white hair. So it's like, how the fuck did this happen?
Right. Right.
Mom was banging the milkman.
I will say this though. Let's keep going, and we'll get.
So this is another thing that's fucked up because technically,
Let's talk about the show, Jim.
no, I'm saying
Not-
technically, this guy Larys, Rhaenyra's three kids with black hair are his fucking nephews, and he killed his own brother and father that were, you know, like to get to be the Lord. It's so fucking weird.
So visually, it makes zero sense, is what you're saying.
No, I mean, he's obviously a piece of shit who killed his father and brother because he wanted to take command, you know, control over the Harrenhal and everything. But his brother, so these people he's trying to kill are more of his family. He is what is known as a kinslayer in this world, which is like the second worst thing you could be, except for a kingslayer.
Right. Right. All right.
So and here they're coming in, and everyone's like, "Oh, we should kill this person." You know, like these other people are like, "Who? You know, he's got a dragon. We should like." They're immediately like, "We should imprison him or kill him. It's like, what the dude's got a dragon. Leave him be.
Yeah,
He's gonna help you.
They're like he's not worthy. He's not worthy. He's the lower tier of society. What are we gonna do is let anybody be, because the dragons are sacred. Blah blah blah.
Obviously, the dragon decided he was worthy.
Well, that's what she keeps saying. It's the dragon's choice, right? The dragons get to choose, especially when they're adults. When they're babies, you can train them, it seems like, but when they're adults, they're going to pick their rider. So they're and again, she's got to defend her actions with these idiots. So, and then I don't like the whore that's in her ear, though, Jim.
Well, that's just the way it was.
Was she in the book too?
Oh yeah, the white worm. Yeah.
Oof, man, I mean, I guess you're not supposed to like her, or you're supposed to love her, because it seems like she does kind of push her, Jim.
Yeah, there's some, like, I thought it was implied in the books that the white worm and Damon had a kid, and that's who Nettles was.
Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about the books. I don't know anything about the books, but all right. So they're all congregating because somebody showed up. And again, are these guys just living here, or are they just showing up as soon as they hear the fucking news?
Well, I think they're probably, a lot of them are there living there because it's, not, well, they might be, since they control the seas, some of these guys, they could probably go to their castles. I think a couple of them lost their castles during this battle. Remember when they were taking castles? So a couple of them, like that one castle, Rook's Rest, with some guy that sits on her council.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, her. All right. Let's go ahead. And that's her son acting all pouty.
Yeah, and
because
this is basically he knows that he's a bastard, or was not. His father is. He knows who his father is, Harlan Strong.
Right, but she's not even here for this meeting.
Right, she's not there. So he doesn't want. He's like, my claim to the throne is basically that I have a dragon. So if just anybody could get a dragon, then what prevents someone that actually has white hair from getting the throne? That's what his
nothing, motherfucker. You got to earn it. I mean, that's the whole point. This shit ain't easy, dude. This isn't easy. It's a harsh world. In reality, I mean, everybody's out for something.
See, I don't like this either, because in the books, it's not these two coming up with all these plans. Basically, it was the son that sent the word out in the books, telling whoever, can claim this is what, like, I think in the book, she's still recovering from the miscarriage.
It like makes no sense.
Like, she had a miscarriage and then just was immediately fine in here. Like, but in the books, I'm pretty sure she was.
With him acting like a bitch in the show, he can't turn around and send people out to be writers unless she did a very good job of convincing him of why we have to have the writers. But he did not walk away satisfied from that conversation.
Yeah.
In the show. And then it's these two that discuss it later about, well, he gave his loyalty to you as soon as he saw you, and there's more people that'll do it if you just give him a chance. I wouldn't trust him either, though, Jim, if I was the council. I mean, if there's 3 dragons from the lower tier, Julio, what's to prevent them from turning around and setting the dragons on their ass?
Yeah. Well, this ends up causing a problem later. But
I would imagine so. Imagine so.
Yeah, it causes a lot of problems.
They're all gonna sleep at the embassy suites, and the lower tier got to stay at the fucking Super 8 when they go to battle.
Well, I mean, no, she tells them.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Supposedly, in the book, that these people are all told if they do this, they will be lords with land and have castles and everything, and be raised up to lords.
Well, they should be. Maybe not lords with
capital L, but with a little L.
No, with no rights to the throne, but you can still be.
No, like there's lords all over the place. Everyone's a lord as far as like any family. Like there's the lord of that land. It's dependent on like there's 7 lords over each region of
But the problem is, though,
Westeros.
the problem with the whole dragon riding thing is they're all part of the bloodline. So they would all think they have a right to the throne. Whoever's last standing fucking wins. That's what it would seem like to me if I was thinking about this logically. But maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems like that would be how you would approach it if you were one of those guys on a dragon. They're asking you to fight for the kingdom.
if they were legitimized.
Well, they are legitimized. They got a fucking dragon.
Well, no, legitimized. I guess, yeah, sure.
Well, how much more legitimate can you be? You're part
Well,
of the
no, because
bloodline.
Laenor Valerion had a dragon, and he wasn't in line for the throne.
No, but he had blood. Obviously.
Yeah, his mother was Rhaenys
Right. So
Targaryen.
if you're part of the bloodline, you're obviously part of the family tree. You could get there eventually if you went around killing everybody. So you're like the 32nd branch of the tree finally gets to you, and you're like, yeah, I finally made it. It's forgetto, Andrew Campbell. It's forgetto.
Andrew trying to cause problems.
Yeah, and so this is the scene where the sea snake goes in to see him, and he knows it's his son, and he says, "Because I don't know your mother's lineage. Does there, like basically he's trying to question whether the kid's mother is somehow the
Targaryen.
reason." But
Right.
in the books, the Targaryens and the Valerians have been interbreeding for centuries. Like marrying. So it's very possible that the sea snake has Targaryen blood.
Right. This, and again, if that's the case, Jim, if that is the case,
He should be
he's
lighter.
how could he even be sure that this is his son if they've been fucking around for a long time anyway? And this guy just, did he see this kid born? Does he know it?
Well, no, because he knows who the thing is. It was some woman who worked for him, was a shipwright who was very beautiful, and he claimed her as his whatever wench, and that's who the 2 kids are from. The other, the guy that shaves his head.
Yeah, sure. The
So
one that's
he
not
knows that-
proud. The one that's
Right.
not proud to
Yeah.
have saved his life, which is weird too, Jay. Like he saved his fucking life, and he won't take any credit for it, and he won't take any respect or honor
Glory,
praised upon him. Yeah, it's weird. There is nothing sexual in this show at all. Asian driven.
And then
Nothing.
this is like this scene where he tells him, "Well done."
Dude,
and it's like this whole
there is
powerful scene where
nothing-
he finally said he approves of what he's done. Like, well done. But
Well, it's
he
like
could have.
but it acts like I think it's the first time he's ever talked to the kid. I think he's never talked to this kid before this scene.
Probably not had a conversation with him.
No, because his brother, he talks to. This guy he treats like a piece of shit, and now he's got to have respect for him. And it's like, well done. He couldn't even say like, "Hey man, wow, ballers," we might be able to take over this fucking realm that you got a dragon, or he just, well done, whatever.
Baller.
Yeah, there's no sexuality in this show at all, Jim. It's so fucking mad women and sad men.
I heard there was a
here's-
blowjob somewhere, right?
Nope.
No?
Oh, that was last year, dude. That was last
Oh.
year.
I don't
Or
know.
no, it was like episode 1 or 2. Yeah, that was that weird blowjob scene, right, Jay? That was this year.
Oh,
and,
man.
and I don't really like this whole the snarky shit that they keep doing to Damon. Basically, you could he's the king consort. He's still the king consort. He's still the king.
He's still a
No.
dick, though, and that they make that very clear in this scene, and I like that. Like, hey, nobody fucking likes you here, man. We're not bowing to you. We're bowing to the queen. Nobody. This might be harder than you fucking think because nobody likes you.
But if you're the king, shouldn't they not have a choice?
He's not
You're
the
the
king.
king.
He's
Oh,
the
he's not.
king consort.
I'm talking out
His
of
wife
school.
is the queen. It's like vice president. He's vice.
Okay, but
He's the first
so
man.
here, then why does the queen have any power if she's married to the king?
She doesn't. She's the vice.
You mean people all queen.
Yeah, but they
See,
they do
this is
it
why
they-
there's no such thing as the patriarchy. It's all bullshit.
Well, they do it to him too, to a point. But when they want him to swear loyalty to him, they want to make it clear this ain't to you, motherfucker. This is to her.
I mean, they're treating him worse than they treat Kamala's husband.
She has a husband.
A gay guy, yeah.
That was a joke. Like nobody ever talks about that guy. It's. I gotta say though, I kind of like this kid. I thought he played it well.
In the books, the kid's supposed to be like a really quiet pussy. You know, like just really demure.
Well, he was, yeah. Like they tried to play him as timid, but first of all, his voice was very adult for a young kid. I was like, holy shit, he sounds like a 40-year-old man. And then, you know, it did accelerate quickly in the beginning. You know, like you're saying, Jim, he was kind of timid, but then all of a sudden, when he had the crowd there, he got all ballsy. That was fucking weird. And I don't know. We'll get to the scene, but you know, the kid's like just gotten power, Jay. Just got power. And he's got to get all these clans together to agree to join Daemon in this battle or this war. And Daemon's basically threatening him, right, Jim? Like,
pretty much, you know.
You better fucking make it happen.
Or I'll have your head cut off.
Well, I mean, Daemon's in a spot. Daemon could take his dragon and just start killing everyone, but that doesn't do him any good because he needs the army.
Right. He needs the bodies at least.
You know,
for sure. But I don't know why they need the bodies if they have all the dragons. See, they're giving one side too many dragons.
Well, that's the way that the story is.
Okay, then why are they so worried about building an army?
Well,
he should be back fucking with his wife.
Okay, well, here, because
Developing a
Vhagar, you saw how big in that scene, that episode where Vhagar killed Rhaenys and her dragon?
Yeah.
The size differential between Vhagar and all the other dragons is just ridiculous.
That thing's a freaking...
They would need, they need like, they should have attacked Vhagar directly with like Daemon on his dragon, Rhaenys, and the queen on her dragon all at the same time, and they would have, you know, just be willing to lose one of those dragons to try and take it down, or at least kill the rider. And they didn't. So right now they're playing a game where they have to wait. If they're going to bring their dragon out, let them bring their dragon out. They don't want to have their dragon out and get attacked by Vhagar. You know what I mean? So, and they've split their dragons up.
Vhagar can't be everywhere.
Correct.
They could go around killing troops all over the place.
Correct.
Right. I'm just saying. That's just, I mean, they could equal the body count just by flying dragons around killing troops in random spots where Vhagar is at home eating fucking sheep that they're not paying the fucking shepherds for because they're so broke that they're just stealing their sheep basically.
You know, this is a scene basically where they force Daemon's hand and make him execute the guy that did what he wanted.
Well, there was a lot more to it than that. This is where the kid fucking turned the tables on Daemon. Like, yeah, that's where he went with the king consort thing.
Yeah,
and he went.
But see, I don't remember this either from the books. I swore in the books, Daemon.
I don't care about the books. I'm just talking about the scene. I liked it. I did like this scene. Like, fuck you, Daemon. You're gonna bend the knee to us a little bit. You fucking went in here and destroyed these places. You want us to come fight for you. You're gonna have to kill that piece of shit who traded, was a traitor to us. That was pretty good. I like that. He deserved. I mean, Daemon got fucking brought to his knees there because he did not want to kill that guy, Jim, because that guy did everything he told him to. You disagree?
I don't know, but that's not the way any of that's supposed to work.
But it did for the show.
I know, but that's not the way any of that's supposed to work. If doesn't matter, you know, basically the king or whoever, the king consort, the queen, could just say, no, he did what I wanted him to do.
But he couldn't
deal with it
because he wants those people to fight for him. There's still there's still 25 men here that could take out Daemon and pay the consequences with the queen, whatever. But Daemon's dragon's useless. You can't use it. He's dead.
Well,
just my thoughts. I just like the way the scene played. Maybe I'm just being stupid.
No. It's not like what I was saying is in the book, I thought Damon went with his dragon to the Bracken hold and basically got them to bend the knee to him. I don't remember it being
That's
this
probably the truth, but this is the way they did it for the show. I didn't.
Well, no,
feel
it's
it.
possible that wasn't the truth. It's possible this is the truth, and that what they're trying to say now, that the book was by an unreliable source or whatever,
Unreliable narrator. Yeah.
narrator, and so you basically to make it look like this bad shit didn't happen,
Right.
because
Rich, but I mean, I get what you're saying, but if there's only one good dragon for the other team. They've got 5. They could go around and slaughter a lot of troops before they even get started on the land battle. That's just what I mean, if they're that worried, if he's this worried about sucking this little kid's dick and killing that guy to get these people to fight for him, and they don't how. Here's the other thing too, Jim. I guess this is just kind of the thing in the past. I guess once you swear your loyalty, you just swear your loyalty, and there's no doubt that they're just going to go out there and fight for you no matter what, no matter how hard the conditions get. These guys got your back 1,000%. I bet that's not what's going to happen in the books. Just saying.
I mean, generally speaking, if you break an oath in your family,
what do you mean that's not how it works? I'm just saying for these purposes in this show, there's one good dragon for the team, and we've got 5. We could just fly around and take.
Well, they don't at this point have 5. They've got Bela's, which is kind of small. Damon, and he hasn't been with them. They've got Jace's, which is kind of small, and then the Queen's is decent size.
That's 4.
Yeah,
and then 2 more tonight. That's 6.
Well, Sea Smoke plus the other 2. That's 3 more.
That's
so
7.
now they have enough. They've got enough dragons where they should probably have just attacked King's Landing straight on and ended the fucking war. But
Yeah.
that would have been, a lot shorter story.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't have, Damon having to cut off his lead dude's head, and then giving that awkward 5-second look at the camera. I hate when they do that shit, Jim. Just cut the dude's head off. I mean, he gave that look of exasperation, Julio, I didn't want to kill him.
They didn't show that either. They didn't show his head getting chopped off or anything.
I thought they chopped off his arm. That's what I thought. I didn't even look like he went for his head. But again, they don't show anything in this show.
Maybe they did. I don't know.
They gone soft. Game of Thrones, the first few seasons, it was gory as fuck.
Oh
Showed
yeah.
everything.
But there were no dragons in the first 3 seasons. So they're spending all their money on dragon animation. That's what it's got to be, Jay. There's no other reason. And sets. Jesus Christ, the sets do look beautiful. I will not say anything bad about their set pieces.
It's because the show's for women and women like the dragons. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah. But
that's my take on it.
I don't.
Sure, the books are great.
I'm not really enthralled with any of the acting this year, though. None of it's really fucking outstanding. Nobody deserves an award for being a great actor or anything this season.
Oh, you don't like Matt Smith?
Dude, he's not in it enough to give a fuck. And when he is, he's dreaming about gay shit or talking to his dead dad. I mean, it's really not that good. I mean, do you think Matt's had a really strong season this season, Jim, with what he's gave the show? He's been a puss. He's ran from his wife. He's sitting there and he's, talking to a weird witch, having hallucinations like he's on an acid trip all the fucking time. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't like all that, scenes, but I don't know. I saw something. I think it was in like one of the after show things that they have where they do like the inside the episode that I watched. That Patty Considine put it in his contract that he wanted to one of these weird scenes or something. I don't know. I didn't understand it. I was like, what? Why that doesn't make any sense?
What does that have to do with the show?
Yeah,
it's weird.
I think all those after shows, they do it for Star Trek. They're all full of shit.
Well, they started that shit with Walking Dead, right? Wasn't that where they started it?
Who's the guy that used to run all those shows? I can't remember the name.
gay shit. And yeah, that's our level of in-depth analysis here, Asian Draymond. Gay shit and talking to his dead dad.
Gay shit, dad issues, and dragons.
So there's
And
the
women
look, like,
fucking whining about their fucking place in the world. Jesus Christ. What's this?
this is right after he chops something
Yeah,
off.
that's what I'm talking about. The look on his face. Like, is this a look of I'm gonna kill this little fucking kid for making me do this? Or is
See,
this a
that's
look
not-
of like,
Have you watched season 1 yet, Dave?
yes.
Okay, so see, this ain't the look when Damon chopped that guy's half his head off, like shunk, that was and left his tongue,
Yep.
like the whole thing because he was saying that the kids were bastards.
Is that the one in the palace or whatever?
Yeah, in the palace,
Out of
just like,
nowhere.
shunk, out of
That was
nowhere, just
fucking badass.
shunk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
that's not the same. This ain't the same guy that did that, because that guy would have been like that. Fucking shunk.
Fuck it. That's why I think in this scene here, he's angry that he had to do this. Like, I did not want to have to do this, and now, you know, he's kind of like got some feeling for this guy. Maybe I don't know. It's Damon. I don't know if he gives a shit about anything except for himself. I do like a scene that's coming up though. Oh, now he's back into Dream World, right?
Yeah, this is the scene that they like that they were saying that was in his contract where he gets to do something to try to hand the crown to Damon or something.
To regret his fucking life as the king, because that's what he says. He goes, "I never wanted this, but you always did. Do you still want it?" Like, what? What? You were a good king. Your kingdom loved you, dude. You didn't go to war. You didn't do any of this shit. Yeah, this was. I didn't hate this, but it was weird. Like, why? I mean, why? I don't understand what this has to do with anything. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, here's the scene with the king Aegon, and they're basically trying to get him to get back into shape or whatever, and help him, and and this guy with his great advice. This is the scene where the sea snake comes up to Alan of Hull and tells him about, his brother got a dragon. Maybe you should. Our people are of old Valyria. I don't know about your mother's heritage, blah blah blah, but maybe you could try a dragon. He says no, and this is her leaving, and the lady looked like she was very sketchy. This is another scene. I don't know why this was in the show. This whole scene with them going into the Kingswood and her taking her sojourn or whatever you want to call it into the woods with her one Kingsguard, and like it's completely out of place for this show. Like, she's what? What is she doing? What does this have to do with the story? The queen, Hello?
I think they're just milking it.
That's what it seems like. Like they're just like, oh, just stick something in there. This will eat up 10 minutes.
So this like whole series, is it based on just one book, The Song of Ice and Fire?
No, it's Fire and Blood.
Fire and Blood, but it's one book.
One book, yeah.
Okay.
Look at this, Jim.
They probably are stretching it.
It's a bottle of mead. It's called Unpossible Mead, right?
Yeah.
Aged 9 months in barrel bourbon.
Nice.
I need a fucking corkscrew to open the goddamn thing up.
How was the corn whiskey?
It's better than Jack Daniels.
There you go.
So I don't know how to open a corkscrew, so this might take a while. I don't drink wine, so. All right. So here we are with
The scene that I don't know why it was in why it's in here, what it's supposed to tell us, what part of the story this is supposed to convey.
I don't even remember this, and I just watched this 2 hours ago. What?
Well, she just goes into the woods for some reason to hang out, and like, is it a suicide attempt? Is it what is this?
Who is it?
It's the queen.
Oh.
She leaves the castle, goes into the Kingswood with her one guard, you know, because this is after her son told her, you know, you could just beat it. We
That's
don't
not
need
good,
you around
Dave,
here
if you've
anymore.
been watching all the episodes and you don't know that this is the queen.
No, she doesn't have blonde hair.
No, the queen, Allison.
Oh, Allison. Well,
You know, like
her
I
son-
thought maybe, like I
her
thought
son
maybe
gave her
she's
shit. Allison's sons gave her shit.
yeah. Her one son, Eamon, told her you're not needed here anymore. Why don't you go to High
Oh,
Garden
that was
or go
last
do
week.
some-"
Yeah, last
Yeah,
week.
and so
yeah.
now she's, you know, because everything in this series seems to be moving at a pace slower than actual time.
Except for fucking time travel.
Yeah, you know,
They
like
can get anywhere.
Oh, Dave,
You
what
know,
are you
here-
doing down there?
Trying to pop this fucking cork out
Oh, I'm just making. Sorry.
here's Rhaenyra,
or bust a
And,
nut. One of the two.
Jace arguing about silver hair, you know, baseborn, silver hair dragon riders, blah blah blah. You know, she's like, "Oh, am I supposed to fly against Vhagar myself?"
Yeah, why not? You're superhuman.
You know, and here's all the people finding out. Like this all happened really fast. Like these people found out, and then we're all of a sudden they're all there. Like
Oh,
almost immediately,
dude,
they all showed
Like
up.
no, it's the next scene. We're here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
unbelievable. Like everybody has the same travel speed. Everybody's like on this.
Except for
magic-
her, except for the queen, or Allison, she's still in the woods, fucking around, walking around. So like a day and night went by because if you noticed, it went day to night, and now it's back to day again, and she's still just walking around in the woods.
No goal.
No apparent to why. Then she's gonna take a swim, I guess. This was all for, you know,
It's nice. Nice lake.
a nice lake. Yeah, so she just kind of floats there, and
She floats there in her fucking netted dress liner.
nightgown and corset. You know, you'd think that would weight her down and she would drown.
You would hope. Fuck. They all fucking suck, man. All these women are awful.
And then,
Oh yeah,
And
the
then-
the
and then, like,
travel
just-
thing drives me crazy, Angela.
yeah,
It
and
drives
here all
me
the people
nuts.
and how did all these people show up together?
Well, I just said they took a magic fucking bus. They all have the
Magic
same
bus.
exact travel speed. Like nobody wanted to get there quicker to maybe not do it in front of everybody and do it first. I mean, be the guy. But no, they show up like a fucking tribe of monkeys to go for the same goddamn banana. Fucking
Yeah.
stupid. Stupid.
You know, and then like I didn't understand this that the dragon keepers just basically bailed on her. Like, why wouldn't you just say, where are you going? Stop. Someone stop them. Put a sword to their neck.
Oh,
You know, like these
Jim,
guys,
I-
all these.
Jim, my wife just sent me this. Facebook admits that they made a
Manipulating?
mistake.
Oh yeah, well,
Yep. Censoring. They made a mistake censoring the photo. So at least Facebook did, but I don't know why X hasn't. And X is supposed to be our friend now.
no, X
so-
didn't censor the photo.
Well, I
No,
thought
not
it was-
actually.
oh,
no,
I
no,
thought
no,
that
no,
was
no,
on
that was-
X.
No, that was Shane's photo of the one that Ethan drew of the with little T between
Oh.
the girl's legs.
No, but you showed us earlier that Biden, the assassination photo, was getting blocked.
No, that was on X. I mean, that was on Meta and
Facebook.
Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was on
all
X.
right.
They were talking about it on X. So
Yeah, it's.
yeah, I didn't understand this. Like, did they all forget they're talking to the Queen?
Oh,
I mean,
no,
I don't
dude,
understand
no,
what's going
no.
on with like.
Oh, this guy, he's the baddest motherfucker in the world, dude. He's speaking in a foreign language, making her speak in a foreign language, and he's going to tell her she's full of shit. By the way, if Ben Togel's still in the chat, you know, he was bragging the other night, Julio, about his 7% organic beer.
Mhm.
This is 20% mead. It's
Mm.
aged in barrel bourbon.
Well.
So we'll see if this shit's garbage or not.
I don't know what percent this is.
Ugh. Ugh.
How's that, Dave? Good.
It's like it's wine. The fuck, dude? It tastes like wine. That don't taste like no I never had a mead in my life, so I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. It's sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's honey wine.
Didn't know that.
I got your wine. It's great. No, it's not. It's mead, Ben Togel. I mean, I just wasn't expecting sweet. I was expecting a beer taste. So shame on me. I'm uneducated on my mead. It's honey wine, huh? So I got honey wine aged in barrel bourbon.
Yeah.
What the fuck are we doing with alcohol in America? Jesus Christ.
Probably fuck you up, though.
Meads for gays. Well, I guess I'm the right person to drink it then, Jabba. I'm a gay. By the way, Julio, if you ever do come out here, there's another toy show in Kane County, I think in October. You should come out, dude. It's fucking great. It's only one day, too. So you get to walk around for one day. Just bring your fucking money.
I'll do that. I'll wait till my divorce is finalized and I don't have to pay her any more money. And I got a friend in Ohio that's like kind of that way.
And
Take a week off and do a loop.
This is Vermithor.
Just leave your fucking house and work on the road. How do they know where you're working from? Why take
I
off
can work
time?
from anywhere. You're right. That's true. Good point.
Yeah, fuck that. Work anywhere you want. That's the beauty of working from home. Yeah, I'm at home in fucking Bahamas.
I'm on the moon, bitch. Still working.
Yeah. Is my shit getting done? Low watermark. You got me pegged, buddy. Oh, you got that right. Not pegged. No pegging allowed. Oh, low watermark. I did get the mellow corn. No, I did get that for $21. It's really good. Jim, you have decent taste.
Yeah. This dragon, Vermithor, is
What
not
did
as
we
big.
miss? Did we skip a whole lot of shit?
Not really. They were just arguing and her telling them, you
Oh,
have
yeah.
to make this choice and all this bullshit. It was a bunch of it was like 15 minutes of drawn out bullshit to get them to go talk to face the dragons.
Well, that's also when her son challenged her too, right? Like, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? Yeah. I didn't really appreciate the fact because then she's constantly doubting herself, dude. She's never got any any self belief that she can do this shit. But this little fucking whore that's her right hand girl is leading her down the path, Jay. She's the one leading her down the path. It's ugh.
Think she's a double crosser?
Oh, she's already double crossed him. That's how she's here, right? I mean, that's how she made her way here.
Well, no, I mean-
I don't think she double crosses the queen.
No, she double crossed the other side to get here, is what I'm saying. So
No,
she
not
told-
really. They double crossed her. She was doing what she had to do, and they because she was working with. What did she do? She did something, and then Otto found out about it, and basically took everything from her. And
Right. So yeah, and then she said, "All right, I got you." I don't hate her as an actress or anything, but I don't. They never give the queen any fucking real power. She's always dependent on somebody else making her feel like her decisions have value, and it sucks. Your dad picked you for a reason, and now she's a lesbian with this whore. Like last week, we got to see him kissing and all this shit, Jay. It's like, really? Did that happen in a book, Jen? Was she?
I don't recall any of that in the book. Well, you know what? I don't recall it in the book.
All right, so
Kind of lesbian-y.
This is her scene where she's just.
This is where she brings everybody in, right?
Yeah.
She brings everybody into the dragon's lair or whatever, and she asks for the first person. Which, Jim, I gotta say, man, when that first guy walked up, I was like, this motherfucker this is his only time he's ever gonna have a role on TV. You know, he had the scarred eye and shit. It's like he was dumpy. I was like, no, he ain't gonna make it. This guy's dead. That's how I felt when I saw it. What do you think, Jim?
Well, I already knew who got the dragon, so from the book.
Oh, so you're bored when you see this stuff.
I still wanted to see what happened. I mean, it was supposed to take a while, I thought, and there's still other dragons. Like, there's supposed to be like people trying to get these other dragons. Like there's
Well, this
other
scene
dragons.
did take a while. I mean,
Right,
they
but no,
did-
I'm saying like it's supposed to take a while for this to happen. Like it's not like all quick. Where it was like it was supposed to be like people going in and trying to claim dragons, and then some people died, some people didn't. One guy got a dragon, you know, and then but this whole thing where it was like all at once, where these whole group of people flung in there. I don't remember that in the book, and
the writers of the. Yeah, maybe so. Jabba. What is oh my god.
Jabba.
So anyway, go ahead, Jim.
and so yeah, and so this happened, and this is basically the scene where she's staring at the guy approvingly, like, "Oh, you were able to do it. I was right. You were able to claim the dragon, but the dragon
wait a
actually
minute.
claimed him."
So wait a minute. This is after the fucking whole shit went down. We're past all the good shit.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's just like this is, you know, all through here with them staring, waiting on the dragons, and then
That
Or
fucking
telling her.
dragon lit that place up, dude. That was fucking wild. Like I was like, man, this thing doesn't like humans at all. Burning them,
yeah, see,
eating
he's
them.
burning them here. Arr. And then she's like, "Oh, whatever."
I
and
mean,
then
this
she's
was
waiting.
cool. This was cool, Jay. This is where they spent their fucking $60 million on this shit right here, because this was fun to watch. And
Somewhere
you know,
worth it. Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
you know, this guy falls down and he ends up just stumbling into a dragon, and the dragon is like the dragon from Shrek, just wanting to be friends and marry him. He thinks he's a donkey.
like from the How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know, just like bumping him, like, "Oh, come on, get on, ride me."
which is cool. Like this
Sure.
guy was like the happy-go-lucky guy, and you got the happy-go-lucky dragon. The other dragon was the pissed off, you got to earn it, and that guy kind of like, "Fuck you, I'm ready to die." And the dragon's like, "Oh, okay, I don't have a pussy on my hands here." I like that. I mean, it made more sense that they would mate up with somebody that was not just blood type, but kind of like their personality. Like, hey, hey, I have no fear of dying. He pushed that woman out of the way to save her, Jim.
Yeah, yeah, this guy is brave and honorable. It seems his name is Hugh the Hammer or Hugh the White or something, I think.
Yeah, he's the sheep herder who keeps getting fucked over. They take his sheep, but they won't pay him, and his wife's a bitch because he told her, "I wanted to go fucking do this."
No, I think he's an armorer.
No, was he the?
I think he's the armorer guy.
Either way, there's two guys bitching about not getting paid. And he told his wife, "Hey, I'm going to go for this. And then you'll be what do you call her, Jim? Like a proper
woman or something,
proper lady or something."
Yeah.
And she goes, "I never wanted to be a proper lady."
Yeah, here's the
Oh.
scene where he sees the girl, the dragon's going to eat the girl, and he goes, "Oh shit, I got to save her." And so
Yeah.
he goes, "Hey, come over here by me." And
He did the whole Hulk or the whole Thor thing. Hey,
yelling at her.
over here. Like, oh, okay.
Does he know this girl? Is it?
No, he met her 8 seconds ago.
No, but she's got white hair, reminds him of his mother. Supposedly his mother
Martha.
was
Lady
sisters.
Goose, Mother Goose.
Was a sister with Viserys and Daemon. Which doesn't make a lot of sense because he looks
So he
kind
is
of
the blacksmith, Angela. Okay, all right.
So he's known this broad for 8 seconds, and she's got blonde hair, so he's going to go rushing in front of a dragon breathing fire to save her.
No, he's basically a man. Like, he's just a guy, and he's like, "I'm going to try to do the right thing here." Dude, this whole thing is carnage. Like, he survived a lot of shit to get to here with this chick.
All right.
Okay, and then she ran out. The dragon saw her, and he said, "Fuck, I got to come out." And he sees what's going on, and he goes, "Hey, over here, dragon!" And then the dragon, it was cool, dude. The dragon made some weird ass alien sounds, dude. I was like, those sounds are pretty impressive. We can't play him here, of course. See, he's waving. Hey, I'm here. I'm gonna say it. Yeah, chivalrous. Yeah, he's like opening the door on the first date. He's hoping if he saves her, maybe he's got a chance.
On the last date.
Well, no, because he got the dragon, so he will be.
Oh, Okay.
Yes.
All right.
He will, yeah. So he yells at the dragon. The big dumb dragon listens.
Dragon comes and smells him and says, "Yeah, I smell. You smell familiar."
He says, nut cheese. I'll take it.
I'm trying to remember. I think I could be wrong. I think this dragon, Vermithor, was Jacaerys, the king before Viserys' dragon, who died a very old man. So this dragon might be 150 years old or something. Or
Oh, really? That old?
yeah. And so technically, if technically, I don't no, because Viserys is the son of a son of Jacaerys, so he's and Rhaenys was the Viserys' aunt. So yeah, I don't know. It's all fucked up anyway.
Gotcha. Well, the show, this episode was 1,000 times better than last week, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
We got none of this last week, Jay. You watched last week, right?
I watched about halfway through. There was the guy in the armor you guys were talking
And then your wife said, please stop. No more of this gay shit. I want to watch fucking House, or I want to watch something cool.
She was no, because like I try to watch it before she's done with work because she works from home. Like, you know, she's like, "Are you gonna watch that damn dragon show?" Like, and I mean, we watch Game of Thrones together like regularly, but this show's something else, man.
And this scene is that other guy.
But Shad Versity liked this one. He thought this was good, says Ben Togel.
Yeah, this scene, Ulf is his name, Ulf the White, I think, and the other guy is Hugh the Hammer.
Yeah, he's like the dwarf in fucking Lord of the Rings. He's the goofy guy.
So he stumbles into where some dragon had laid eggs, which doesn't make a lot of sense because they're supposed to go and get the eggs whenever they lay them,
right?
To save them. That way they have them, and so somebody's not, doing their job correctly. That this dragon laid eggs and they don't have them. They're supposed to be monitoring.
Did he step into an egg, or did he step into?
I think he might have crushed an egg. He stepped into something that the dragon had laid out with the eggs in them. To keep them hot.
I couldn't tell if it was an egg or shit. One of the two. Like either way, he knew he was in the wrong place. Like he's like,
yeah.
Oh, that wasn't solid ground.
Yeah. Like, let's see. Oh, not yet. Right here. So like it's something that he cracked in, and you could sort of see an egg there.
It's something, yeah.
Right there. Like, see, so it's like steaming and everything, and then
that just might be a layer of
something keeping it hot. Because
like dragon shit, and then there's
dragon
stuff underneath. Yeah.
Well, I mean, something that's keeping it hot, because they got to keep the eggs hot. When they have them always in like dragon is silver wing.
This is silver wing. It's steaming hot shit. Yeah, that's what it's steaming hot mead. Job of the coach. It's hot mead.
Yeah, Ulf. That's Ulf. And so then the dragon's just kind of like bumping into him and everything, and it's like, "Hi, I'm your friend. I like you." And then he goes and starts riding. This I don't understand.
This really bothered the shit out of me. Right.
Oh, let me see if it bothered you. The same reason it bothered me. Go ahead.
Okay, so these guys are in here doing their whatever, and this guy that just fell down a hill full of dragon shit is now the guy riding into this area on a dragon that he has no experience at all on how to ride a dragon, goes into a fucking war zone. He's the guy that goes there, and I guess it was a plan to draw him out because it was really convenient for her to be standing outside.
That didn't make sense. I thought at first maybe that the dragon, because they were like in the bowels of Dragonstone, and so when he got on the dragon, he just left, and he doesn't know how to control the dragon, so the dragon just went where the dragon wanted to go. That's what I thought. But then I'm like, I thought this was bullshit because if you remember a while back when Vagar or somebody was coming to the city. They had all those scorpions pointed up to start shooting at him, but nobody was shooting at this.
They didn't get off a shot. They
So
said
that didn't make any sense.
They said call to arms, call to arms. It's like call to arms. You're already at arms, dude. You're waiting for attack at any moment. And this dragon made 2 or 3 trips over the city. And again, the whole time thing, Jim, you've told me how slow this dragon is that he rides. Like, it's so slow. But he got on his horse, and I guess the dragon's like 5 feet outside the gate, but he got on his horse to get to the gate because it took no time for him to get to the dragon. And next thing you know, he's, made like 4 strokes in the air, and he's already looking at what's her name. And she's standing there like, yeah, what you got, bitch? And I was like, because just because the dragons are outside without a rider, does that mean anything? They're just dragons grazing, right? Yeah. I mean, why would he turn around if they don't have riders? They're just outside. They're eating. They're getting fed their sheep or whatever the fuck's going on. Did that make sense?
Didn't make sense to me. I didn't know how he realized that there was a problem.
Especially that far away. Like, he was a long way away. Yeah. How did he know? Yeah. Like, I was going to ask you, do they have like special vision? These guys got like superpowers? I don't know about.
No, they're not like elves as far as I know.
Okay.
It's not like Legolas was riding a dragon.
Oh, we didn't even go over the scene where his brother's trying to walk.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I must have been gone for a minute. Okay. Yeah. Again, you said that's over a year in the book, right? Like, over a year.
Supposedly he doesn't get out of bed for a year in the book. No, but
Is this Aegon?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they've already got him. He's walking around and
he's being told he'll be permanently marred for life, right?
Yeah.
Tonight they told him.
The Toxic Avenger.
Yeah. Tonight, they gave him the realization that you'll never be 100%, dude. Yeah.
There's this guy, like, he doesn't know how to control the dragon. He doesn't know how to talk to the dragon. So the dragon is just pretty much. So are we to believe that this was planned and that they sent him here on the dragon? Because wouldn't it have been better to send somebody that actually knows how to fly a fucking dragon?
You would think there was better choices than this. And why would the dragon's natural instinct be to go back? Is this where this dragon's from? This is Silverwing.
Silverwing. At some point, it would have been at King's Landing.
So does that have effect on the dragons? Like, if they, I don't know. I don't know the lore of the dragon. So
maybe they're like a dog. You could take it far and then let it go, and it'll come home. I don't know.
But it didn't land, so that messes up the whole thing. And again. Where did he go? I never saw where he ended up. All I saw was
Well, he turns around and goes back to Dragonstone.
But we never saw him land there. We never saw that.
We didn't see him land because they just show Aemon trying to turn his dragon, telling his dragon to stop, turn around, because he knows he was getting sucked into a trap.
Because he thought he was going to go there and just destroy their castle. He was going to be the man with his big bad dragon. Like again. It had to be planned, Jim. If it wasn't planned, she wouldn't be standing outside watching him come. I
don't know. Maybe it just all worked out that way. Maybe I had all these people on their new dragons trying to tell them, okay, this is how you ride a dragon now. All right, I'm going to take the training wheels off.
Her.
You get on your dragon, you go. And
but it was her. If you read George R.R. Martin's blog, he has a huge problem with this part of the show. Yeah, because it makes no sense, right? It makes no sense, this part. Like this. And I'm dumb, and I know it doesn't make sense. Yeah, Vagar. Yeah, we saw Vagar wanted to fight. Vagar always wants to fight. He always has to control that goddamn dragon.
I don't know where he has his dragon that he's able to get on fast, because it's in
how far did he drive away? I mean, how far did he ride? Like, again, this all bothers me. Like, there's like, I know you showed me a map, like even the map doesn't make sense when you realize they're walking or taking fucking sailboats. They're not motorboats. They're not, paddle boats. They're fucking sailboats. So what if they go out on the ocean today and it's 85 degrees with no breeze? Well, this is a fucking wasted day on the ocean, unless you got a bunch of guys oaring the boat. But I haven't seen that shit in the show.
Does he see another dragon in the air?
Well, I don't know if that's another one or if that's a dragon going back. That that's Silver Wing headed back, and then he's like, "I'm tailing this dragon."
I mean, how does he see? He's only got one fucking eye.
Dude,
his depth perception's got to be all fucked. How can he tell what he's seeing?
Why is he flying the dragon still? I know he's the only guy that can, but dude, I mean, he can't be that accurate. That's an excellent point. Depth perception is a thing. Jeez. Shut up, Andrew.
Oh man, I don't know. And there's her dragon, and she's right there. And then there's that dragon. Is there other dragons that they see too? Oh yeah, here's another one.
But is that guy on it? Is there somebody on this?
Yeah, there's somebody on it.
But he couldn't see that from where he was at. Like this. See, I think this is supposed to make us feel like now she's a badass. She's done nothing to earn this. She's done nothing.
That has to be her son's dragon here. That's got to be Jace's dragon, Jacaerys' dragon.
No, but where's the dragon? The dragon that what's his name? The blacksmith got.
I don't see it.
She said is one of the biggest and probably the most vicious dragon in the whole realm. So if his dragon is supposed to be this giant dragon, this other dragon's got to be gigantic too, right? It can't be like these.
No, it's a lot bigger than these dragons. Vermithor's a lot bigger. And
it's fucking more vicious. So what the fuck are they scared of this guy for? If they've got 7 dragons and one of them's more vicious than this dragon. I don't get it.
I'm trying to figure out who's on that.
I guess I pay attention to the fucking, the words, Julio. So maybe that's my problem.
Well, at least she's got that angry look. Like now she's finally.
Oh,
Hugh's dragon is Vermithor, but that's not Vermithor right there. That's too small.
Dave, I think you don't have the book knowledge behind you to fill in all the blanks.
No, I just watch it and go, this is dumb.
Jay, I don't know. Jay, did you read the books or you just a show?
No.
Me neither.
He's got to bury dead people, dude. What are you talking about? He's got no time to read books. He's making fun music or movie reviews and having a life with his wife. No kids yet, right?
Not yet.
Wait till that shit happens.
But in this and then another thing too is
that'll change your life. Go ahead, Jim.
This dragon, Vagar, should still be kind of fucked up.
Yeah, he was in a giant battle and took some damage.
So, Dave, narratively, does this show make sense to you or Jay, having not read the books? Can you follow it? Is there a thread?
No. Narratively, yes. There's a story going on. It's just taking too long to get anywhere at all at any time. God damn, dude. I'm telling you, I understand. You're upset that you lost your title. I understand that they won't let you go fight. What the fuck ever? Oh, we got all the troops lined up. We're outside the castle. The dragon shows up, destroys a bunch of troops, but those troops still win the castle, but we don't get to see the fight. I want to see some shit happen. Not a dragon fly over twice, then a dragon fight happen. The chick dies. The king gets fucking destroyed. His brother becomes the acting king, but I don't get to see any troops fight. I don't get to see any real, one-on-one battles going on ever in this show, unless it's somebody's son crying about not being the next in line to be the fucking lord or king or queen or whatever the fuck is in line for these weirdos.
Isn't that a problem that happens a lot nowadays with whatever Disney, Star Wars, House of the Dragon, Disney, Marvel, where there's these 10 episode series where nothing really fucking happens?
That's the problem. If it was 23 episodes, you get away with a lot more freedom.
Sure.
It's 10 or 8. This is 8, dude. This is 8 episodes. Okay, this is almost the length of all 3 of the Tolkien movies. Not one fucking fifth of the action from any of the Tolkien movies has taken place in 2 seasons of this show. 2 seasons, not one. Last season, nothing fucking happened except an old man walked down an aisle. Other than that, for 10 episodes, all they did was fucking bitch.
That's what I
Am I
remember.
wrong,
The
Jim?
old guy walking down the aisle was great, and the dude getting his head chopped off in the palace was awesome.
Yeah, because it was completely out of nowhere. You're
Right.
like,
It was fucking amazing.
like, what the fuck was
Randy
that?
Orton, the RKO.
But other than that, nothing fucking happened. I mean, just a bunch of yappity, hibbity jibbity bullshit happened. So I don't know, man. I can watch. What was I watching? I watched a movie last night on. I watched it. I told Jim about it. It's a new movie on HBO with Michael Keaton.
Oh yeah, I saw the ad for that. I was
It says Knox Goes Away. The name of the movie is called Knox Goes Away. So the premise is Michael Keaton is basically a hitman. Okay? But he's got a form of dementia that he will, once he got diagnosed, the doctor said, you got about 5 weeks before you don't remember anything ever again in your life. And dude, that's all I'm going to tell you. Just believe me. Michael Keaton is fantastic. Al Pacino is one of the best roles ever. You want to know why? Because he wasn't trying. He was just having a good time being on camera. You know, like Al Pacino sometimes tries too hard. Like he overacts. Not tonight. He says, dude, I'm 90 fucking years old. I'm just here to help you out, bro. And you're like, oh, this is a Pacino I've wanted for so long. Like he's him and Keaton like have this working relationship. Check out this movie, guys. Knox, God damn it. Knox Goes Away. And he just goes away mentally. Physically, he's fine.
That's on HBO.
Yeah, it's 2 hours. And I tell you, it's a good 8 out of 10 movie. It's a good 8 out of 10 because it's if you're a dad, you're like, fuck, man, or you're a son of a dad, and maybe something happened, and you're like, oh no, dude, this sucks.
If I have a family member who's in dementia care at the moment, is it going to bum me out?
No, it's going to make you happy for the fucking one moment that they recognize you.
See, I like that, Dave. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm legitimately, you'll like this movie. It's and Keaton. I used to think that Keaton was overrated sometimes, but the older he gets and the more varied he does his roles, he's really good actor, dude. He's a really good actor. Like he is one of those guys that needs more stuff that people could give a fuck about. Sometimes they give him shit roles, but even he pulls those off. But dude, when he does stuff that's like this, and he plays the dementia guy so well, like he doesn't overdo it. You know, like you know how like Robert Downey Jr. in what's that? Tropic Thunder. He says never go full retard.
Yeah.
He says never go full retard, right? Like don't do that, dude. It's gonna ruin your career. Like Keaton did not go full dementia. Like he knew how to play it to where it's not going to make him like typecast forever.
He's got such a great legacy behind him that I think he can afford to just fucking say fuck it. I'm gonna go all out.
I don't think I don't think it's as great as like a Jack Nicholson though. Like Jack Nicholson could get away with playing the Joker at 75 years old and people believed it. Like it was Jack Nicholson. He's old man already. Or 65 years, however old the fuck he was. Michael Keaton played Beetlejuice at like 40. That's like, you know, but what was that superhero movie that Keaton was in?
Birdman.
Birdman.
That's a great movie, great soundtrack, amazing.
But it was such a fuck Batman movie. like it was like oh, he's playing both sides and he did it well. Like everybody's like, oh, that was Batman, but he was really good in Birdman too. Oh shit.
The first time I saw Michael Keaton in a movie, Jay and Jim and Dave. I don't know if you remember this. Remember Night Shift with Henry
Night Shift.
Winkler?
I love Night Shift.
Yeah,
That movie's so
Angela,
fucking
my
funny.
dad passed away 2 years ago,
No.
and it really like hit hard. Like, is like, oh shit, like, and you have to watch the movie because you know there's a father-son relationship that happens in this movie that it'll just make you go fuck. Like, I would really love for you guys to watch it. After you guys watch it, come back and Jim, Julio, Jay, anybody in the chat that wants to come on and talk about it, just tell me what you think. I think it's an 8 out of 10, just as a well-acted, well-played movie by everybody involved.
What's the name? Knox? What? Knox?
Knox goes away.
Knox goes away. Okay.
Yeah. Knox goes away. And it's a 2024 release, and it's an HBO movie. So it's good.
HBO, regardless of what you have to say about this show, they usually have their stuff on point with their
Dude,
opposed to the other networks.
This
they're
is
usually
probably appealing to a lot of people. I don't think if you're watching this is Jim, is this as bad as season 7 or season 8 of Game of Thrones?
No, I wouldn't say it's as bad like that. It's just
nothing's happening. Like it's like
this should have probably honestly, this series they could have took all the money and just spent it on two seasons and smashed everything together and just focused on like shit happening instead of like nothing happening for
Julio. Like, when the most exciting thing in the whole season so far is this week when the fucking dragon is frying humans and eating them. Like, you're like, oh fuck, you kind of get how powerful the dragons are. Finally you understand, because we did see a dragon kill a person already. Not this dragon, this motherfucking dragon. It went through walls to get after people. It was coming after their asses.
When I watched Game of Thrones originally, first 4 or 5 seasons, I was all about it. I would go on YouTube, go to Civilization X to learn about the lore, learn about the books. It was interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think this show will drag people into these books and make them interested?
No, because I think, see, I have Jim here that knows everything. Well, not everything. He knows a lot. He even admits he hasn't read everything. But I think that people think when they watch this that they're probably going page for page from the book. Dude, it takes so long to do anything, man. Like, you know what I'm saying, Jay? Like, you're just like, is this like every sentence from every page in this book? Because this isn't how movies should work or TV shows should work. We talked about this the other night. There's shit they cut to get to the point a lot of times.
Like they say in music, don't bore us, get to the chorus.
Right. But don't play the chorus too many times, because the chorus is the chorus, right? Like, come on, we get it. Like, for the 15th time in a song, stop the fucking chorus.
What's this, Jim? Is this
This is like a size comparison of the dragons.
All right.
This is like in the original Conquest, there was 3 dragons: Balerion, Vagar, and Meraxes.
So is this the one that got one tonight? Varax or
no? Well, Vermithor is the one that the guy got tonight. This one, so this dragon is almost as big as Vagar.
It looks like it's probably a ton lighter or something.
Yeah.
But
and then
but it's probably 15,000 miles an hour faster, because this fucking dragon is slow.
The other guy that went to King's Landing, he was on this dragon, Silverwing, which is not that much smaller than Vagar either. And they also have Caraxes, and Caraxes is what's his face is Damon's dragon is Caraxes, and then Cyrax is the Queen's, and Grey Ghost. Who the fuck is Grey Ghost? And Sea Smoke.
I have patience, but I don't have patience when it's 7 episodes in. That's like, how much? I mean, how much patience do we have? If we go to the movie theater and we watch a 3-hour movie, and all they do is talk for 3 hours, and they say, "Hey, part 2 is coming out in another year," are you going back? When all they did was like
the
just
costume
talk?
movie that just came out.
Yeah. Yeah, like is that? I haven't seen it, but that movie's like getting
I heard.
mid reviews. I bet you wouldn't saw it.
No, no.
Oh.
I heard it was boring and
Yeah, because Kevin Costner's up his ass now. He's 70 something years old, and he wants to make the epic Western that he did Open Range already, dude. Open Range was fucking fantastic as a Western. If you want to watch a good Kevin Costner, Robert Duvall movie, check out Open Range. It's fan-fucking-tastic.
it looks like here, Jim, the ones from Game of Thrones are all the way down at the end.
Yeah, but see, that doesn't make sense because I mean, but then you see a person size, so I don't know because I thought, well, because those dragons actually, by the time Game of Thrones were over, they weren't that old. They were only as how many years, like 5, 6, 8 years old. So they were big enough to ride. So maybe they were only this big compared to these other dragons.
Yeah.
But see, this doesn't make sense either because Moon Dancer right here is the dragon that Bela Targaryen or whatever, the one black girl that went and dove down and didn't shoot fire on him. And a couple seasons ago when she came across the Hand of the King, the guy Kristen Cole and the other guy from Hightower, and didn't do anything. But this dragon Morning is a dragon that hasn't even been born yet.
So are they saying that this dragon is that's as big as they
maybe
ever
this
get?
is maybe this is how size they get when they die.
So none of the dragons in Game of Thrones survived?
No, well, this one Drogon survived at the end of Game of Thrones and took off, but these two.
Yeah, but if Drogon's still alive, wouldn't it be bigger in the chart by now?
Well, it could be.
Yeah,
but I guess at the end of the story, maybe, or maybe this is at the time of the writing of the book.
Oh, Aegon says Grey Ghost is a wild dragon.
Yeah, I think though that doesn't someone end up claiming Grey Ghost? Because Grey Ghost and Sheep Stealer I thought get claimed and then but Cannibal not.
Right.
Or Goat Fucker, that one.
It's probably this blacksmith's wife, that fucking miserable cunt. Sorry, ladies in the chat, but she is just miserable. He's just trying his best to provide for his family, and all she can do is whine. Ugh. Like he just like, I just want to go get a dragon so we can have a better life. And she's like, I don't need a better life. Okay, then don't look at me with sad eyes when we're not getting paid by the.
We might see this dragon next week, Tessarion.
Where's that?
This one here, Tessarion, which doesn't make sense because this
I don't
dragon
see your mouth.
Right here. Tessarion.
Oh, okay, the blue one. Okay.
Yeah, it's because it's supposed to have really cool like cobalt scales and blue flames, so maybe we'll get to see it. And that's the one that the son that's living in down in that was living in Hightower. Remember that when she was talking to her brother and he said he's kind and that dragon just took to wing, they said. So
oh, here we go. Angela says they're blending two characters. Rhaena is going to claim Sheep Stealer, replacing Nettles.
Darren, yeah. Well, and so then what's going to happen with Morning? They're not going to have Morning in it at all.
Grey Ghost does not get claimed, says Aegon.
Okay.
So it's just a wild dragon. Does it do anything? Does it just it's just out there in the wild and nobody ever gets it?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
hey man, I don't know either. I don't know any of this shit, Jay, but it's fun to find out.
I feel like the show, this particular series, is kind of like the Hobbit movies. Like, you got like a 300-page book, which is a decent enough story, and then you try to milk it into like three-hour movies, and it's like, whoa.
Like too much butter stretched across too much bread.
Exactly.
Close-ish.
Exactly.
I gotcha.
Yeah, if you read The Hobbit, that's like a 2-day read, and it's a kid's book.
Right.
You don't need 10 hours of that. Right, I agree.
And they obviously just larded it with a bunch of stuff that they didn't need,
Yep. The entire third movie was bullshit. I mean, it was not necessary except for the end.
It's only really alluded to in the book.
Right. Yeah, the Battle of Five Armies takes up 2 pages.
Yeah.
Same with the Bard shooting the dragon. It's like, well, he shot the dragon. There you go. Done.
So, anybody hear any update on the NBC DCMA stuff, Jim?
No,
Is
what do you mean?
Like, has
Olympics.
anybody fought it? Like, what the fuck? This is
Oh, you're talking about the
bullshit?
Olympics thing?
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything about it yet.
It's frustrating because, like Jim said the other night, it's fair use. There's so many Star Trek trailers that just came out that we could roast. They're just awful, but you can't even show them.
You
It's
can,
frustrating.
dude. You can. The problem is, if you live stream a lot, that's where they hurt your channel. If it's a video,
Yeah.
they don't let you. They continue to let you make videos, but this video is going to be in like limbo until NBC or YouTube say, yeah, that was fair use, or NBC has up to 30 days to respond. And if they don't respond in 30 days, then they finally say it's okay. The problem is after 30 days, nobody watches your video. Nobody gives a fuck. It's over. Yeah.
Old
Like,
news.
It's like 30 days. That shit better be 30 seconds old because I'm out. I don't care. Like, it's a fucking mad world out there. It's the same thing with any streaming service. If the first week doesn't catch on and there's no word of mouth, sorry, Charlie, the show's canceled. Back in the old days when there was 3 networks, you know, especially in the early days, they'd give a season, maybe a half a season to a show, and if it didn't catch on, then they would cancel it. But they'll cancel anything quick. Now, like, they don't have any patience for this stuff.
And your point, Dave, is all they have to do is strike you, and then you have to take the time to defend it. And by the time you win,
It's not even strike. Like the copyright claim is one thing, but they block you from even being able to show it. Like that video that night was like 700 views, I think. Okay. And all of a sudden it gets claimed, and I have to go in the next day and clip that shit out. Well, that 700 momentum's gone because YouTube stops promoting. They're like, oh, no more promotion. It's not allowed to be promoted because it's blocked. And now you don't get any more views. So you max out at like 20 or 30 views more because YouTube stops. It's really bad. And I think NBC did it for selfish reasons because I think they got a lot of bad press.
well, the
over that
Olympic
thing.
Planning Committee,
Last Supper thing.
Huh? Yeah,
The
the Last Supper
Olympic-
thing. Yeah.
yeah, they apologized. The planning committee, they put a statement out saying, we were just trying to promote.
You were trying to be
acceptance
fucking
and
terrible.
unity and all this bullshit. We didn't mean to piss anybody off. I'm like, okay.
They pissed off the entire religious community that believes in Jesus Christ, which is the
A good chunk of Western civilization.
Pretty much.
Middle Eastern civilization believes in Jesus too.
Oh yeah,
Let's
He's a
not forget
prophet.
that. Yeah, let's not forget that. Like we're like, and how many train stations got firebombed that day, Jim? 4, or train tracks? 4.
4.
The day of the opening ceremonies. That wasn't Christians, trust me.
No.
They weren't doing that. What do you got here, Jim?
Well, this is some interesting stuff like that. The Mr. Beast. The Mr.
One part of
So
that
now we're
is
getting into
that
distracting
he
chat.
had
Here we go.
to delete
Hold up.
a
though.
hot dog
sorry,
that
Jim.
was
I hate to
under
finish.
Chris
But-
Tyson's
Somebody
name
give me-
on the
Jim, pause
Feast
it.
of
Can somebody please explain it to me like I'm 5 situation on Mr.
Okay.
Beast?
Mr. Beast is some kind of dude that does some kind of stuff. Who knows if it's a scam or whatever, where he supposedly gives away money to people. So he's got this thing where he'll go and give money away. And so he blew up, and he's like got like several million followers and subscribers on YouTube. So he makes a
15
ton of
million
Okay.
subs.
So he makes a lot of money on YouTube, and he gives away money, and he goes and like did
He gives
stuff
away
where he was
cars. He blows
paying
open
people, paying
factories.
for eye surgery for people and stuff,
All right.
and he does all this stuff. And
It's like Oprah.
but well,
Dude,
is it
Jim,
or is it?
Jim, don't be a dick. Mr. Beast is probably the biggest YouTuber on the internet.
No, he
YouTube.
is the biggest YouTuber in the world.
Don't
sure.
say, don't act.
Well,
like
I'm
it's-
just saying,
like
I
it's
don't know if
nothing.
what he's doing is for real or if it's a scam. If it's
Why would you say
Because
that?
a lot of the shit is staged.
Dude,
You know, like the money.
it's
Like, did he?
staged. It's all staged. It's not a joke. He's like, hey, we're going to build this giant fucking set, and we're going to blow this shit up.
So why are people angry at him? Is what I'm trying to
Well,
get at.
okay. This is the story. Is that he has this friend that and they
307
were.
million subs. I'm sorry, 307 million subs.
No, he
Holy
doesn't have 307 million. That's impossible.
just go ahead and tell Julio.
Please.
So he's got this friend or whatever. There's all types of stuff going on, and all of a sudden, his friend, who's got a wife and kid, decides that they're trans. And then, so that was a problem, but it wasn't really a problem for Mr. Beast because he's like, "Who cares? Don't stop being transphobic, whatever." But then it turns out that this friend of his was having all types of weird conversations.
All right. So just so you know, 307 million fucking subs.
All right, whatever. Wow. So
whatever, chat, whatever. 307 million fucking subs.
So his friends were trans. He didn't give a shit, and now
he didn't give a shit, so no big deal. But then it turns out that there was a lot of conversations happening.
He was being politically correct by accepting his partner, his right hand man on the show, going trans.
Anyway, it turns out that there's a lot of DMs and chats between this person, Chris, Ava, whatever their name is, and underage people, and sharing of nude pictures and porn. And Mr. Beast seems as involved also because his name, you know, like he's part of these conversations. And and so this is about he opened up, you know, Mr. Beast's hamburger chains or whatever, selling these things where it was like you sell his product in your restaurant, like he basically like a contract thing where, you know, like you sell a Beast burger using his products in your restaurant and get a cut, and he gets a type. So like really, I don't know. I don't want to know what the
there's a restaurant. There's a bar and grill in the Dells, and they have the Mr. Beast menu on their menu plus their own. And the Mr. Beast burgers are delicious. They're really good.
So did Mr. Beast share any of these alleged pictures from?
That's going to come out.
No, these are fucking tweets and DMs.
But no, there was
again. We played some of these the other night. They look fucking
bad.
Shadiest. They don't look, man.
But anyway, it turns out this is about there was a hot dog that was on Mr. Beast's menu that was called the Chris's Kitty Dog or something. So let's hear about it. Or Chris's Creamy Kitty Dog. That's what it was.
That's ain't a word in that.
Again, wait. There are kids menus, all right, and maybe it had fucking cheese sauce on the hot dog.
It had some kind of white cream sauce on it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It was called.
I'm on the way, Rich.
It was called Chris's.
I'm not jealous. It's
Dog.
amazing. It's amazing.
I'm not even kidding. That's the actual name of
Twice,
the hot dog.
Java. Twice. Double the sauce for me.
It says discontinued. Sorry.
It was a beef wiener with Chris's signature sauce. That's the description of the kitty
Wait,
dog.
Okay, yeah.
That's just so prophetic almost. But anyway, one.
So so it was discontinued.
Yeah, let's see this. Mr. Beast is Social Blade.
The blonde girl on whatever that PCC show annoys the fuck out of me. I don't know why.
Here is Mr. Beast Social Blade. 307 million subs, 55 billion 617 million views. Subscriber rank is first. Video rank is 19th. Country rank first in America. Entertainment rank first. Estimated monthly revenue 596,000 to 9.5 million. Estimated yearly earnings 7.2 to 114 million dollars on fucking YouTube alone.
Look at that, but look at his views. Go up and look at it's down. What does it say?
55 billion.
Yeah, down 25%.
Since when?
Let's say last 30 days. So he's still, I mean, there's 2.387 billion views, and he's down 25%.
But he might have released only 2 videos, dude. Those are very fluctuating because he doesn't put videos out.
Dave, I'm trying to say we're right on his tail, Dave. We're getting there.
We passed him. I mean,
my views are up 9,000% this month. So there.
My subscribers keep going down. Like, I don't know why. I mean,
ever since you brought me on the show, Dave, maybe?
Ever since I stopped making videos, and Ethan doesn't play me making videos anymore, so people don't know. And I'm just glad the people that are here are here. I mean, we just here have a good time. I never thought I'd make a penny on this fucking platform, and I have a $20 board behind me for super chat. So who am I to complain? I'm nobody. And neither
So is the moral of the story that all this asshole had to do is not be a fucking degenerate and he'd be good? Just like football players, all you have to do is not fucking rape somebody and you're good. Is that kind of what
like his partner
is?
his partner did the typical, like they all claim that they're not after kids. They're all after kids, dude. They all want them to be what they are.
See,
and
that's the
all
thing. Mr.
confused
Beast's whole
fucking
audience
people.
is kids. So is
Right.
maybe
It's
he a
all
little
kids.
fucked up too? I mean, which came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, were they into kids when they started and it was all a
Nah,
plot to
dude,
get kids?
I think-
or
I
did
think
just
Mr.
the
I
kids
think-
come along later? And
I think you're being really hard on Mr. Beast for being you're guilting him by association.
well, I'm worried about him having a hard on himself for little kids.
I
He
think when
doesn't
you
invite,
make
he
this
doesn't
much
invite
money,
little kids on any fucking thing he does. He doesn't invite them to compete.
They
in any of
were
these
in the
contests.
Discord. That's the whole thing where these messages are coming from. 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds in the Discord.
He's
Right.
again, prove it's him. I don't like this stuff. We're getting into weird stuff. Like this is every time somebody's the biggest anywhere, they gotta bring him down, no matter what. Somebody's gonna bring that motherfucker down.
I agree.
It doesn't fucking matter. They're gonna guilt him by association, and it's fucking over for him as the biggest YouTube guy because he was being nice to one of his coworkers and let that fucking DEI bullshit infiltrate his workplace. And look what happens. It's awful, dude. It's terrible that these guys, and I don't know Mr. Beast. He might be Jared from Subway. I don't know. And whoever thought that guy was going to be what he was, but he ended up. Thanks for that information, Nicholas. That was like tons of views, dude. 307 million subs. Could you imagine, Jay? I mean, no. But you also think about how much pressure that is too. Like he got to. The next thing has to be bigger than the last because that's all he is, Julio. He does these wild stunts. He gives away $1 million if you hold your hand on a car for 24 hours. Stuff like those. He does. He gives away a Ferrari, or he'll go wreck a Ferrari on purpose. And
when you
stuff
get
like
that big
this.
on YouTube, you have to go like I don't know who watches. Well, I know Jim watches Sopranos. Remember when Tony Soprano said, "Look, I'm too big now, so I'm going to back up and let you guys take the heat for shit. I'm going to tell you to do shit instead of me doing shit." You know what I mean?
Hey, Joe, I was at the show this weekend, man. It was so good, Joe, that I bought a lot of shit this weekend. A lot of shit at that toy show. It was good. It was a good time.
So what's the verdict on Mr. Is this Kiwi Farms bullshit or is this
No,
stuff?
apparently Joe Juxtapost says there's a video Hypnotic is covering that says Mr. Beast is but everybody's a fraud to again, he's the number one. The number one. When you're number one, it's all fake, it's all this, whatever, man.
Well, I'll just say that there was nobody I couldn't stand more than PewDiePie. Because that dude just I was annoying
Look
as
what
fuck.
they did to Nick. Nick was the biggest law tuber there was. They all fucking tried to derail everything he did as soon as an allegation and an arrest.
I think
came out.
Andrew is right. I think it's Mr. Number of the Beast.
Oh, Jim, I have a PewDiePie video saved. That
Remember,
you can't play on this channel.
remember when
That will change your
PewDiePie was the
mind.
biggest
Yeah.
motherfucker on the internet? Remember when he was the biggest guy?
I don't
And then
know.
all of a sudden, he's a Nazi. He's a Nazi sympathizer, and he had to fucking defend that bullshit. It was crazy. Yeah, they did it to him too. They get them all. They go after all of them.
Did you see his video where he played Conan Exiles? And he played
on Clueless Gamer.
I don't know. It wasn't Clueless Gamer. It was like it's the craziest video. I can't show it, I guess, because people will get offended. But he played as a certain German in World War II.
Spittler.
Yeah, and he was hunting a certain type of people's eggs in the game, like a level 23. It was fucking hilarious.
Right.
It's been buried. I haven't, but
Right,
sure.
but again, that's when
that
they
where the
went
whole
after
thing
him with
started?
the whole Nazi bullshit, Julio. They were going after him because he's making a character in a video game that they allow you to make.
Mhm.
They
It's
allow you to do it.
hilarious.
Yeah. Like if they didn't allow you to do it, it'd be different. Sniper 3.
I'll share it in the
he,
private chat
he,
for future
he,
use.
he
Anybody
played
wants to see
Sniper
it.
3 and he shot Hitler in Sniper 3.
His
So
wife's cute. I'll give him that. Let me live in
my
Japan or something.
kids when PewDiePie was like the biggest thing ever, my kids watched the shit out of his video gaming streams. They love that shit, man.
Never had a problem with him. He's all right.
Yeah,
Never.
but
I like him.
jealous YouTubers and Kiwi farmers, they didn't like it. They didn't like seeing him be that big. Dude, the algorithm doesn't like me because I don't have a filter about this stuff. Because life is way too short, and I'm never going to be nerdrotic where I have to watch every word. That's what I like about Ethan. He doesn't chase the algorithm either. He just says what he wants to fucking say.
Did you see Eric July's like 2-hour telethon trying to sell Gooding a day or two ago? That was fucking funny.
Oh, yeah, he's been really hardcore trying to sell that.
Yeah.
Who was?
He's like, all right, we got a hibbity jibbity 2-hour left. 2-hour left. Somebody, let's get some Gooding going.
Oh, is that over? Is that over?
We've been about to, you know what I'm saying?
That's
I know he seemed to have taken. Seemed to have taken off. I think somehow he got to almost 10,000 books sold.
I kept waiting for Ed McMahon to call for timpani, like the old Jerry Lewis telethons. Yo, can I get a timpani up in here? We get 10,000 left.
He got to 99.81. 99.81. 291,000.
Huh.
9,981 books.
We got close.
I am pretty excited for Gooding, just because it's Mike
Oh
Barron.
boy.
I know.
I
Dude,
bought all 4 covers.
They're all good writers when they have better editors. When they don't have good editors, they just write what they fucking like, and it don't make sense all the time.
Speaking of indie comics, I actually got my first one that I've ever ordered. Want to see it?
One?
Yeah, let's see it.
I can't remember the guy's name, but he was on Katie's channel. He seemed passionate, so I bought it. It's called Misty America. See?
Wild Mercury Comics. Yeah, very cool.
I don't know. He was on Katie's channel, and he was all jazzed up about it, and I'm like, yeah, sure.
Oh, great. Guess who's covering Mr. Beast saying he's a fraud? You'll never guess, Dave. Guess.
What'd you say?
Ben
Guess
Togel?
who's covering? No, guess who's covering Mr. Beast right now live, saying he's a fraud. It's so over. I worked for Mr. Beast. He's a fraud. It's so over. Guess whose title that is?
It's fucking,
Guess.
Yellow
It's
Flag?
Steel Toes.
No, close.
Be bigger
Come
than that.
on.
I've worked for Mr. Beast, and it's all a fraud.
He's a fraud. It's
Fuentes?
so over.
Jeremy, Geeks and Gamers.
No. Your favorite race car driver?
Oh,
Cody?
Yeah.
No way.
this motherfucker will grift onto anything.
God, he's such a fucking piece of shit, dude. Camelot, you piece of shit.
He must not be. He's only got 400 people watching, so he must not be.
Well, it just started though, right? Probably just started like at 8:30 or something.
22 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have Nick on there to fucking drive his numbers up, right? Like we don't have Nick on here to drive our numbers up. We keep asking, but he don't want to.
What would you ask him anyway? Honestly, like I watched some of the Chrissy Mayer interview with Nick.
No.
I wouldn't want to talk to him about any of that. I just want to talk to him.
I want to get his comments on what we're talking about. I'm not going to ask him any questions. I don't give a shit. I just wanted to hang out, laugh at the shit we're laughing at, and go, yeah, like Nick. I would like to just talk about old movies with Nick. He likes old movies. He really loves American Beauty. Fuck. He can talk you to death about that fucking movie. Holy shit. I don't even know.
I heard that Aaron Imholt is getting served or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. I saw some of the stuff, but there's
served
rumors
with what, a subpoena?
Supposedly he's getting charged with revenge porn or something because he sent naked. naked pictures of somebody to someone else and talked about it, and that person found out. And I don't know. I don't know. This is just, I don't have no knowledge about this at all. I just, it's what I've heard on
Look,
people
man,
talking
I know-
about
Yeah.
on streams.
I don't
I
have
know
a
I come off
or
like a
nothing.
Puritan, but I don't have any naked photos on my phone of my wife and never fucking will. It's not a thing. Dude, it's
Well, it's your wife. You can see it live.
well,
Why do you
not-
want to put it
but
on your-
people do this is what people do. And then they get their phone hacked or hacked, whatever, or they show it to their friends. It's really weird, man. Like fucking I don't get it at all. I just don't get it. Camelot. Oh my God. News
No,
of
I could
Kayla.
invite Aaron
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, you're right, Peter Watts. It's Aaron was Kayla's true love, so I'm sure she let him get all kinds of naked photos. Please.
Yeah, I mean, I watched like some of like Keanu's about it and something with Gino, and then supposedly the police reached out to Gino and Keanu about it because it was from what I'm gathering, just from what I'm watching on the shows, there was a show where Gino was on with Aaron on like a Rumble Friday or something, and they showed a picture or sent a picture of someone. I don't know if it was April or someone else, and it's becoming a problem because there's laws against you showing naked pictures of people that without their permission, obviously.
Gino mentioned that he didn't care for the tattoo that he saw on Kayla's boob in a bikini picture. So Aaron, this is what I saw. So I'm not making this shit up. Aaron was down on his phone and sent Gino a picture with, I guess, without the bikini. And Gino was like, oh, okay, I suppose. And then Keanu, who I don't care for, made a show out of it.
Oh, the
Okay.
blonde chick or the brown haired chick or
Now,
whatever.
well,
Gino's
supposedly, the police reached out to Gino and
Mhm.
Kiki about it, and then I don't know, and but Aaron, now Aaron's saying that this is all a plot by Gino and Keanu and Rekieta, that maybe Rekieta paid them to do this and to come after him and all. It's like Aaron is fucking.
These are adults.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
This is what
But I
blows
can't.
my mind. These are
Yeah, but I
grown-ass
can't. I
people.
can't stand Aaron. I just can't.
No, he's
Like-
he like
Don't
I
like his
still I
fists.
still can't figure out why Nick has any kind of fucking relationship with this guy. Like, god damn, like of all the people in the world, Nick, to like hang out with. And then Peter Watts says, I heard her say it was Kayla. I thought, wow. Man,
Yeah, I don't know.
wow. Could you imagine if Nick's got to put up with naked pictures of his wife from Aaron Himholtz on the internet? Jesus Christ, what a fucking nightmare. Ugh.
Yeah, I was actually watching a stream by this guy Chad Zumock, who was covering the fucking Aaron Imholt stream with covering Keith. So it was like a inception of streams. I'm going, what the fuck is? Anyway,
Chad Zumot. Wow.
Yeah.
Who the hell
That's a
is
name,
Chad
right?
Zumach?
Yeah, sure. I know. Yeah. I watch Who Are These Podcasts? All that.
yeah.
Okay. I don't know who it is.
Dave, you would like Who Are These Podcasts? It's a funny show.
I've seen that show on here before. It's like 4 Jersey guys, right? Or New York, Jersey guys. One's from
Buffalo,
Buffalo,
Rochester.
but he's a Buffalo Bills fan. I saw the Buffalo Bills shit in his back.
Yeah.
So we suffered enough.
Let's see.
Oh, dude. Fuck the Bills. No, Aaron said Nick's wife said that he was her soulmate. That's what Aaron said. Aaron said Kayla said that he was her soulmate. Give me a fucking break. I don't know if there's any photos floating around.
I don't
There
think they're
might
on
be.
the internet. They were just shared privately, and now all
So
four of
sharing
them
something
have-
privately can get you hit for.
No, if somebody say if you're
So if I take a picture of a chick that I'm having sex with, right,
and
as a
share it
single
with
guy,
someone else, that's considered revenge porn.
I used to
Really?
work at
Yeah.
What if she volunteered for the photo?
It doesn't matter. She didn't voluntarily. I'm just. I'm not
just-
saying I
don't
agree with
know
the
rules.
law.
I'm asking the question. I don't know.
I'm just saying that's unless she signed a release for it to be published, it's a private photo, and that's what they consider to be revenge porn in a lot of states. Now, I don't know what the constitutionality of that is. If it's, you've got this picture, she let you take the picture, but that's what they actually torpedoed a fucking governor and removed a governor in Missouri over that exact thing. That he was with a girl and took a picture, and there wasn't even proof that he shared it with anybody else, but just that he had this picture. That
So
he
Jay,
was
somebody you worked
Greitens.
with this? Oh, I'm sorry.
That guy Greitens. He was governor of Missouri, and he was a ex-SEAL or something. They ended up having him removed, like impeached him out of the fucking over a fucking revenge porn something. And it turns out it was all bullshit. It was all it was a whole big scandal with some DA in St. Louis went after him and had a crooked fucking investigator and all this stuff, and basically to push him out of office. His name was Tim Greitens, I think, if you want to look it up. But so yeah, there's weird laws when it comes to that. Basically, if you have a picture, even if the girl let you take the picture on your phone, spreading it around to somebody these days is a bad idea.
I had
Dude,
some
I don't even
videos.
work for
I barely even
Photo
talk to women in public. I don't even like to interact. Dude,
Good call,
you're
Dave.
just worried that, like, next thing you know, some cops knock on your door that you sexually assaulted this woman because you said, "How you doing, hun?" Okay. Fuck. I can't. It's too weird.
What were you saying, Jay? It's something at your work?
Oh yeah, no, I used to work at Ritz Camera in the mall. I mean, back in the mid 2000s, and yeah, I mean, sometimes there was some interesting photography there. I mean, it was all consensual, at least the way the pictures looked. But it was just I was just wondering, like, if that could technically be an issue too.
You didn't.
Like any
You mean,
duplicates, Jay?
you mean
No?
you didn't warn these people to clear their hard drives like the quartering did, and because these fucking IT guys are creepos and they'll go through all your files on your hard drive.
No, it was like film cameras.
Film, right? Out of a Kodak.
They're asking
And
you to
then-
develop weird porn shit, huh?
It wasn't porn. It was just like naked ladies, and they were aware and posing, and
Oh,
you know,
okay. So she was
could have
cool
been
with
an art
it.
thing. I mean, I don't know, but like,
Yeah.
it happened a
Thank
couple
God for digital cameras today, huh? Because they
Yeah.
can print them out on their home printers now.
Yeah.
My first wife's lawyer came out to me in the room outside the courthouse before our hearing and said, my client says you have a certain video on your phone and she'd like you to delete it, please. I was like, okay, sure. A little weird. Stupidly, I deleted it. Should have kept it.
What's up, Nicholas?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
There he is.
How are you doing, sir?
Nice to meet you, Jay.
Nice to meet you too.
I do have patience, Nicholas, but this show is trying my patience like a motherfucker.
I have a very different attitude to a lot of people and stuff like that. I'm just, I try to take things as they are instead of what I would like them to be. Not because I think you're wrong and everything, or people are wrong when they complain about stuff, especially people that are like into like Star Wars, Star Trek, and they do a lot of like lore breaking shit. I understand that. I just have absolutely zero desire to waste mental energy on that, on being upset over it and everything. Because I love lore. Like I'm more of like a Star Wars books guy. You know,
The EU
since I was
stuff.
little.
Yeah.
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 If you guys want to discuss this further on steel toe and the tattoos
Yes,
and
I
the
do.
revenge porn and stuff,
Yes.
I have a clip pulled up of, I believe, the scene that caused all this. And then I have a clip. This is from Alyssa Clips. This is the scene where they're talking about the tattoo. So we can watch this, and then we can watch the clip.
Can I finish getting Nicholas's take?
Sorry.
If you want, I'm interested
I
in
do.
what Jim's talking about too.
I do.
Nicholas
I
like it. Well, I'm
like,
just
so
chill and
you don't mind the slow
Yeah.
burn.
No, well, yeah, I really like slow burn kind of stuff. I like more longer stuff. So, like, yeah, the other night when I was saying, you the like introspection, like translating that kind of stuff from like book to screen. It's
Right.
hard.
It's hard.
And I also really appreciate it when it's done well. You know what I mean? So
You don't
again,
find
like,
it a little odd that it seems like nobody really respects any of the kings or queens, that they treat them like shit, just do whatever the fuck they want, and you got
It is
servants
odd.
telling them to go fuck themselves. We're walking out and nobody does anything, and
Yeah, like, okay, so take for instance the ending of last night's episode. I watched it pretty right away. I finally gotten caught up with it. I didn't start watching it until a couple weeks ago finally. But like, the ending, it's unclear, you know. I think I get it, but it was very confusing when he's like flying up there and everything, and it's like, can you even fucking see him? You know,
Right.
like
Right.
who's what? You know, like I honestly, I think it's more. I think they're probably suffering from scenes being cut. Like that's the impression that I was sort of left with, because you can notice that in films sometimes when things sort of jump weird and everything
Mhm.
like that. So that's my.
Didn't you find it
impression of
stranger though that the guy that just got the dragon is a guy that's the one that suckered him out of bringing his big dragon all the way over to the castle, and then he's like 5 miles away and he says, "Oh boy, turn around!" Like, how do you know what's going on at the island? How can you see?
Well, I think, okay, so I understood that. Like how I sort of interpret that is, and again, I'm not going to fault anybody for being a little unclear, because it didn't really, there was no exposition for it at all.
Right.
But I think it's more of him like sort of taking stock a little bit and realizing what his impulsiveness has done before. I mean, because he impulsively let his dragon kill one of the other princes from the blacks, and he willfully fried his brother, the king.
Yeah.
So, and I think he's that, but he wasn't so much danger himself then, you know, but he could have been doing danger to himself there. So especially like if you think about like sociopaths. I know this is a little weird, but you also got to think about it from like a writer's
Well, he's a
perspective.
sociopath.
Who are these
Well,
people?
here-
Yeah,
but
that's
here's
what
a
they
question.
do. That's their behavior.
Here's a question.
They don't
though.
care about other people. They care about themselves. So that's how I interpreted it.
Wouldn't he have been better off attacking then on his big fucking dragon? Because
No, because
none
he
of
has
these
a big
people.
ass slow old dragon.
Yeah, but none of those people know how to fly the fucking dragons.
Neither does he.
No, he's been flying that dragon for 15 years.
Well, okay, he knows how to fly it, but he does not know. Like I'm not sure if it was last episode or the one before that.
He has trouble controlling the dragon because the dragon's got a mind of its own. But what I'm saying is, like, he knows
they
that
don't necessarily
Damon.
know all the commands to do.
He knows that the one he
Any
really
of that-
should be afraid of is Damon, and Damon's at Harrenhal. He's not there. He knows
Well,
that.
does he know that?
He knows.
Oh
it.
yeah, they all know.
He knows
yeah,
that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
this person flying this dragon, obviously he could tell that person didn't know how to fly the fucking dragon. It could barely do anything. They're flying around, didn't even breathe fire or do anything, just flew around like a dipshit and then went back. And then he sees other dragons. Now, the other prince's dragon, his half brother or nephew, basically, dragon's not that big yet. It's only 16, 17 years old. Well, maybe it is big enough that 17 years old.
But it ain't gonna. It doesn't compete with his.
Right. But so he
Right.
could have just started going crazy on them and attacking them because they don't know how to. They don't even know how to command the dragons to breathe fire.
Well, they just heard it in the pit, but I will. If you've like Vagar, I guess is Aemon's dragon, right?
Yeah.
That's the name.
What's up,
A lot of
Doc?
that stuff comes- if you've noticed, every time that he's really gotten like scored a victory is when they've gone up or come down, never straight at. So that you see that like sharks, big animals. That's how they have to use surprise. So I think they're using all of that kind of stuff, all that kind of knowledge, but just not giving any exposition for it, which they probably do need. Yes, Dave. What was that
you
last?
guys keep talking. I'm just showing off the toys I bought yesterday.
What? If I'm talking, I can't concentrate on the toy.
$50 for all of them?
$50 for all of them.
Not bad, man. Not
That's
bad.
not bad.
No, he wanted 155, but it was the end of the day. He's like, oh, I don't want to take him home. I'm like, I was only going to buy 2 or 3 of them. And he goes, no, dude, just keep going. I'll give you a better discount. I'm like, oh, so he says $155. He goes, what about $50? And I go, I was going to offer him 110, but yeah, I'll do 50. Sure. I mean, you know what I'm saying, Jim? I wasn't trying to like.
That's the thing, Dave.
reverse
Always
back.
remember when you're negotiating, the person who speaks first loses.
Wins.
No,
They
the
win.
person who speaks first loses. So if you would have said 110, you would have lost because he said, "Yep, sold."
Yep. Right.
So you let them speak first. Don't
Yeah.
be the one to speak first.
If they say they're willing to trade and they say a pile, you say, oh, how much? And then he's going to have to give you the price, not me offer a price. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
great,
that's-
man. The toy show was great. There were so many good people there. And it's so rushed because it's only one day and there's so many booths, Julio. So you're just like, oh my God, we got to hurry. We got to get to the next one. But if I see another fucking Star Wars toy or a G.I. Joe toy, I'm just going to blow my brains out because, oh my God.
A
You would
real
think,
American
these things are
hero.
rare, but there's so
G.I.
many.
Joe.
There's so many G.I. Joe toys. There's so many Star Wars toys. You're like, why are these things valuable? Everybody has them. Like
They don't have
everybody.
mint ones in the box stuff like a mint, like a flag.
Dude, but they're
The
selling
USS
them
flag
like
in a
crazy
box
at the
is worth
show.
thousands of dollars.
It seems weird to me to buy something that you like and never open it. But that's just, I get it. But that's
Well,
just,
it's funny, like, you know, the G.I. Joe figures they're worth money, but the fucking guns and the accessories with all those toys, like my wife gets those. If she sells a toy for $10, she'll sell the bag of toys for 40. That's the difference.
Well, because everybody loses the accessories.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. No, Ben, that's not true. There's plenty of Star Trek shit out there too. You goddamn Austrian. Go hail Hitler. All right. All right. Here we go.
oh,
I love you, Ben.
All right.
So this is who clipped
This is Gino Bisconti. This is from Alyssa Clips. This is Gino Bisconti, and this is Dickface Aaron.
Guys, real quick before you start, I'm gonna dip out.
Oh, he doesn't want to be involved in this. That's cool.
No, I gotta pass out.
You're gonna pass out.
Yeah, got work tomorrow.
Have
All
you
right,
ever
buddy.
seen Justified?
you work at night?
I've seen parts of it. No, I work in the morning. I gotta be up for like 7, or be there for 7. Justified, no, but I like Timothy Oliphant. I mean, I've seen like scenes from it, and I've heard nothing but good things. So I'd be
All right,
happy
cool.
to watch it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Watch it.
We're
We're gonna do a show on it.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna anybody that wants to join us for a weekly Justified review show, start watching. It'll be in 2 weeks. Huh?
Man, tell me the day. I've seen the show twice.
Oh, you got to
through.
watch the episodes per week. So that
No,
you
I know.
what the fuck
You
we're
gotta tell me
talking
what day
about.
you're going to do the stream, though, if you
Monday
don't mind.
nights, just like House of the Dragon.
Oh, all right.
It'll be Monday night. This is our review night. This is our media review stuff. So we're gonna do Justified. I think you can watch it on a streaming service, guys.
It's on Peacock.
It is on Peacock. Are you a sub?
Oh, perfect.
If you're a sub, then you can watch them in order. That's even better. It's like if you watch it on Tubi, they're not in order. They're just on all the time, so you don't know where the hell you're at when you watch a show. So, the Earth needs to expand just a little bit more, Dan. And once it expands, gyms will be available in a box. All right, so let's listen to this. I don't know.
Take it easy,
anybody-
Jay.
Good one, man.
Why does
Have a good
anybody
night,
care? See you, Jay. Thanks for joining, bud. See you next
Yeah,
week.
thanks for having me.
You bet. Hey. Oh, never mind. He better watch the fucking final episode.
Nuclear Poultry on YouTube.
What's that?
I said Nuclear Poultry on YouTube.
Oh yeah, Nuclear Poultry
I'm gonna
Products.
shout him out.
Yes. Yeah. So this guy here, this Aaron M. Holtz guy, he begs for $250 a show, Jim. Is that what it is? $295 or what?
295 or 300. Yeah, he does this thing, and if you want, I'll find one of those when he doesn't make it because it's fucking funny.
It's amazing. Hey, we're running out of time. Let's do a rally. Come on, let's rally.
Oh fuck!
And-
Well, looks like we suck today. We ain't gonna make it.
If people, he thinks that he's so good that when he gets at 300, that it's going to give him another 30 minutes of airtime. That's what people want. They probably would give him 300 if he stopped 30 minutes quicker. Like, hey, you get me 300 and I'll stop 30 minutes quicker. He'd probably make it every time.
Does he actually have fans or just trolls?
He didn't really have that many fans. He got some fans when he started like trying to glom on to Nick. He's been trying to glom on to a bunch of people. He tried to glom on to Compound Media and Anthony Cumia. He really wants to be this guy, Anthony Cumia, from the Opie and Anthony show. That's his like dream. But you know, he's
we all,
you know, well,
who's the guy on the right?
Gino Biscotti. He's a comedian. He's been on a bunch of stuff. He's got
so
a show.
Him and
Used to
Gino
have a
are
show.
actually having a conversation here, or is he just commenting on a Gino video?
Yeah. No, this is him and Gino together. Like they before the whole Ricada thing, he was trying to like get in with Gino and Keanu and like invited them, bought like tickets and everything.
Keanu's the chick that Julio doesn't like.
Yes.
I don't care for her content. I don't know
her. Her content is not the greatest, but she's actually funny. Like I've seen her perform stand up.
Funny live.
She's funny live in stand up. She was actually.
That's fake news. Women aren't funny live or in.
Well, she was funnier than Chrissy Mayer. How's that?
We're on tape.
Hot take.
I never really followed everybody, like especially I never really followed many of the Compound Media people or anything like that. But over the last couple of years, it always seemed like everybody was more interested in talking to April than him. Like, because I never really saw him until.
Well, I think he used April to get into places.
Yeah,
you know, like he used April to get into the Chrissy Mayer thing to get him into Gino. He used
because she wasn't.
I don't know
before they got married, right? He got her into streaming, isn't that?
He had a radio show on a small radio station in Minnesota that got canceled because he did something to someone, like maybe sexually harassed someone or something.
Women are funny sometimes.
Only when they're laughing at my jokes, not when they make their own.
So let's hear. This is not very long. This is only a minute and a half. So let's see.
Oh, that's
Dirty Ho with 199 says, "How nice was Kayla's rack? She was beautiful." I'll say that she was a beautiful.
But the tattoo on the right tit. Not a fan of tattoos on the tit.
Oh, the rosebud or whatever that was.
I just saw part of it in the mugshot. What? Come on.
Hold on a second. Pause it.
Please.
Pause it.
So here's where Aaron is going to send Gino the picture.
You remember that gay guy from back in the 80s?
From
the playwright guy had that movie with Matthew Broderick about a gay couple back in the 80s. He's a very flamboyant kind of guy.
It's not Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, Harvey Firestein?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, there you go.
Gino looks like Harvey Firestein. Yeah, maybe.
I've never listened to this. I've heard of this guy a bunch, but I've never heard him before until now. So.
Okay. So
yeah, Harvey Firestein.
So here's where I doubt Aaron. First thing, they say something about the tits. He says they're beautiful. They're beautiful. She's a beautiful lady, and he says that tattoo. And Aaron's like, what? Like, you mean that rosebud thing? Like you would remember if you saw that and you were playing with those titties for a while. You'd yeah, that fucking
like Orson Welles rosebud.
That fucking Winnie the Pooh tattoo. Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, of course. But he was confused, like tattoo. Oh, that rosebud thing. And this is where he's sending a picture, you're saying, Jim?
Well, he immediately grabbed his phone, and I think this is where let's watch.
I can say this because I'm a supermodel. You know, I can judge other people.
Is that John
I'm just saying, not a fan of the tattoo on the.
No, that's Gino Visconti.
That's John Turturro. That's John Turturro.
He's just your average New Jersey guinea.
Yeah, that's John Turturro right there. I love John Turturro.
Funny,
he was funny. I like John Turturro. He was good.
That's all.
I mean, that's that I understand, Gino, and that's.
I'm not saying like if a hot chick like her had a tattoo on her tit, I'm like, no, yeah. Just saying, what your thoughts on that? The big old tattoo on the tit.
Well, here, give me 1 second here.
Oh, here we go. And what is it while you're looking about that? Like Kiana has tattoos, and I don't know if you'd noticed this. Nuts about the girl, love her, greatest thing ever.
Check.
Like,
keep your.
What's that? But there are women I've seen that I've known over a course of time that I thought they were hot and they had no tattoos. and then they got a shit ton of tattoos, and I'm like, I don't like that, you know.
I hear you. I'm just trying to get something.
So it's raining, right? Raining in Minnesota.
Yes, it's raining in Minnesota.
Somebody in the chat put in Gino's defense, he's used to having Frankie give him the weather. Thank you, Eaton. Thank you, Eaton Clams. Great line.
One eternity later.
Had to check my text. By the way,
did you check?
I like tattoos more than I think.
Your boy didn't do too bad, did he?
He's a fucking
Look,
asshole,
it wasn't the
Jim.
best. It wasn't the healthiest decision I've ever made, but goddamn.
How old is this clip?
I don't know. Recent. Well, no, it's got to be about a. It's got to be. Sorry, it's got to be a month. It's got to be a month old at least because he stopped streaming with Aaron about a month ago.
Oh, he stopped. He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah,
Because
it's
it turns out because they found out about Aaron choking and headbutting April and about there's finally April told Keanu why she left.
But this is weird. Like, so Gino is going to respect Aaron for having sex with Nick's wife because he said, "I'm your boy." Like, that's what he just said. He just said, "Your boy did all right," right? Like,
and here's a clip talking about the. Oh, so I guess someone here.
Can from Lexi,
this is
can your
Game of
wife go
Thrones
after
season
Aaron
4,
for
Andy
revenge
Campbell. That's what we're
porn?
watching.
I didn't catch
from
this.
Lexi, can your wife go after Aaron for revenge corn?
It's more about can the state do that? That's up to the state.
Okay, Fletcher boy,
So you heard it there. It's up to the state, and in which case, it looks like that might be the thing that Aaron goes down for is revenge porn. Now, what is the charges? Real quick, before we fucking bounce out of here,
Who is
no
this
pun
guy?
intended.
It would seem like a confirmation of it.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. It's a clip off of Alyssa Clip, so I don't know.
Win by 2
This
radio.
sort of revenge porn is usually a gross misdemeanor, which can result in a fine up to $3,000 and up to 1 year in jail. Oh, wrong sound drop. However, if certain circumstances are met, the charge can be elevated to a felony, which can result in up to 5 years in prison and a fine up to $10,000. The defendant intends to profit from this distribution.
Alyssa doesn't generally do that.
This guy's background is fucking amazing. I gotta say.
I love it. I love how he's sitting
Went all out.
sideways and the screen is behind him. Like what
Oh,
he's
this is-
showing is behind
I guess
him.
this guy is Win by 2 Radio.
Got a
But
big
he
giant
looks like
screen
he
watch
looks like a
YouTube.
midget. As he looks like a really he looks like a midget. He looks stunted. Like did you get that feeling, Julio? Like he looks really tiny.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort. Put some thought.
Are we? Is that it? Is it over?
a Saint, I believe she said Saint Cloud
Oh,
PD.
Jim, here's why I
Saint
hate
Cloud
women.
PD. Isn't that interesting?
Don't objectify women. Yeah. Let's just show the cleavage off every time we can. But don't look at me too hard.
Let me put my glasses on. to see the cleavage.
Yeah, and this is the nerdy school teacher look, right? This is the nerdy school teacher look.
Right, with
She
fake
knows-
glasses.
she's hoping that the 15-year-old boys will find this shit.
For Gino, though, outkicking his coverage. I will say that for Gino.
Yeah.
Well, we will not watch 12 minutes of this, Ben Togel.
No,
I'll turn on
I-
Eric
I-
Debunks telling us why Eric July is boring. He made a video called "Why Eric July is Boring."
That's fine. I just wanted. She talks about the police contacting her and Gino about the picture.
Well, I want to hear that. I don't want to watch 12 minutes of it though.
Who do we know in St. Cloud? Where is St. Cloud? Oh yeah, that's where Aaron Nimholt lives. So
What was that
Minnesota,
accent?
lovely lady, police officer, I won't even say her name, goes, I'm calling to ask Gino, you, if and I'm just in the car, so the speakerphone is on. I'm calling
Land
to
the
ask
plane.
about the nude photo that was sent to you by Aaron Imholt of Kayla Ricada. And he he goes, whoa, wait, but like, is that, revenge porn or what? She's like, I just need you to describe it. And then he goes, it was a photo of a naked woman. And then Gino is so funny. He's like, but I want you to know.
Get to the point.
All four of these people are assholes. They're all fucking assholes. Aaron's an asshole. Nick's an asshole. Kayla's an asshole. And April is even an asshole. Like, they're all assholes. I don't even know Nick and Kayla, but guns, drugs, and kids. And I don't want to bro out with Aaron. And he was trying to be a bro, but we're disgusted by the whole thing. It was a picture of a naked woman. And she's like, well, is her face in it? He was like, yes. And then he goes, I'm sorry, officer. I'm sure you understand. And then she's kind of laughing. She's going like, this is a different case entirely. I understand your frustration with everything else that's going on, I guess. But just to these facts, he sent this to you and you showed it to your wife or what have you. She said wife. And then you went, my fiance. And then, and could you see her face in it? And can you describe it? And he said it was a naked chick with tattoos. Yes, it was. And it was Kayla, from what I know from pictures I've seen of her. And then she goes, okay. All right. And, I sort of knew that was going to happen because after I suppose I said on my show about Dearest Toe sending that photo to Gino, because I remember the exact moment when he sent it to him on the stream, and I saw a clip of it somewhere.
I think this could have been
I just
like
got to
2
get some
minutes long
information
and
and blah, 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 blah. That's what the police people said. And I got to call your
House of the
wife as
Dragon.
well. And then I went,
Yeah.
I'm right here. I'm fiance, but yes, I'm right here. And she was like, oh my God. Then we're making jokes. We're cool in our heels. We're laughing, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, so I was watching your talk show. And I did see
Why is that funny? That's what you're doing, bitch. You're talking on a show. See,
Aaron
that's why
had
women
sent
aren't
a
funny.
photo
You're
to
fucking
Gino,
dumb.
a naked photo of Kayla. Can you describe it? I said it was a naked lady standing
because they're
in a
stupid.
house.
That's why everybody
that was,
does everything.
Kayla, just standing there, completely nude. And then there was a moment on a Rumble Friday where after he sends it to Gino, he goes,
Oh my God!
Aaron,
Shut
the
up!
Dragon
your
House
boy
of the
didn't do
Dragon
too
House.
bad, did he?
Oh,
Right.
Jim,
Right.
the torture's got to stop. She's funding.
So after I
This
suppose
should have
April,
took about 40 seconds.
Now, but here I wonder, because the statute says if you share the photo in a way
Hold
to
on,
try
hold
and
on,
make
hold on.
Shut up!
God damn it, Kayla or Keanu, shut the fuck up. She could have did this in 45 seconds. My fucking boyfriend got a goddamn picture of Kayla Ricada from some dickhead, Mrs. Cop. Not 11 minutes of her smoking a cigarette with her tits hanging out. But go ahead, Jim.
What?
Well, I was saying that statute that the guy showed earlier said it was a gross misdemeanor unless it's done for profit. I wonder if they're going to try and say because he did it,
profit.
if he tried to do it on his show
Yes.
and sent it to him and it's on the show, even though they didn't show it, they sent the picture on the show to make money for content, that becomes a felony.
I think everybody's following the money here. Aaron's trying to bite off of Nick. These two, this chick and Gino, who I like and is very funny, was getting paid by Anthony to be his buddy for ages, and now he's got nothing. So
Yeah, the show was a good show. I mean,
I love the show.
In Hot Water was a good show.
Hilarious. Yeah. Gino's,
basically that network was. I mean, but then again, the dump that led into it was pretty good too. Steve was good, and
just didn't have enough.
the whole thing. The whole thing was the whole vibe with the booth and the guys and the back and forth, the give and take that went on was great.
Yeah, but I think Anthony was paying them more than they were bringing.
Oh, he was paying them a lot of money.
Yes.
You know, he was making a lot of money, but he was paying them a lot of money.
Right.
You know?
So now
Well,
Sugar Daddy's gone.
But okay, so let me ask you a question, Jim. So like Alyssa Clip's clip set, isn't she profiting from the transfer of?
But she didn't send a picture. It's the person who
No, but
distributes.
she's promoting the sending of it.
I don't know.
Like
I mean,
it's
it'd be
weird.
kinda,
Like,
but see, the law would have to be like, where was the photo? The photo was transferred. Actually, it might even be a federal crime because there is a federal revenge porn law, and he sent that from Minnesota
across
to New
state
York.
lines.
Yes.
Yep. Electronic
So who
transmission
knows?
of porn.
Yeah.
But again, you have to classify it as porn, and the judges have said they'll know it when they see it. Not every.
Well, no, revenge porn is very defined as any type of
a naked tit.
Anything. No, she said it was a completely naked person.
Is that porn? Are they in the act
Well,
of
it would be
fucking?
considered revenge porn.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really say in the laws. I've never read the law, but I can almost guarantee you it does not say pornography as a description of the content. It's most likely you're going to go into a very.
It's going to say, like, it'll say, like,
statement.
sexual or in some state of undress.
Invasion of privacy, something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. You know, I mean, which is very odd, too, because anybody who is interested in pictures of the person on the screen right now could find them online all over the place.
But she's not denying that either, though. She's not like saying that.
No. I'm just saying, but this whole they're acting like it's weird. You know, like she's acting like, oh, this picture of this person got sent. Like,
Of course she is. She's trying to get super chats or whatever the fuck she's trying to do while she
Dude,
can.
I think it's weird that Kayla would let herself.
I was
do
a little
that.
disappointed when I saw hers. Not knocking her too hard. I was a little disappointed along.
I'm disappointed in Lady Rackets putting herself in that position. If she did, if it was truly her, like
life takes you some way sometimes, and you.
I mean, it could. Who knows? Maybe it was a picture that.
Dude,
maybe it was a picture that.
Man, it's Aaron M. Holt. Look, we're talking about Aaron.
okay.
It's not like it's a cool guy. It's Aaron.
Maybe let's hold on a second. Maybe it was a picture that April took that Aaron got a hold of.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Like
I would actually
even
think.
then, why would you trust her to take
Who
that
knows?
picture
Maybe
with a husband like
who knows?
him?
Girls are weird. They do weird stuff like with each other, and they want to compare their things and stuff and places and dresses, and they go to the bathroom together all the time, and they're always doing weird. I don't. Who knows what they do in there?
This is how you can tell Nick is. This is how you can tell Nick is still 40. He puts himself in bad places.
Dave,
You
one of the
don't.
first times I was on your stream, this was, who knows, a couple months ago, I said, I blame April for all this. And I'm standing by that.
No, I blame
Who's
her
the
husband.
Jezebel and all this.
No.
my
Her husband put her in that position.
Okay.
If her husband gave a fuck about her, he wouldn't have let her flirt on the Chrissy Mayer show or let her flirt at the fucking comedy show. But he knew what he wanted. He wanted all this attention.
You're both right.
Yeah.
You're both
Now,
There's blame to go around. There's blame to go around.
April didn't
again-
get with Aaron because she thinks he's a cool guy.
No, right?
But he was a radio DJ, and she's from small town Minnesota too. Let's not forget that she's not like some big city girl. She was easily
she saw a
taken
meal
in by
ticket.
this guy on the radio. Like
She didn't like him.
Yeah, she thought Aaron was famous when she met
right,
him
she thought he was fucking famous
because
guys,
he's on the radio.
Yeah, let's not forget we're talking about Midwest Minnesota, like Minnesota.
It's okay, yeah.
The biggest fucking
He's a
biggest
big
thrill they
name there,
get
eh?
is fucking snowboarding in 12 feet of snow every goddamn year.
She might say that. No, he viewed him as a meal ticket.
He
She
has
doesn't like him.
he has his own reserved booth at Stoney's, eh?
And he outkicked his coverage with her. She's actually a pretty girl.
Very
Yeah,
Yeah.
even after all the drug use. Ben Togel sent me a picture of her on Instagram. She looks fucking great.
Really?
Like
Yeah, I really don't think any
2
of
weeks
them.
ago.
I don't think April or Nick were actually on the hard drugs for very long. I think it really was probably like about a 6 or a 9 month thing, just from going by what I saw.
But according to Cody, he's known for 2 years, and his brother has died, and he still got fucking drunk as shit and passed out in a fucking hotel room bed with his girlfriend and threw up on her. So
Everybody's got stories.
he
You know what
had
I mean?
her back, or he had Nick's back. He cared so much about Nick. He cared. Oh, that piece of shit. I'm drinking
I
honey
never
wine,
heard any of
guys.
this
I
stuff.
feel so gay tonight. What'd you say, Nick?
I've never actually really heard much of this stuff because I just haven't really been watching much of them.
So Cody did some streams right after Nick got in trouble. And he said that he's known for at least 2 years that Nick's had a problem. But he hasn't hung out with Nick for more than a year. I mean, we've tracked the whole Nick-Cody relationship. It's been less than a year where they started streaming together and all this stuff. Cody went to Vegas with them last February, and then went to Nashville in August. But when he was in Vegas with Nick, he got so drunk that he threw up in his bed with his girlfriend there. Nick was so drunk that he was telling Cody that he wants to hang out with the prostitutes at 6 o'clock in the morning in front of the MGM Grand. And Cody said, "Hey, dude, they're toothless, and I'm going to bed." This is what Cody said, and I knew he had a problem. But you kept bringing him on your stream after the Vegas show at least twice a week, 3 times a month, right, Jim? He was doing that consistently because Cody's guests kept dropping off and Nick would show up. And you know what they would do? They would drink and fucking do that fight milk and all that shit every time Nick was on. And then Cody would come on Friday night and get drunk. But Cody really cared about Nick's well-being. He really cared.
Why would you put that out there? Has always been my problem.
Right.
It's a private conversation. You had it with a couple of chicks at a wedding. You went to a bar in Vegas. You got to put it on stream. If you're concerned about your friend, you talk to your friend.
It goes back to that whole thing about with Anna's wedding and what he heard, and it's like, what the fuck, man?
Well, what the heck was this?
And a
Did he
toothless
say all that
hooker in the
before or
MGM
after he streamed with
After. It was never before. He never had concern. Like, you do know they were going to do an intervention the day before Nick got arrested.
Like the Sopranos?
All these YouTubers had decided they're going to go do an intervention with Nick. Oh, by the way, he got arrested. Sorry, it didn't happen. Very convenient thing for all these fucking faggots to say that bullshit. And that's why I lost respect for
even
all
before he got arrested, the EVS had talked about it before he was arrested. The people were
EVS was concerned he was so goddamn skinny. He's like, dude, eat some fucking food. Just eat. Like, he didn't mind Nick getting drunk. Like, that's a thing. Like, hey, if you're gonna drink, but goddamn, you got to eat, dude. Like,
I think
I mentioned a couple times to my wife when we're watching Nick. I'm like, Nick is really fucking skinny. Like, he's really skinny. And I met him in person, and he's my height. I was like, God damn, he's like paper thin. But he wasn't coked out or anything. He was just, but he said he wanted to lose weight. Jim, he actually said those words. I want to lose some weight.
Well, that's because there was a stream where he did something. He bent over in his belly.
He had the guns, right?
He had the gun, and he was like, "Oh,
turned
fuck
around
this."
to get a bottle of bourbon, the Whistle Pig or whatever, and the chat went crazy. And he's like, "Oh, you know what? You're right. I do have a little belly. You're 40, dude. You're allowed to have a belly. You got 5 kids, dude. You're allowed to have a little belly." I mean, Julio's thinking about his fucking DoorDash order right now.
I've heard models say they start heroin to lose weight. Maybe that's what he did.
No, I'm thinking about some friends I had when I was younger who had real problems, like losing weight and things like that.
Sure.
I would never put that shit on blast. I talked to my friends'
The cat
parents,
painting, okay. The cat
those
painting.
people, and then you know, so if they listen, they listen. If they don't, you know, there's nothing you can do.
And Nick is right, though. Eat less. That's the magic to losing weight.
Drink water, eat less, move more. There.
Eat less. Just eat less. Like, exercise don't matter. The only reason exercise would matter if you're not eating less. If you want to eat the same, that's fine, but burn a bunch of calories so that you still have an offset at the end of the day.
We should do treadmill cast on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
There's
Wake up on Wednesday morning and just throw the camera over there.
Yep.
I hate this shit. I don't believe it, Ben. I like the cocaine matters thing. Nah, like he's right. Like I'm the fucking poster child for eating less. That's what it is. Just I ate less. In 10 months, I lost 140 pounds. I don't know what to tell you. It happened.
Amazing.
Now I did walk on the treadmill every day for 20 minutes, but that doesn't make up for just eating 1,500 calories a day and no more for 10 months straight. Dude, you will drop some poundage really fucking fast because once it starts, it keeps going and going. And you're like, holy shit, you go from 340, you're like, oh, 320, like in 2 months. And then next month you're like 290. You're like, holy shit, I broke the 300 mark.
I hear you. I've gained
Booze
25
is not good for
pounds.
losing weight. Booze makes you gain
No.
weight.
Nope.
It sucks. Like you're so bloated and it holds in your fucking like since I've been streaming and I drink, like I've probably gained like 10 pounds just from the booze. When I don't drink for a week on streams, I'll lose 5 pounds, no problem. But you know what? I'm 56. I'm gonna have a drink.
I just
Probably
go
not
wild
meat
as shit
again.
if I
I
drink.
never had honey. I never had
What's
my
that,
wife
Nick?
gets huh?
I was saying I go wild as shit if I drink. Like I
Mm.
go straight manic. Especially
Really?
if I haven't drinking in a couple years or something like that, and I'm like out and like excited.
What if you just have a bourbon on a live stream talking to your boys? Would you go manic?
No, not like
You just
that.
have a
But
good time talking.
I just
man.
don't generally like drinking.
Oh,
I mean,
are
I
you in
did
your
a lot when I was
40s,
younger.
Nick?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm 45.
I didn't drink until I was 54. From 26 to
Yeah.
54, I took
crazy.
a 28-year hiatus because I raised my kids. And then I watched Nick when I was 54, and he talked about bourbon one night. I was like, oh, man, that sounds good. Now it's a year and a half later. I'm like, yeah, I really like this bourbon stuff. But I never drank in my 30s, 40s at all. Never a drop. Never have done any pot or any drugs at all. So I was never on anything for years and years and years. And I still gained a ton of weight because one thing I will say when I do drink, I don't eat. Like I ate dinner at 5:30. I will not eat again tonight. I'll go to bed and I'll wake up tomorrow and probably not eat till like noon or some shit when I get done with my I have to go to Wisconsin tomorrow and do training, Jim. You know where I was at today, Jim? Zion, Illinois. You know where that is?
Oh, Zion, yeah.
Fuck, dude, that's like 2.5 hours from my house north.
That's like almost right at the border, right? Of Wisconsin?
Yes. And then tomorrow I have to go into Wisconsin, and then
Isn't there
Wednesday I
like
got to
a car museum right there. Some kind of old car museum.
I don't know. I don't care. I had to go to some electric company or electric not company, but electrician company. And then Wednesday I got to go back to Wisconsin to the University of Milwaukee and Madison and do training. So a lot of driving this week.
I don't
A lot.
Family, partying, and job. And I can't juggle 3 things at a time. It gets old. Now I don't have a family, so I can juggle the 2.
Sure. Yeah.
Careful.
I just never wanted my kids to see me drunk in front. I never wanted my kids to see me drunk when they were growing up. That's why I didn't do it, because I got to see my parents drunk and it wasn't fun. So I didn't want to ever do that to my kids and maybe do something that my dad and mom did that I wouldn't want me and my wife to do. So that's why I didn't do it forever. Some people learn from their parents' mistakes and some people repeat them.
That's
I
pretty much
decided
what
to
my
learn
dad
from them.
did.
Huh?
My dad did the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't even find out until I was an adult already that my dad had drank a lot, right when he met my mother, and like to the point of like carrying a bottle under the seat and everything like that. I mean, it was the 70s,
Sure,
and everything, so it was a little different time. But yeah. But then I saw him drink beers every once in a while. Like I get the sip of the foam and everything every once in a while. But I never saw my father drink or be drunk. Actually, I still haven't. I've never seen my father drunk.
Yeah,
So
it's
why
like
would you think that somebody who told you that your father had a drinking problem, why would you believe them? Like, who told you that?
no, his dad
My
probably told
mother.
him. Like,
My
yeah,
mother.
his
No, my
mother.
mother.
I knew that was the answer. I was just asking.
So like,
What's
Yeah,
that?
she told me it's like he did. I mean, it's like but like he just
he chose being sober
chose
over drinking.
Yeah.
Over his family over drinking. Yeah. So
not
like,
really. I wouldn't say problem, but he was doing it a lot.
right.
Kind
So
of thing.
I met my wife in a bar, and when we started dating, we partied all the time. And then she got pregnant, or we got engaged, we got married, and then like literally a month after we got married, she was pregnant, and it was over. No more drinking. because she couldn't drink while she was pregnant. Well, if she's not going to drink, I'm not going to go to the bar. And then never for like 28 years, never drink at all together. So it's okay. I mean, I don't regret it, dude, because I make a lot of bad choices when I was a young guy drinking, like a lot of bad choices, like maybe doing stuff I shouldn't be doing when you have a girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like the night I met my wife, I had a girl with me at the bar, but I was drinking and I liked my wife better than the girl I was with. So I dumped the other girl. So, yes, pregnant after marriage. When Peter, we're not sure it was before or after, but thank God we got married before we found out. He was born like exactly 9 months after we were married. So, hey, ask the women in the 50s and 60s. They smoked and drank, and I think we turned out okay, Jim. Women, you know what I'm saying? Jim's lost.
No, that's something. Hold on.
My first wife's.
Do you not agree?
mother's
Like
doctor.
women in the 50s and 60s drank and smoked when they were pregnant, and kids
That's
turned
right.
out okay.
My mom smoked when she was pregnant with me. I took
So
out
did mine.
fine.
Yeah,
My mother quit during her pregnancies.
she did. She knew better, or she was, or
Yeah,
she just
she'll be
didn't.
turning 70 next year.
Sometimes it's craving too. Like they just don't crave things, right? Like it's weird. Like women, like I would, man. Could you imagine who they were giving birth? Holy fuck!
No thanks.
What
So
a
this
nightmare.
is that guy Josh Gad. He's part of the White Dudes for Harris. But there's a part here that you just got to hear. That's well, this is the energy they're
Okay,
bringing.
so first of all, Jim, this is exactly who you would expect to be for White Dudes for Harris.
Well, yeah, but just wait. Just wait.
On the night of Tuesday, November 8th, 2016, I stood over my kid's bed.
His mic sucks.
And I wept. I wept because I felt like I let them down. I wept because they had the chance, and we had the chance, to have a female president for the first time in our
Why
lives.
is this guy getting
and
such big
in
donations?
the history of this nation.
That's not. It's
And
supposedly
instead,
donations. It's probably all fucking
we put a man
funneled
in
money that
office
they're stealing from someone.
who not only disdains women, but
So yeah, so he cried because Hillary lost, because we could have had a woman, and that would have just made everything so much better. Just a woman, doesn't matter what woman, just any woman.
Is there anything
seriously?
real about this, Jim? Do you think?
No, it's
gotta be
totally
fake.
astroturfed and fake.
There's no way.
No, yeah,
he
it's known to be.
He says he didn't do all he says he didn't do all he could to make it happen. What's he talking about?
Yeah. So and here's the guy who organized. This is the organizer.
Happens at the same time.
This is the organizer of White Dudes for Harris. Okay.
Not pride anymore.
As the myths around America that we grew up with, that
exactly
we
like
as
you
men
would
are
expect.
expected to be protectors and providers, are going out into an economy that doesn't really allow for that, especially for working class folks. And sort of like compounding on that, masculinity as a trope has been co-opted by the.
Do you notice he has the same beard as Jack Murphy? It's the dark and the
Dude,
white,
don't talk-
the light
don't-
in the center.
Don't tell me about your masculinity, dude. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
I don't like
This
that
is
he jumped.
Jack
up
Murphy
and
Jr.
stroked in there.
I would vote for Taylor Swift for president over this dude for president. Are you? Oh my
No,
god!
this is the Oh
I
look.
don't say anything good.
No, just all bullshit. This is so. That's why we have to have a woman. We can do this because cisgender and the BIPOC and us people are getting hurt. They're hurt the worst by everything, and we're white, so we can take it. Isn't that racist in and of itself to say? That these other people are unable to take what we can take because we're white.
I think the whole reason why this is all happening, because this wouldn't have happened 4 years ago. That kind of organizing campaign, because that's official. I think that's coming directly from the Harris.
No, it is.
campaign.
This is all coming from the Harris campaign.
Yeah, organized directly by them. And they wouldn't have done that 4 years ago. They definitely
No.
didn't do it 12 years ago. Like we specifically talked against this kind of shit 12 years ago, doing this
Yeah.
kind
Want
of
to see
stuff.
April
You
from
know.
a week ago? That's
mean,
April.
Pretty.
Yeah. Where's she
I've
at?
never seen. Looks nice.
Like, is that Ricada's house? Like, I've never seen.
No,
any
that's
nicer than
somewhere.
Ricada's
That's
house.
no, that's some, like
Like
no,
a
it's
lot-
like some kind of coffee shop or something somewhere because these are
Oh yeah, you see all the mixers back there. Yeah.
So, but this is their latest thing. Their talking point is just to call everyone weird. That they're weird.
Yeah, JD Vance is weird. That's their
They're
thing.
weird. They're weird.
He's a little weird.
He's weird. These
I'm
people
gonna
are
say that.
weird.
Thanks, Ben.
They're trying to act like bullies.
Yeah. So.
Well, they have the young
are
kids.
saying, well, it's just plain weird.
These guys are just weird. That's where they are.
As weird and creepy as JD Vance. Super weird idea from JD Vance.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's quite weird. They're just plain weird.
Just plain weird. Just plain weird.
That stuff is weird. They come across weird and then they start being weird. Yeah, they're weird.
Being a really weird.
He's such a weirdo.
Donald Trump and his weirdo running mate, they're weird. Deeply and profoundly weird. They are weird.
These Republicans just being weird. It's just weird. It's really weird.
Republican weirdness goes even deeper.
He said a lot of things that are weird, a weird style that he brings, weird policies. Let's start with the weird thing, because it is a thing.
Just plain weird.
What was weird
Oh
was
my
talking
God.
about Diet Mountain Dew. Who drinks Diet Mountain Dew?
You ever seen the guy laugh? That seems very weird to me that an adult can go through 6.5 years of being in the public eye. If he has laughed, it's at someone, not with someone. That is weird behavior.
Weird and cultish.
These are weird people on the other side.
Kind of doubled down on his weird ideas. I think weird is probably generous. Simply weird. These guys are just plain weird. Vance as weird? You know, as the campaign said, weird.
It really is just plain weird.
JD Vance, plain weird.
I mean, I don't know how else you could read it.
Weird. It is kind of weird.
We're not afraid of weird people. The other side, they're just weird. Why are you being so weird?
Every Monday morning to talk about their fucking talking. Like this is
all these people get the talking points come out from the DNC campaign, and they all repeat them.
That's what I was going to ask.
Nonstop.
In about February or March, they start sending out daily talking point emails very early in the morning.
But that's weird. Let's
That's
see.
where, like, that website
Here's the
talking
worst part,
points
guys.
memo.
All these
That's
fucking
literally what
assholes
it's
that are
called.
saying he's weird. Watch this fucking movie.
When they send it out.
Yeah, JD Vance is weird, but this is normal.
Because like even 12 years ago, I mean, when they would send it out, you'd have all your talking points, and then you'd have your social
like
media
Diet Mountain Dew,
templates
Chris. Diet
and
Mountain
everything.
Dew's
Like
good.
the DNC was doing all your graphic design for you.
This ain't
everything.
weird. This ain't weird.
No, that's normal. That's like the Paris Olympics.
Yeah, there's JD Vance being weird.
So how quick can you turn around something like that, Nicholas? Like if you want to go,
You can't.
weird's a new keyword.
No,
Does
you
it take
can't.
A month,
It's
2 months.
Immediately. You
No,
just
they
repeat
come out
it
right away.
in the
They just
email
repeat
over
it.
and over again. You just repeat it in your talking points memo.
No, that's where you
over and over
turn this
again.
around.
They'll fucking
Yeah.
get the point immediately because all these people have already gone through training. They've already gone through media training.
Look at that.
That's literally part of it. Before somebody can start speaking on behalf of the campaign,
There's a
they have to go
Democrat.
through media
Oh
training.
wow,
They're
There's a
told what to expect.
Democrat. That's weird.
What's
Weird.
media training? I mean, how?
They're
No,
telling
what
you how to deal with media.
Jim,
They're telling you
answer.
without
Go ahead.
actually necessarily spelling everything out all the time. Because I mean, it's a slimy business, and it's the same way in PR and everything like that. Everyone talks around issues, but they're giving you a lot of direct training on how you talk to the media, what kind of questions you can answer if you do talk to the media, what stuff that you definitely have to avoid, stuff like that. But they're also giving you little hints of like, this is how we usually do it. So that's how they start getting that coded. So it's not like it's like surreptitious. They're trying to do it. It's just straightforward without being caught literally saying, if we say this, you have to say that. I mean,
And JD or Nicholas
weird.
knows because he worked for the Democratic National Campaign. Yeah, so
I'm asking him. Yeah.
and JD Vance can't fight against this. There's nothing he can do to stop this fucking shit show that they're saying. He just hopes enough voters on the right aren't listening, because most aren't listening to MSNBC or CNN. they're all worried about the independents. They're all because they all know who's on the side of the side, but it's that 20% in the middle there, Nicholas, that have to swing the vote either way.
And this is what the Harris campaign is putting out. She's not a weirdo. See, she's a Captain
superhero?
America. Yeah,
Blacked America, huh?
What it is, I think, it's just all of these. They were going so well with Biden. They're actually doing perfectly fine with Biden's campaign, obviously up until the debate. But I mean, everything that the campaign with itself doing was perfectly normal. It was fine. It was traditional. Whether you agree with it or not, it's obviously a different story. But once it started happening, they're literally throwing the kitchen sink, and they have to. I mean, they're getting started this late and everything. They have to dial shit up.
Well, I still don't know how Kamala's the guaranteed candidate yet.
Well, she's the likely nominee because the president has thrown his support behind her. President Obama has thrown his support behind her. That makes
but
her
she's
the likely
never
nominee.
been a delegate ever.
Doesn't matter.
She couldn't make
She didn't
it
have to
to
win any
Iowa.
delegates.
Only
She
our
didn't make it to Iowa when she was trying to run on her own ability.
The DNC can just go, well, this is what we're going to do, right? And
No, I
before
get that, but
anybody
she
has a
doesn't-
chance to sue over any parliamentary tricks or anything like that, the election will be over. And I mean, obviously, there's such the deep state is obviously very much pro-Democrats. They'll make sure nothing happens to it. I mean, because you ever heard of the stuff like, you see in Casino, that movie Casino, right? They're talking about, how he's able to keep on getting by without actually having a license, like Robert De Niro's character. They just take your application, they put it on the bottom. That's what the deep state is. That's the deep state. It's just a bunch of people.
Yeah. So that's a
that just
Republican
are acting
problem
in
for never
concert.
being ahead of this shit, right? They're never ahead. The Republicans are
You're not
never
gonna-
ahead.
You're not going to find a bunch of Republicans working for the government like that necessarily.
Right.
But you have some, but generally most of them are like towards the top of it. They're not the long term going to retire from it.
Paper
Yeah.
processors every day. Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
those union people. I mean, because it's not even like. I mean, I'm sure some people are getting told for like major events, to do certain things, but for the most part, you don't have to tell these people, "Hey, take their application and put it on the bottom." You don't have to tell
They
them.
know.
They just have to know that that's in their interest, because they're hearing that shit at their union meetings. They're hearing it on political conference calls because they do that kind of stuff. They try to get, it always works. You have the big organization, they filter out to a slightly smaller organization, and then those slightly smaller organizations filter out to other even smaller, and then down to all the individual members and everything. So.
Right. So that they're like they break it down into smaller groups by division of each big union, just so they can get messages out without looking like they're colluding, but they all have the same basic talking points at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's nothing new. I mean it is corrupt. I mean it is by definition corrupt, but
I think it's more than
new.
that.
It's
I
the
think
way
there's
politics have
actually
gone on
just-
for thousands of years.
Just talking point memos that go out to all these
The
talking
network
heads. They're
news.
all
Yeah,
they're all interconnected. They all talk to each other. An email goes out from somebody. Somebody.
Oh, they send them directly to the media too.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
so
Just
what-
all
what's
that
Fox-
Donna
what's his-
Brazil from
what is-
CNN back in
Yeah.
when Trump.
What is
Clinton,
what is
first
Fox's
election.
retaliation to Weird though? Like because what's that Newsmax? What's the retaliation to Weird? Because that's what this is now, Julio. It's a pissing match. It's now we have to better
you
words.
just show the pictures of the dude that was stealing the fucking, stealing the suitcases,
but they're not running for vice president.
The Democrats know what they're doing, and I don't think the Republicans-
Kamala was just pictured with a fucking a drag queen.
Well, how about
I guarantee
this?
you we're going to
How-
see some
how about-
political ads with ending with just Kamala.
Well, how about
cackling.
it's weird that Kamala is running for president but hasn't been able to find a VP candidate yet?
I think
How about
that's
that?
white people problems. You can't, in my
No,
opinion,
how about
can't
that's
do
the
this.
weird
Next,
thing?
nobody
Like
gives a
that's
shit.
She can't.
we give a shit. I mean,
Well, we do, but nobody else does. I don't think.
Everything you're seeing with her is astroturfed right now. All of her rallies and the things she's attending can barely fill, like they're getting like a couple hundred people to show up.
Yeah, I saw a barbecue that was like a big Democrats.
Well,
and all
but
it
see,
had
dude,
these
you
hamburgers on the
go there.
grill.
We can't fucking say this because Trump had the same thing in 2020. 30,000 people. Joe Biden doing drive-in theaters with 200 people out in a fucking car listening.
Yeah, but they don't have mass mail-in voting this time unless they're going to try to do something to squeeze it in at the last minute.
They're going to have it in enough places to where there's going to be like some fucking disaster coming up real soon, Nicholas.
Oh, sure. They'll say bird flu or something. But here, this is very interesting. This is a very short clip. It's 21 seconds. Let's see.
How many of you know a black man who has expressed to you that they're committed to voting for Donald Trump? Okay. For the brothers who have told you that or said that to you, has the emergence of Kamala Harris changed that for those brothers? No. How many of you?
Nope.
Dude,
maybe if it was a black man,
can you
maybe.
please
But a
go
black
to the
woman ain't
table
gonna
of
do that
black
for a
men?
black man, I don't think.
Please go to the table of black men.
Black men.
It looks like three gay dudes and a pastor.
Right.
I mean, who hates white women more than white men? And who's going to hate black women more than black men?
Oh, I should get Drex on
That's
for
a
that
stupid
conversation.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Fucking
Like,
German Shepherd shit.
What
It was
the
on
fuck
point.
is this?
On point. Nobody wants to repeal the 19th Amendment more than me
What the hell is this?
in Minecraft.
Oh God.
Oh, never mind.
I just Julio, this is why I'm
It's also
so
tiresome.
This is why I feel like I'm so sheltered. Because I honestly don't believe people try to look like these three guys. Like people are trying to look like this. This is your best look to go on a network television show. I mean,
You work
these
for a living,
green
Dave.
checkered, weird, ugly pants, your rolled up jeans up to your fucking shin, but you got to
Looks
show
like,
up your Red Sox and your Timberlands above your pant line.
Looks
And
like
this
the rings of
guy,
Pelicans.
So, can you zoom in on that at all? On those
I don't
green
think
pants?
so.
If you look at sort of
it's
No,
a
it won't
video.
let me. It's a video.
He's got the timbers on the toes, and this is how it goes. 1, 2. Oh my God.
Oh my God, dude! Like
Beastie Boys.
and the guy in the red and white, Jim. He looks.
Yeah,
like
I don't
the
know. This
pastor.
outfit looks weird.
Dude. He looks like some
almost like a daishiki.
Yeah.
like a shiki woman, right?
I'm shocked by the lack of bow ties, but
Does the guy talking have a bow tie on?
Yes,
he might.
I think
mean,
so.
There has to be.
No.
No,
No.
he has no tie. He's too cool for a tie. What the fuck
He's a
is
legal
this
man.
guy's look? Like
Oh,
what's
Charles
this
Coleman
bracelet?
Jr.
What is this bracelet he's wearing? Oh,
That's
these
probably
guys are
some-
such
Oh,
hipsters.
I know
Like
what that is. It's candy.
Yeah, they're all hipsters. Yeah.
they're all hipsters. Except for the guy in the blue shirt. Like he's like the adult in the room. He's
Yeah.
wearing a proper watch. He's got a button-down shirt. He's like, yeah, I'm grooming all these motherfuckers at the table, so they're gonna vote with me.
No,
Right,
maybe.
but where's the Hennessy at?
Well, I'm thinking this might be some kind of cigar.
Why are they
place.
sharing one glass of water, by the way? There's one glass of water for 4 people. What the hell?
And it's reserved just for him.
Get the people some water. God. What were you saying, Jim?
It's probably some kind of cigar bar or something because they're smoking cigars. He's got a cigar in his hand. Cigar. So it's got.
Yeah, they're really
it might be a
smoking them.
club or
They're
something.
so cool. They're in the ashtray.
I think he's got one in his hand. Right there.
No, that's the end of his dildo. What are you talking about?
Okay.
That's his pocket rocket. They look modern. I love that term, Chris. They look modern. Modern. They look progressive America.
That man in the green pants has a fupa.
Big time.
Big
He's got a
time.
very weird shape. His ankles look like he's supposed to weigh like 140 pounds. See?
For the brother.
Like this don't match this.
No, dude.
Like he's like a potato with 2 toothpicks stuck in it. Oh, you guys are gonna get me in trouble.
That's him playing too much fucking Call of Duty. He just sits on his couch and gets fat all day.
That's what I was wearing.
What is that?
Oh, candy. It's from seeing kids who go to EDM shows, like festivals, where they go camp out for 5 days. My youngest daughter's into the scene, so she made me a little bracelet with my kids' initials on it. So that's what that is.
So are you going to wear it the next time you report it for an MSNBC fucking video? I don't think so.
I would. It's my kids' initials, so I would. Nah, you know what? Actually, you're right. I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. Your kids
I would,
know you love them
I'd wanna
already.
come
They
off
don't need you to
as-
wear their fucking bracelet.
You're right.
The bracelet that guy was wearing on the show are based upon prayer beads.
Yeah, it was-
like if you
it
see
was
like
awful.
Buddhist prayer beads are big like that and everything.
Jesus
But
Christ.
they're just making it into a bracelet because they wear them around their wrists when they're not using them. Well, they're a lot longer, but
That's what she said, Nick. When they're a lot longer. We don't use them when they're a lot longer. We go for the shorter ones. We want no pain. Do you want to hear where Eric DeBunk says Eric July is boring?
Sure.
I do too. I haven't watched this yet, but
hot take.
Eric
I
DeBunk.
wouldn't mind being on stream with him. He seems like a
He's
fun
great.
guy to talk to.
Yeah, he's been on here before. I've invited him multiple times to come back. He's got some takes going on right now that we might question, but we're not going to talk about that here until he comes back here.
He's a DJ. He knows how to entertain. He's a good analyst. Like,
all right, so Eric July is boring, and here is why. This is an 8-minute video. A lot of people don't like Eric, because he's a gay guy. I don't give a fuck about that. He's a 50-something-year-old man. Live your life, dude.
He's incredibly sensible.
He's the most, yeah. He's very willing to listen to both sides, which is very uncommon these days. And I think that's why he likes this show. He's told me he'd like to have me on his show before. He's brought Low Watermark on the show because we'll listen to both sides. We don't have to agree, but you know what? My mind can be changed. I'm not just. I mean, like I used to laugh at my kids for watching YouTube all the time. Now all I watch is fucking YouTube. Like 95% of my content intake is fucking YouTube. And I don't know why, because a lot of it's really bad, but I watch it anyway. Like Hollywood's still better than YouTube. Sorry, it just is.
Kings and Generals channel, which does all the ancient battles.
Oh yeah.
I have that on loop nonstop on my TV.
Another good one is called Timeline. Check
Amazing.
out Timeline. It's very good.
History TV is amazing.
Timeline does a
People's
lot of
profiles.
That's good.
Ancient. I got another one. Ancient something that he's only done like 19 full-length videos, but every one is like 3.5 hours long. And Jim, he's going back to like super ancient civilizations, like Anunnaki style stuff. So it's pretty good. But Timeline is really good. They do a lot of Hitler, a lot of World War II, and then they do a lot of the Roman stuff and all. Like Timeline is fantastic, and they don't waste your time. It's not like 5 hours long, hour and a half. You get your
right
fill.
to it.
Yeah, so it's really good.
Stuff isn't hitting the same. It doesn't feel the same as it did before. And what I mean by that is the more I watch Eric in recent times, the more I realize how absolutely boring he is as an individual.
Jim, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Haven't we said that a few times? Like, Eric's fucking boring. Like, I've said that multiple times. He's fucking boring.
Oh, he's so boring. We keep watching him.
Peter, watch this. Slow down. We can give you a list of good ancient, or not ancient, but just like history stuff to watch. There's a lot of good channels out there that don't get, like, they have a lot of subs, but they don't get the pub they should.
And that boring personality of his is boring me. And I'm becoming disinterested in even listening to him talk.
Thank you, Eric.
And this is just me. I'm thinking here. I'm thinking out loud. I don't know what this video is going to end up being at the end of the day, but walk with me here for a second, okay? I've been really busy for the last couple months. This summer has, thank goodness, been very busy for me. So I was sent some videos by Eric from some friends, and they're like, check these out. If you want to make videos about them, you can.
Nobody wants to make them anymore, man. It's hard, dude. It's like, oh, I don't want to hear this fucking guy talk.
And as I was watching them, I'm like, you know what?
God bless Ethan for keep going on, Nick, because it's fucking brutal for me. Like, God damn, he's so boring. But, you know, when you're making as much money as Ethan does, it drives the crowd crazy. I just don't give a shit that much about this fucking guy.
Says the same.
Go ahead.
I could imagine EVS is benefiting the most from all of this. He's pretty much become the centerpiece of it, I think.
Right.
Even if Dick and Vito,
yeah, they don't make
fairly
near the
much
super
started
chats. Yeah, they don't make near the super chats that Nick or that Ethan does, like on a 4-night-a-week basis. Like they stream once a week, and they might do what, $400 a stream, Jim, in super chats. Where Dick is the master, he's making 20,000 a month in his what's it called, Jim? Patreon subscriptions. 20K a month. God damn. And that sounds like a lot of money, but he lives in LA. That ain't a lot of money for LA. That's $240,000 a year. That's not a lot of money.
Gross. That's before
Taxes.
I would imagine he has
Right.
1099, whatever the
Right
fuck.
now, he does make super chats, of course. But he also, what else does Dick do for money, Jim?
He does the Dick show with his guy Sean, I think.
Jim, what
What's
else
up?
does Dick do for
That's why I'm
money?
here.
You're so lost.
He's got
in
a
your own
job.
World.
He's got a job.
He's got a full-time job.
He's got a job. He does coding, computer
Oh,
coding.
really?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you laughing at over there, dude? You're like lost in your own fucking world. What are you watching?
Nothing.
You're laughing your ass off at something. We're talking to you, and you're just laughing and shit. We're like,
You guys are entertaining. I'm just laughing at you.
no, you're like my grandson when he's watching fucking TV, and I go, "Hey, Edward," he goes,
If I was looking over here, then I would be watching something. If I'm looking over here,
"No, you
then I'm
weren't
not.
looking over there. You were looking in the other direction. Your eyes
I was
were
looking
up,
over
and
here?
you were grinning." And I said, "Hey, Jim, what does Dick do for a
not-
living?" And you didn't say a goddamn word.
When you were 5 minutes into the stream, Dave, and you asked Jim a question and he didn't answer, I immediately went, tag me in. I'm good.
Jim's like,
I'll listen to you all.
Jim gets so involved in stuff, and he has a mute built into his brain, like he can't understand or hear what people are saying. I love it because it cracks me up because it reminds me of my grandson. Like Edward, come here. Huh? What? Like, get your ass over here, goddammit. What are you watching, Jim? You're watching something. You're definitely not. You liar. So why
Hold on.
Hold on. Oh, okay.
He's out.
What's up now?
Let's go.
Okay, fuck off, Jim. You piece of shit.
I'm fine. I was harassing somebody, but it's nothing to do with this.
Oh, so you were ignoring us. Okay.
I wasn't ignoring you. I don't know why I don't know why I can't hear you.
He's doing the Lord's work, Dave. Come on.
He's fucking with that Renown Zero motherfucker again. He loves fucking with him.
You should invite
Stuff
Renown Zero
about
on.
his business over and over again.
It's a pointless
We'll
fight.
agree not to talk about Eric. How about that? We get Renown Zero on. We'll agree not to talk about Eric.
What else are you talking to him about?
I get
no
shit.
Look, literally. Hey, I would really look, man. He's a dummy, but I would actually like to know his takes. He's not just, he does support a lot of indie books. He's not full of shit, but he's putting all his loyalty into a guy that doesn't give two shits about him. With Eric July, he doesn't care about Renown Zero. If Renown Zero dropped off, like these guys are so stupid that they're willing like to just let people go away that have been big supporters for a long time. But Renown Zero, I would like to know, do you live in your grandma's basement? Like, or do you own your house? I mean, people make fun of him all the time. Now, he probably won't answer honestly, but I'd like to ask him the question. Like, dude, I think he probably, I just think of Renown Zero like some guy that lives in Cleveland. You know what I mean? He lives in Cleveland in the bad neighborhood. And I don't know, man. I don't know where he's from, but I want to also want to know why he's so angry and self-righteous all the time. Why are you so self-righteous, dude? You can be wrong. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong.
Some attention, I would think, probably.
But I don't think it does. I mean, I think like sometimes having some humbleness actually pays off. Like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
You ever seen those movies like Fanatic with the one John
that was Robert De Niro, right?
Well, there's two of them, yeah.
Yeah.
And Single White Female.
Yes.
One of the things in that, if you notice, and it's true in real life, I think, to a degree, where you have people, they put so much of their identity as they're just emulating somebody else. So attack on, it's obvious, especially some of these guys. You got Renown Zero, that Weapon X guy, who literally, I mean,
Hail
the white
Lord.
guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the ones that are at least show their face is what I'm talking about. That you see pictures of them, they literally, at least were. I think they're stopped doing it so much now because they got called out on it. But they're trying to look like Eric, trying to have the same beard as him, trying to wear the same kind of clothing as him. Stuff like that.
Monetizing their haters like him, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, and they're literally. I mean, a lot of people are going to look up to like people like EVS as like a dad figure. Any male that speaks with that sounds authoritative, it's going to have a certain amount of, and then gets an audience, is going to have a certain amount of people, certain amount of men, and probably women too, that will look at them as like a father figure in a way.
Sure. Yeah.
And when that person happens to be somebody like Eric, EVS has talked about a lot of this stuff too. It's not rocket science. But when you got a person like Eric, he's constantly showing them to be, you got to be nasty to these people. You got to lie about them. You got to openly lie about them. Because everyone knows, that kind of shit, like, especially when they're going after Katie dead and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They all knew it was fake. They all knew it wasn't real. But they just knew that they had to be as nasty as possible because these people were just simply not being nice to them, weren't kissing their ass, or kissing his ass. So everything he does, they start emulating off of everything.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. Very true.
Again, any clips with him and Az is basically just Az talking, and Eric's just kind of sitting there being the co-pilot. Even if the stream is on his channel, even if the clip is on his channel, like he might chime in towards the end or whatever. It's mostly Az just kind of ranting. And I've come to realize like there's a disinterest in that because I don't really like Az. So when I'm watching those videos, I'm waiting to hear what Eric is going to say. And then it's like he just says the same stuff. It's like rinse and repeat for them. Find comic book, talk shit about comic book. Find person that made comic book, talk shit about that person. Talk shit about Star Wars, talk shit about Marvel, talk shit about this, that, and the other. He's lost over 10,000 subscribers on his channel in what I think has been like the last year and some change. And I think the last thing you want as a content creator, somebody who is using your platform to sell a product, which at the end of the day, that's what the Ripaverse is, at least in its current inception. And I know Eric's trying to change that. I don't know if he's going to be successful or not. And look, I'm not trying to get anybody canceled. That's not what I'm doing here. Number one, I don't have the power to cancel anybody. So even if I was attempting to do it, it would not work. I'm a tiny channel. Secondly, I don't care if he sells these books. Like the Rippaverse comics are just, they're not good comic books, in my opinion.
Bigot Eric. They're the best books ever. What are you talking
So I don't
about?
care. If people want to buy them, they want to buy them. I think it's stupid, but it is what it is. But he's selling this. These comic books are essentially just merch for his channel. And I don't know if he has some numbers that.
Jim, did he watch our show?
Maybe.
I think he did.
Possible.
Nick, I think
Probably.
he watched our show. We've talked about this, Julio.
He's been in the chat.
Oh yeah, so does
before
EVS.
sometimes.
So does EVS too.
I mean, they're plushies. Like,
we don't have, possibly because he says he's been super transparent about this. He's selling his comic to his viewers on YouTube because that is the market for him. So I'm totally confused about that. And this detachment from all of the normal people he would hang out with and do stuff with, like Geeks and Gamers, Friday Night Tights or whatever, because he isn't really doing that anymore. You might see him on now and again with them. He's been doing interviews with random political outlets and stuff like that. But overall, he's really pulled back. And I'm not talking about like not monetizing his haters. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just his general presence on the internet. And he said this himself. He's pulled back on a lot of that because he's running his warehouse, whatever. But once you peel away the layers of like the other people that he associated with, you realize that Eric July is boring. He's a boring person. And the last thing you want as a creator on this platform, and I'll probably keep saying this, is disinterest or apathy towards your products. Once your critics and your quote unquote detractors start moving away from talking about your content when it comes to a social media presence, you should probably get worried about that. You should probably be worried about that. Because a lot of the people that would allow you to pit your comic book against some sort of like counterculture thing requires you to have opposition. You have to have ops in order to position yourself that way. That's really the only way it works. And by him,
Dave,
these guys have like the same background color exactly.
Yeah, but when Eric is talking about ops, do you think he's talking about gay ops?
Debunks?
Yeah, because he's saying you got to have ops, and Eric's always talking about gay ops. So I'm wondering,
it's very
if
true.
it's the same thing that because Eric is gay.
No, he's talking about the root of the word opposition is op.
Oh,
okay.
I was confused. Like I thought maybe there was some kind of like yin and yang type of thing going on, yin and yang.
I actually thought what Eric said was, I had to think about it for a second. I'm like, he's right. If people don't hate you, they won't pay attention to you in today's media.
That's very true.
I mean, in a way, because then nobody.
What he's saying. What he's saying is that
it is weird.
There's so many detractors now that we're starting to feel sorry for him, and we're bored of him, and his business is not getting any better.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for him. I just can't talk about him. He's boring. Yeah, he's just boring.
But feel sorry for him because he's starting. I mean, I think some people, even if it's subconscious,
I just don't.
I don't feel sorry for him. People are starting to see him slide.
Yeah,
and
that's, but see that's our problem, Nicholas, as a fair and balanced thinking person. Like after a while, you go, I'm kind of bored of this. I don't want to talk about it. But you think about like the whole Fellowship, they've been harping on the same shit for 5 to 7 years, like how bad Disney and Marvel and all this stuff is. And they never stop. Ever. They're like CNN. It's the same talking points every week between all these guys. And they all have the same message. It's kind of unbelievable how dedicated they've talked about hate or discontent with the same product forever. And that's why Ethan's not going to stop. He's probably the only guy that's not going to stop detracting against Eric until Eric either fails or he fucking apologizes for being a piece of shit.
I think FNT is like the Rolling Stones. They have a set list. And if you watch FNT, you don't hear them play Satisfaction or say MCU
The show's a disappointment. Yep. Right. Exactly.
He would have probably. He should have probably just saved himself. Like the problem, like that one comment is saying, right now, like that he is getting
Ooh, a
better.
red scorpion. Yeah.
Yeah. Like he is sort of getting better in a way because he's farming everything out to people that are, well, Sasuke's are only slightly better, I think, personally. But obviously Chuck Dix and Mike Barron are professionals, widely respected and lauded.
Well, but you
but
might
they're
be
not
but
going to
you
be
might
able to make that. They're not going to be able to polish the turd that well.
You might be right, Nicholas, about the actual content, but when this guy is the guy sending the message promoting his own business, he's not even good for his own business. He's not a good promoter. He never looks happy when he talks about his stuff. He just says it matter-of-factly, like, yeah, hey, we're done, and it's going to be exciting because in August we're going to have multiple collections coming out. Like, send me that money, motherfuckers. Send me. Like, he's not a good lead man, like for selling a comic. Now, he was a good YouTuber because he could shake his ass, or he could go on so everybody talks about his detractor streams, or not his detractors, but he would go on these streams and have these debates with these people. Do you think he actually won as many debates as he did, or did he win those debates because he had a take from a black guy that wasn't the typical, as we perceive a black guy perspective? Because he's probably a dumb fuck if you go back and listen to those debates. Like, really? Like, this, when you actually listen to him talk over the last 2 years talking about the comic book company, Eric's a fucking retard. He doesn't know what words mean. He doesn't know what they mean. And I bet you guys, if we went back and listened to these debates, Jim, and EFAP some of those old debates, we'd be like, oh my God. And they said he won this. Yeah, he won because of maybe some right-wingers or libertarians were like, hey, we never heard a black man talk like this since what's a guy that used to go on Fox all the time with Sean Hannity, and they would debate each other. But
Hannity and Combs?
No.
Alan Combs?
No, Combs was cool, but the black guy that would come on as a guest, and he was on the 5.
Yeah, he was on Fox for a while.
Well, there was two of them. There was Lawrence Jones.
No.
And what's the other guy's name?
He was an older guy. He was an older guy. And he would show up, and he would be this guy.
Juan Williams.
Yes, Juan Williams.
That's
Like,
the guy. Yep.
And sometimes he would come to Hannity's side and see things his way, and other times he was like completely against it. But he had the debate. Eric ain't that guy. Eric is just Eric is a guy that tells you he can listen to fucking criticism. It's a lie. We know it's a lie. He can't listen to criticism. So Combs was cool when he died, Peter. That's how it works. Like, after Combs died, everybody's like, well, Combs was okay. Like,
Combs was a punching bag.
Yeah.
He was there to look stupid.
Yeah, but did he win? Did he win, Chris? Did he win? Like,
sparring partner.
Yeah, it's just a platform for Eric to grow himself. I think it's and I have never watched any of those streams in my entire life. But I've watched enough Eric over the last year to go, why does he have 500,000 subs? Like, why? What is he saying that people love so much? I don't get it.
It's what liking him implies. You get an impasse.
Right. And you hook up with bigger channels, and when you show up.
One of Renown Zero's little buddies, that Weapon X guy, was posting like back in like January or February, dropping the N-word and shit like that, and saying, well, I'm just quoting Eric.
Yeah, I'm quoting Eric. Like, okay.
Okay,
man,
albino boy.
I miss gold. I probably did. But I was watching Aquaman. Aquaman was gold. I'm kidding, Chris. It's a joke. I wasn't watching Aquaman. I'm just saying, like, maybe I can find those streams somewhere, and maybe we can evap them one day, and we can actually have like a real conversation, 2 years later, and go, really? This is why Eric got so popular.
Arguing through proxy with people on the internet, with his minions. He has detached himself from any kind of opposition in that way. And I think it's affecting his business. Now,
We gotta
I
get
don't
Eric back
know
on the
what
show,
the
Jim.
long term for that looks like, but if you're looking online, nobody's really talking about Gooding. And I know that seems hyperbolic, but if you go to like the Reddits, you go to some of the other places where people are discussing comic books, you don't see people talking about it. Primarily, the Gooding conversation happens on Twitter, on threads, usually by people who are detracting or in comments under the videos. Eric doesn't seem super engaged with
Jim,
his
I
character.
need you to send a tweet out right now.
Okay.
Hashtag Gooding's gonna suck.
I wouldn't say that.
Just to get the shit started. Let's get it rolling, man.
Let me get the book and I'll look at it.
Let's not be Friday Night Tights who hate shit before it actually comes out.
Yeah, I'd like to see it first. And it might suck. It might be good.
Can I post it? Because I didn't pay for it. Can I say hashtag Gooding campaign underwhelming?
I don't think anybody's got the book yet.
Can I say the campaign was underwhelming?
Sure.
How many indie comics creators made more money than
Is it
he did?
hashtag or at? Do I say at Gooding campaign?
Well, no, it would be hashtag. Gooding.
Hashtag.
I don't know how to tweet. So I just go new post and say hashtag Gooding campaign underwhelming and hit post. Is that it?
Yes, sure.
All right, let's see. Home.
He should have added the end pass option to the campaign. He might have sold more.
Hashtag Gooding.
If you
is it Gooding campaign? Gooding campaign from
if you buy three
from
boxes,
hashtag Ripaverse or from hashtag Ripaverse underwhelming. Underwhelming.
I don't know, Dave. Compared to what?
Life. To every other book he's ever sold. How do you spell under? It's W under. There's an H, right? Underwhelming. Yeah.
WHEL.
Yeah.
Just spell check.
Under. Is it one word or two? It's 2 words, right? 2 words.
Underwhelming.
Underwhelming is one word.
I forgot the M. Fuck off, Nicholas. I hate you. Underwhelming.
Your English abilities go
Yeah,
down.
if you get the Yara double box, you get the M word pass. You get the M word pass. QR code.
Long
N-word.
live. Long live. N word.
Code N word.
Pass.
I was saying a couple months
I'm going
ago
to put
that he
at
should
Jim
go
Satala.
shit, man.
Don't you know how to spell?
I'm going to put at Jim
N
Satala, right?
double G I pass.
Was
that wrong?
At Jim
Now I gotta-
Satala.
Oh, Lord.
Great.
At Dick Masterson. Just to get all you motherfuckers in on this shit.
Katie
At Nicholas.
The McQ or MEH.
MCG.
You get all the words. If you get a double Mac spot, we're gonna give you LBGQ. It's gonna be like Wheel of Fortune.
What the hell, Nick? It's Nicholas? N-I-C-H-O-L-A-S?
Oh, that's my YouTube. That's my YouTube handle.
Oh, what's your Twitter?
The one after it, the MEHQUE
MEH.
underscore.
Yeah, MEH. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, and at Ben Togel. Oh shit, he's popping up. Fuck him. Fuck Ben. At Nerdrotic. That's too many. There's too many.
You should put in there. Hey, neurotic. I figure you could pass this. You were in prison. You could pass this along to Eric, can't you?
At Renown Zero. I'm gonna include his ass. Right? Let's just fuck with round zero.
Dave's firing shit up in the background. Who's running the video? Hit play while we're
post. You guys are going to get it. I didn't include Julio because I don't want you in this shit storm, Julio.
egg. Thank you.
All right, Jim Satala, get ready for the hate mail.
In his comics or his artwork or any of that stuff. He might shout them out, talk about them here and there. Ultimately, I think Eric cares about the business aspect of it. The warehouse, the shipping, the efficiency.
You have an hour to
There's
edit that,
absolutely
Dave.
nothing wrong with that.
What's that? What'd you say,
I
Nick?
I would edit that. Actually, just delete it and redo it.
How do I do that?
It's in the trash can icon.
The three little lips next to it.
Okay.
You click
Got it. You don't like that?
It might be a little far.
Oh, Lord.
Lord have mercy on his soul. You don't like the N-word pass?
I do, but just not like how it's worded.
All right, I deleted it.
I'll send you something.
All right, so
Let Nicholas send you a talking point, Dave. It'd be good.
all right, so I'm going to put this on the screen, and you guys tell me how to type this out.
Oh no,
Jim, you're a master tweeter.
I'm not. I'm not very good at all at it.
Hashtag what? Hashtag
Gooding.
Gooding.
Well, you'd have to tag at Ripperverse Comics or something to start off.
It says Gooding.
Okay, there you go.
Hashtag Rippaverse, right?
Yeah.
Comics. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Nicholas.
Oh, I see it. It's right here. Oh, you deleted it.
Why did I say maybe the end pass would have increased sales? Maybe an end pass option.
So Gooding.
No, end pass collection would have increased sales.
Gooding campaign underwhelming. Due to lack of
lessons in towing.
N-word passes released to white
collection
customers. How about that?
No, so okay, my word choices are very specific.
You don't have to put one. Just
Underwhelming impasse collections.
Right.
It's
Due to
collection
lack of
option on
N-word
campaign.
collections. Oh, options
N-word-
on campaign.
It's not inward pass, by the way. It's N dash all capital letters.
N
dash pass.
N dash pass. Oh fuck. N dash pass.
Collection. Option to the campaign.
Through the campaign?
To the campaign.
Oh, to the campaign.
Stretch
you always
goal.
want to give some you always want to say something slightly off to
Okay.
bait the person. It makes them really, even if it's not the main point that's really pissing them off, you give them something a little small, they'll be so autistic they'll want to correct it. It's
Nicholas, you're a genius.
MCG, right?
MEH.
Oh, MEH. C.
You. Yep. Back up. You.
MEHQ.
You.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. All right. At Jim Satala. Eric July blocks me, so I can't send it to him. At Rippaverse. Or how about Rippaverse Goalpost? Should I
we'll tag EVS
at so
Ethan Van Sciver?
I would do Rippaverse Goalpost. He has me blocked.
Skyver.
I saw Elon Musk pop up. No, so we'll put him in here.
Rippaverse.
Comics.
Goalposts. At I should include B.A. Turner.
Yeah, make sure you include a low watermark.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
An uncapped turtle.
Anybody who's not on the show.
Well, Unkept Turtle hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah, I know. He showed up in the chat the other day because we promoted him on another show. You think that's enough? Or what, Julio, what's yours? I
forget. I don't know what mine is.
Shut the fuck up.
It's on my fucking thing there. It's Captain Jellicoe.
Oh, yeah. At Captain Jellicoe.
Jellicoe. You're just assuming that you're pronouncing it. With the Spanish name.
Dave thinks I'm Julio, so Jellicoe.
At
Captain
B.A. Turner. Is he in here? There we go.
Oh,
right.
by the way, I have one little edit.
Yes.
Instead of option to the campaign, option for the campaign. Makes a little bit more sense.
Chat, thumbs up or thumbs down to this tweet. I'm going to give you 25 seconds. Thumbs up or thumbs down. They don't care.
Just remember, we are on a delay.
Option with the campaign. It's option
that would make
for
sense
the campaign. Yes, we changed it for the campaign. For the campaign. Chat has no opinion. They're just saying, Dave, do what the fuck Dave does. Well,
don't forget they could be on a delay.
That's okay. Yeah, it's like a weird delay on YouTube, like our stream.
Which different people are going to have different delays. Like I have very low latency. Like I get, like sometimes I'm only on like a 5-10 second delay from most streams. I've noticed.
Peter wants a thumbs up. Of course, Peter does. Peter's probably been drinking tonight. We got to get Peter on the show. Peter's got to get a mic and a camera, or even not, no camera, just a mic, and just show up on it and talk shit, man. Peter's great in the chat. Chris needs to come on too. Chris is here all the time. I would love to have Chris on the show. Oh, dude, you should see what I saw this weekend, Julio. At the show. This guy had this arcade cabinet, okay? And it holds a 50-inch 4K TV. And it's like the old 4-player, video game consoles.
Like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So the machine has 50,000 games in it. And it runs through your PC onto this screen. Okay, so it also has this drawer built into it, and inside the drawer are your controllers. So if you want to play your Xbox or your 360 or your Wii games, all the controllers are included. Plus there's a keyboard so you can play your Steam games. And the cabinet, you get to pick like what design you want. So I'm like, talking to the guy today, I said, hey, man, do you know what BioShock is? He goes, yeah. He goes, I said, I want that motherfucker designed like BioShock. I want to have Big Daddy. I want to have Rosie. I want to have, remember the whole phrase in BioShock, would you likely? Remember that whole fucking speech, would you likely? I want that on the cabinet.
Kind of thing, yeah.
I cannot wait. And he's supposed to send me the art design in a couple days. Oh, dude, I'm buying this fucking machine. This whole background's going to change in like 2 months because I'm getting this fucking cabinet.
That should be the last thing you ever buy, though, Dave.
It will be because it's incredible. Like he's scrolling through the menu. I go, hey, do you have Sega Dreamcast games? He pulls up Sega Dreamcast out of the menu with every game Sega ever releases. I can play on this fucking screen.
Crazy Taxi?
Every game. What's that dragon game? Where you're flying the dragons in the Sega Dreamcast. Shit.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Chat. What's that dragon game from? Oh shit.
Nintendo.
No. Panzer Dragoon. Panzer Dragoon was. It's they're all there. Tokyo Bus Driver. All the games are available on this goddamn machine. You know, I said, do you have like Nintendo Game Boy, GameCube? All up there. All the games are there. You can play them on your 50-inch screen with the controller that works with them. Like,
I
yeah.
don't ask you how much this costs, but is it reasonable?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'll
The
be right
price
back.
is what the price is, because it's one of those things where I'll sell all my consoles and never touch them again, because I can play all those games on this fucking machine. It's going to be great. And it's going to be in the background. So as we're streaming, you're going to see like video titles pop up behind us of different games. It's going to be awesome. You guys be like, yeah, baby. Yeah. And then I'll turn around during the stream while Jim's ignoring me.
I'm not ignoring you.
I'll ask Jim a question. I'll start playing fucking Dr. Mario. And let's flip some pills. And I love Dr. Mario. I like Dr. Mario better than Tetris. That's how weird I was. And I love Tetris. Yeah, Panzer Dragoon was great. So Jim, what do you got here, buddy?
I was going to point out that look at how much weight Ethan has lost.
Lost?
Yeah, look. See how big he is here? Look at this. He's a lot smaller here. See his face? You can see it in his face. He's had to have lost 40 to 50 pounds.
Dude, I was thinking the exact opposite the other day when I watched Ethan. I was watching
Wait.
He's on the brat and beer diet.
Yeah, I was watching a stream the other day where Ethan looked a lot smaller than he does today. But that might be me.
Well, here, watch.
What just happened to him. So
look at how big he is
decided
here.
He was going to do a charity for suicide prevention. And he was going to do it in the name of Zack Snyder and the Justice League movie.
Look at his jaw.
How old is this? This tonight?
You know,
this
helps
tonight?
out. And
this is tonight right here. This is
he's doing a trash cast right now after he did the fucking
I wasn't going to tell anybody.
No, he's not doing anything.
He's not doing anything. He's not him. This is Memorex.
Dude, I'm not in competition with Ethan. I'm not in competition.
Is he sniping his own stream?
Yes.
This is the stream that about the whole thing back with the Phantom Menace and Zack Snyder and all that stuff. So this is about a year or so ago. But I'm saying, look at him here. I think he's lost 50 pounds.
Dude, I got to admit, I like when Ethan rewatches himself because he laughs at himself. And I like rewatching myself sometimes because I'm like, God damn, what a doofus. Like, I just laugh at myself like, really? That's what I talk about?
You don't put it on stream watching yourself.
I have before. I've played my Documon cards on my stream of me doing the Documon cards. So this is what Ethan sniping Ethan watching fucking Geeks and Gamers.
Yes.
It's like what circle of hell is this?
Well,
it's boring. So that's why Peter Watts is here. They all left him to come back to me.
Sure.
There was a ton of Voltron, Andrew Campbell at the toy show. Dude, you got to come to America and like the 4th April or the 4th Sunday in April, the 4th Sunday in July, and the 4th Sunday, I think it's October in America. This toy show is amazing. Like Peter or Andrew, I know you might not care about this, but Julio, this is from the 80s. This is like, I guarantee you I could get probably $300 on eBay for this. I paid $50 for this. Like the lady, I literally, my wife was carrying this around after we bought it, and people were tapping her on the shoulder. Do you want to sell that? Do you want no. It's just wild.
Warner Brothers will kill us if I throw up an old Bugs Bunny cartoon up, right? Will they shut your stream down?
Oh yeah.
I'll close tab.
Who owns Looney Tunes? That Warner Brothers. Yeah, Warner Brothers will fuck you up. They'll fuck you over. That's isn't that who owns Star Wars or Star Trek? Doesn't Warner
No.
Brothers, or is that
I don't even know who.
no,
Warner Brothers is with TNT,
Paramount,
TBS,
Universal.
Paramount.
Yeah. I'd like to travel again, but I'm building a granny flat at the moment. Oh, you got to build a granny flat? Oh, man. Yeah.
Have you seen the? Oh, go ahead.
No, he says WB owns DC. Go ahead, Julio.
Have you seen the Towson debate team winning the national championship?
In what?
I don't think this is going to get struck. It's not.
No,
it's
it won't.
The news.
Fuck Towson.
So,
Would they win the national championship at Towson?
can I share my screen?
Yes,
Share
of
my
course.
thing.
You're here.
Let's see here. All right, ready? There's the championship debate team.
Make it bigger.
There may be N-words dropped here. Is it okay if they drop them on the stream?
Oh, I've seen this before.
Have
this
you?
is funny. Yeah, this is
It's
hysterical.
fucking hilarious.
There
you go. Here's the future
Debate
of
team
America.
wins, claiming an historic win. They are the first all-black women's team to win the Cross Examination Debate Association's national championship. This morning, we have two of the team members here. We have Amina Ruffin and Corey Johnson, both here to talk about the
What
major
championship?
ladies. Way to go.
It's the Cross Examination Debate Championship. It's only 5 minutes. Trust me.
So the law, like cross-examination of law?
I don't fucking know. Who knows?
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Go, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You've made so many people proud in this area. Now we want to pick your brain a little bit as we admire your huge trophy, by the way. That's ridiculous. But I'm going to ask you first. We'll start with you, Amina. What was the topic, first of all?
The topic was restricting presidential war powers authority.
They say the nigga's always already queer. That's exactly the point. It means that the impact is not, that is an impact turn to the that it is a case turn to the affirmative, because we are saying that queer bodies are not able to survive. That it necessarily means that the body of the nigga is not able to survive.
We got the topic in about July, and we started doing our research then.
When the nigga sees these pains and suffering, that he can only envision himself, that he does not see another nigga that he can feel sympathy for or embrace, but rather that otherness gets obliterated.
We've been supplementing our research throughout the season.
Man, photogenic object, disfigured, lynching, trauma enough. The insight, the trauma representation that turns into the black child devouring and identifying with the stories and images the white culture brought up to think and act subjectively like a white man, the black man.
So where do you go from there? You know, when you start preparing for a national competition, once you know the topic, what's next?
Well, you do a lot of research.
Says that the way that the status quo works is through whiteness allowing, forcing other bodies to tell narrations of whiteness and the violences that whiteness does. We say that is the link that we.
The fact that this is considered to be debating is fucking beyond retarded.
It's
Well,
ridiculous.
that's slam poetry. No, that's slam poetry.
Yeah.
I did that shit when I was a teenager. Not
That's
exactly
not a
like
debate.
that, but yeah, that's not a debate. Like, I almost actually don't even believe that's supposed to be a debate. I mean, it might very well be, but I'm saying I actually don't even believe it. It just seems too
Look at the
fucking
title: Our
like that.
Top Orators in Action. Yeah, we have a
Well, that
fucking
doesn't
problem
mean-
in this country.
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily mean that other video is what that little subtitle says.
Okay.
That could be something completely different. Now, it might very well be. I mean, I don't know. Did they actually do any debating in it? I mean, was that just like an accoutrement kind of thing going on there? I don't know. But that's, that there was no debate there. That was poetry, plain and simple.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. I don't know the necessary name for that, but I've seen that before. I mean, I've seen that shit in slam poetry and stuff like that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I like this is awful. This is
I black pilled the entire panel.
dude, this is
That was, you know, when I heard that before, that was when I heard it was what they were called, the Fat Boys, and they were singing.
I like all I heard was us, like us and nigga. Like that's all I fucking heard. I heard nothing else.
So, Nicholas, are you suggesting this is not an actual
I
debate?
hope I never wake up after this. This is fucking terrible. I mean, this, and they get on Fox News to promote this garbage. Like, come on, man. Like, and why do you get the topics ahead of time?
You know, Nate, these girls probably got accepted to every Ivy League school on a full scholarship too.
Isn't the point of a debate to be surprised by your questions so you can like have a real conversation, like based on your maybe the education that you're going through in college? This is awful, man. Like, and Mato, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. She's the most educated gal in the hood. She's growing places like the welfare off. Like it's in Mato, dude. That I just. Oh, this is the future of America. This is what they want to replace everything with. Oh God. Oh my God. Could you imagine, Julio?
being able to
This bitch comes out to the warehouse crew and talks about how they got to pack more packages. Like that white motherfucker that owns this business that hired me. All you niggas get to work because that white dude has put me in all this weird position to make you guys work harder. This is fucking terrible.
Capture separate from exposure to cultural representation of the white world, cultural move the white world to the general icon and
able to respond to opponents' arguments.
on sexual trauma as a way of grounding its racist cultural fantasy, the cultural trafficking images of the black man's photogenic objects.
So just a lot
So
of
you're right, Nick. This is just they're not debating. They're reading a fucking thing that they just wrote. They just wrote black poetry.
Yeah, which frankly makes it even less impressive. And it takes away from the actual execution of it anyway if you're doing that.
Yeah, but I don't understand why they keep throwing into what the fuck is that?
Because to make it rhythmic without being able to do it through your actual writing.
It's a
a cheap way to make it rhythmic.
Snap your fingers and eat poetry, slam poetry.
Oh man, like dude, man, like this is 1,000 times worse than debate champions. Debate, get the fuck out of here. Go ahead, Julio.
Disfigured lynching trauma enough. The inside the trauma of representation is central to the black child devouring and identifying with the stories and images of white culture.
Reading of articles and books, and
they only recreate what it means to be an authentic nigga because we are not allowed to read. We are not allowed to read certain things or speak in a certain way because we are seen as not truly speaking to niggas. But it is a question of who even wrote this shit.
All that good.
So why didn't they act like this on Fox?
That's a great question.
Why didn't they act like, the way they want to act, like real niggas on Fox? Be the real people. Oh, no, now they're these humble people.
And Mato thinks they just have a stutter like Joe Biden.
Do you think that, literally, Nicholas, do you think this is real? Is this like a...
This was real, yes. I've seen this before, years ago.
I don't know if both are necessarily intertwined with each other. I think I just have that. It just seems too ridiculous that would literally be a debate where that was the only content of said debate.
Yeah, and why not show us the people?
It's a trashy debate, no matter what. She's got a fucking little plastic tub, holding something up. I mean, who's holding this debate?
I would love to see the other people on the debate to see the perspective of what these two fucking twat waffles are talking about.
I mean,
the other people probably didn't even compete.
They have lecterns at all little schools. I mean, they couldn't afford a fucking little lectern at a public fucking school.
The other people just surrendered because they didn't want to be called racist.
No, there was probably like Towson's an all black school, right? So it was probably all black colleges debating against each other, right?
Towson's it's all right. It's up near Baltimore, but it's not a historically black college.
You sure?
Yeah.
It doesn't compete in the.
Well, if it's near Baltimore, I mean, it's probably going to be.
Well, it may be a demographically all black college, but it's not a.
It doesn't compete that in sports. So.
Towson? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe. I mean, is that whatever?
They
It's
probably have black clubs that compete against, other black clubs, even at majority black universities or historically black universities, or however you say it.
I could be
I can imagine something like that.
Kevin, they went to sleep on the stage and just never woke up. They just said, I'm out, dude.
Was there anything that threw you off during the competition?
this poor white woman.
It's not a black college, okay.
Something
No.
that someone else said, another team that
They
made
got
you
a
go,
like a white lineman.
Crazy that 2 days ago I almost went to jail and I'm here right now.
Is this who they're going against?
Hamburger.
Is this their competition?
I don't know.
Oh, well, it looks like they got the same tubs on the stage and
Like actual footage. Like they're trying to make sure you realize it's true.
okay. I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, the argument that we hit in the final round was a pretty difficult argument.
Some say the black is the berry, the sweeter the juice. I say the darker the flesh and the deeper the roots. I give a holler for my sisters on welfare. Stoop like his.
What the fuck are we watching? 8 Mile? Is this 8 Mile?
all
Where's the white guy? Where's Eminem? I need Eminem. Hurry up, Eminem. Get on stage.
But please don't cry. Dry your eyes. Never let up. Forgive, but don't forget, girl, to keep your head up.
And kind of testing out different strategies against it.
Who encounters himself as a phobic object within the white culture, encounters the dereliction of his own self-representation through that culture. Dereliction is one.
Our final round strategy proved to be pretty successful.
Now, because whiteness is able to continually operationalize, we are able to be known, unknown in this space, known as the damaged little black girl.
But yeah, it was a very unique argument from the University of Oklahoma.
Niggas are always in oppositions to governments. War power should not be used against niggas.
Did he just say the N-word people are against government? Is that what they said? That the N-words are against government?
Well, I don't typically think trust of authority is high in the African American community. No.
They take the checks every month. They don't send them back.
Majority of people that receive welfare are white. We still are the majority.
Not by percentage of population. There's a difference. There's 85% white fucking or 80% white population in this country. So we're going to get more checks.
Dave, hold on. I've heard this. I've heard this before. Their way of debating. If you share my screen, I could point it out.
I'll shut mine down.
This better not be a fucking McDonald's commercial or something, dude.
No. Now just guess who's going to speak and listen to what he says. Now pay attention.
Jeremy Gregg's going to speak.
No. Our favorite black man.
Produce the man, and he says, I'm not associated with this.
That's
and I
right.
wanna make it clear
We're going
that
to
we
do a charity
don't-
and
we
give
don't
him
support
credit
hate.
for
Like,
it.
nobody's assuming that. Nobody would assume that you're going into this conversation endorsing hate.
See that?
That's why I put that video up after the Air July video. It reminded me of him.
Yeah.
Sound similar is different. That's literally a stutter.
Okay.
I mean, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Like,
it does sound very similar.
See, I can multitask.
It's good, Jim.
Original Fox newscast and showing you highlights. Yeah. Fox 45. Is that Fox 45? Is that in your area, Julio? Is that like
That's
Virginia
Fox
station?
Malt Liquor, Cult 45 Malt Liquor.
Maybe I went too
I would
far
like to
when I
dig
said,
into
is
that
this
story a little bit.
8 Mile? Okay, what the fuck, Kevin? I mean, what the fuck was this? Oh my God. I hate this shit, man. Because I can't go on stage and say the white man has to watch everything he has to say, because if he doesn't, he's going to get canceled and fired from his job because of reasons. But these guys can sit here and say that they're nothing but oppressed in 2024, man, or whatever this debate was. This is fucking nuts. Like,
You're supposed to ignore the children, but it's getting kind of late to ignore the children because the children are not letting you ignore them.
It's
I just
honestly,
can't.
if you listen to some people like that talk about it, and the one thing that I'm playing the liberal here. Obviously, I can get a little spicy too, but I'm going to play the liberal for a second.
And I'm going
you
to
see
play
the-
the Republican. Let's hear your take.
Hey, I'm a liberal.
Um,
I'm an independent.
I believe in free speech.
Let
you
Nicholas
see-
go, Jim. Jim, let Nicholas go. He's going to play the liberal.
Stop
Let's
making
hear
me
it.
laugh. You take middle class, upper class people, because if they're in college, they're not doing too bad. They're raised in a decent enough environment, even if they did come from low income areas. And because you also see all this stuff out of middle class kids and everything. You even see it out of celebrities' kids and everything. The way I've heard it explained, I think has some merit. It's generational trauma. There was a point in time where they did have a significant amount of oppression, and it's not that necessarily far back in the past. That would
They
be
still, dude, Nicholas, you're not
reasonable
wrong,
thing to
but they
say.
still do. They just
Right.
don't understand where it's coming from. It's
Well,
not
they
from the
also have
white
it
man.
reinforced to them. Well, you have a bunch of politicians,
Right,
constantly
right,
trying to curry
right.
their favor, curry their votes by giving that.
Who
like
are
you-
black politicians who keep trying to support the welfare state so they can never get ahead. We talked about this in depth the other night. Like, this is the problem with this shit. It's not my fault. Look, I would love my taxes to go down about 20% because more people could get off welfare and fend for themselves. But they don't need to when there's politicians promoting this shit every day and reminding these poor people just how bad I am. I don't give a fuck about them. Go live your life. I don't think about anybody in my world except my family and how I can support my family. If these people want to go live their life the way they do, God bless them. But I don't think they need to live off your income, Nicholas, Julio's, Jim's, or mine's, or anybody in the chats based on our taxes so that they can have this, what is it, equity? Equity? We're all at the same level? No, we're not. I get up every day to go to work. I work 8 to 10 hours a day, every day, driving hours and hours, seeing customers. This isn't work, but I come home and I do this 5 nights a week on a live stream, 3 to 6 hours a night. You know why? Because I fucking can, and I want to, and I want to just like live my life. But when politicians remind everybody about how poor they have it because the white man doesn't give a fuck about them, dude, we don't give a fuck about them. We don't care. We're not trying to keep anybody down. Are you, Nicholas? Are you, when you wake up today, are you thinking, how can I keep the black man in his place? No.
Well, okay. Go back to Roman politics.
No,
and everything.
I'm not going to do it. I'm going to 2024 America. We don't
I'll-
care
no,
about
I'll
lesbians.
progress
We
it.
don't
I'll
care about
progress it.
gay men. We don't care about any of that shit as long as they're over the age. We don't care about impoverished people unless they don't want to make it better for themselves. But when you blame me for your problems, I have nothing to do with your problems. I am not going out there saying, how can I keep people down? It's never entered my mind. And I promise you, in the chat, nobody's thought, how can I keep another person down because of me? That's not what we do, dude. We just want to go do what we do, make a living, support our families, maybe buy a little plot of land and a house or have a nice apartment and do whatever we do in our life to make our lives as good as it can and move the fuck on. It's
Do you
bullshit.
think anybody keeps you down?
Do it keeps me down? Yeah. The federal government by taxing the fuck out of me and giving to people who don't give a shit about making their lives better. That's where I have a problem. The federal government needs to stay the fuck out of my paycheck, just like the state government does. Jesus Christ, dude. I paid $89,000 in federal income tax last year. And they say I got it all back. I got about $8,000 back out of $89,000. Fuck the fuck off. Okay.
The fact that you can afford $89,000.
No, I cannot, dude, because I have 3
crazy.
kids or 4 kids of my own. I have a house. I have all this shit. It's not theirs to fucking take. They can go fuck themselves. And I don't know where the fuck it's going. They don't tell me where it's going. They don't say, hey, Dave, at the $89,000 you paid last year, this is how that shit was divvied up. hey, maybe it made some roads on the federal highways that I drive every fucking day. I don't know that. Maybe it went to this. I don't even have health insurance, Nicholas, because I pay so much in taxes, I can't afford health insurance. You think I would like some health insurance for that $89,000? You're goddamn right. Sure. Nope. They take it all before I can pay for the fucking insurance. So they can go fuck themselves. Fuck them all. I don't think anything about keeping people down. I think about pulling your fucking bootstraps up and going to fucking work. That's what I think about.
Do you think those, okay.
I'm 56 and I go to work every day and I've done it since I'm 14.
Do you not
and
see
I'm
the
not poor.
parallels
My parents weren't poor. My dad was a
feelings?
Navy fucking senior chief growing up. So he was mid-income at the best, Julio. And then that's it.
I got you. I think when I want to hear what Nicholas, what do you?
I do too. I want to hear him too.
Well, yeah, it's what I mean by I'm trying to help you find the parallels there and the feelings between what those girls are saying and that gentleman was saying in there and what you're saying. Both are valid feelings. Both are coming from a real place.
I think those girls.
Neither one of you.
I think those girls are being manipulated because we've got we were over racism, not over it, but we were on a very nice track to where this shit didn't matter to anybody until this guy named Barack Obama said, I'm president. And then it fucking went wild. Like all this stuff came back up. Everything was like, do you guys remember like Obama showing up at bars in Boston? Obama commenting on people getting shot in Florida, all this weird stuff that never really happened from a president before. That wasn't a thing. That was a local state thing. Like they handled that shit. But Obama was commenting on every racial tension they could possibly commented on just to make it more divisive. And he did that shit for 8 fucking years. And then this white guy named Trump comes in and we're all white supremacist pieces of shit. I'm not at all. I have no problem at all with any race in the world. Do what you do, guys. But if you're going to come here as an illegal alien or a legal alien, you might want to like assimilate with the fucking culture that you're living in instead of trying to be this culture of your own and not assimilate with the American way of life. That's where I have a problem with these people that want to come here and not assimilate to this country. We need to have more people assimilating so that they have more appreciation for what this country actually is about. Dude, Julio, you know, tomorrow you could open a computer store for programming, little shop, or just a home business and advertise on Google AdWords. And if you're that good, you might be able to quit your corporate job in a year, you know, and be successful. You can do it. It's a thing you can do in this country.
I think we're angry in the wrong direction. And I think I read a book yesterday by Percy Shelley called Prometheus Unbound.
Shelley's a good guy.
Everybody
smart dude,
read that book because it's he was proto Antifa, a super crazy guy back in the early 1800s. But what he was getting at is he's like, you're looking one level up and fighting against them. You're not seeing the level up there, which could unbound us all. So that made me make me sound like a communist or whatever, but it was inspiring. Like I read it, it was really good. I'm still voting Trump. Like I like that, but
I'm not.
You got to go.
No,
you're gonna write in your own name.
And you're, you know,
I'm voting for. I've ever since 2000. I voted for Ron Paul every election since 2008.
I'm a big Rand Paul guy.
I write myself in every year. But no, look, Nicholas, I get where you're coming from, dude. There are two sides of the story, but I think, Nicholas, the problem is that, you know, they blame a very small portion of white America who have these weird white supremacist like it's weird, dude. I get it. Like
this weird slim thing that have zero power in this country.
Right.
There's zero KKK. There's zero Nazis. There's zero.
There's some, but I mean, it's below 1%.
%.
It's like a fraction of a percent.
Right. But they want to blame those people and say that they're the cause for other races being held down in this country. And it's BS, man. I mean, look, man, I've said this on the stream, and I don't want to sound, like, oh, you're just using that, Dave. When I was in my 30s, my best friend Nicholas was a black man, and I donated the guy my kidney. I like if I was this white supremacist guy that wanted to keep the black man down, wouldn't I just let that motherfucker die? Like, couldn't I just say, hey, I don't give a fuck about you? You know who didn't offer him a kidney? His own family. But I did. I'm this guy that has known him years as a friend. And he's still alive. So, and that was 30 or 25 years ago. So it's just weird, dude. I just hate this fucking conversation. I hate it. I fucking hate it. And I hate these women. I hate these women that win a debate talking nonsense.
I'll be right back. I got to take the dog out.
Who let the dogs out? Huh. Huh.
The way I look, like I said, I don't know if I've told you this before, but I'm a Buddhist. Went to Catholic school. And was
No
raised
violence
Catholic,
in Buddhism.
I'm a Buddhist.
That's not necessarily true, but
who is it? Oh, it's the Amish that don't believe in violence. Okay, yeah.
Society of Friends is the Quakers. They're big nonviolence. Quakers are pacifists too, yeah. But to me, I try to find the comic. It's natural, no matter how strong. Like, I'm heavily against illegal immigration, not because I don't want to. I don't like living around people that come from different cultures than me, that are radically different from mine.
Right.
I like people that keep their yards up.
Or at least want to assimilate with this country, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I try to look for the common ground. And the way I look at them, and I don't agree with them. I think what they're doing is self-destructive. I think it's misguided. But they're young, and I know damn well that they're mostly in how they're raised, and what brings them there is because they're performing to expectations. That victim is currency. That victimhood is currency for them. And that stuff comes from a time. Like, that stuff isn't new. Those styles and the words that they're saying, they're not new. But it comes from a time when sometimes even when it was being displayed, wasn't necessarily. It might not even be for them. Literally saying, I literally believe all of this completely true, but I know that I get applause when I say it. Because
they get
we do the same thing. We say a little outrageous, a little hyperbolic shit because we know someone's going to laugh at it.
That might be true. That might be true. But
it's just a little twisted and perverted.
It's very perverted.
What we have our current state today.
Right. Because we've, man, look, man, like they can't let it end. If they let it end, though, there's no more money going to the coffers to support the fight. But if you just let it end, guess what? Nobody's going to talk about this stupid nonsense anymore. About man.
Well, if we do stop it right now, we're just going to have record crime through the roof. You give a bunch of people that have been depending upon government handouts. And these
no, I'm not saying stop the handouts. I'm saying stop promoting the hate, or stop promoting that you're a victim of something. Just, hey, let's just move on with life.
But we're doing that too. We're doing that right now. We're blaming other people for the reasons that we can't be in certain spaces or have more money because all our taxes. Listen,
I'm not blaming anybody but my elected officials. Yeah.
I know, but I mean,
dude, taxes are theft.
Well, I mean,
taxes,
that's again another white person kind of way to look at things. In my opinion.
Dude, there's plenty of black people that think taxes are theft too. What are you talking about? Taxes taxes without representation, taxation without representation is theft. Okay, so what that means is if my local government taxes me, I understand because it's going to my roads. But when my federal government taxes me and there's no representation for where that money's going on a federal level, that is fucking theft. And they can go fuck themselves. Okay, I'll pay the local tax. I'll pay for my road to get graded because I don't live on an asphalt road. I'll pay for the road to get repaved in my county because I drive them all the fucking time, or even in my state. But good God, the fucking feds, they can go fuck off. Those pieces.
Who are they? When we say they are keeping
the elected officials that are willing to keep the boot of the federal government on our throat to tax us for reasons that are not represented in our Constitution. Those are everybody up there right now that are not representing the American public. That's who it is.
Are they minorities? Are they the illegal aliens that are doing that?
What are you talking about? I said our elected officials that are sticking it down our throats as tax-paying citizens.
If you're angry at somebody, I'm saying that's who you should be
The
angry.
government. I'm not. Did I ever said I was mad at illegal aliens? Did I ever said I was mad at
in general? People are generally upset that people are
rightfully I'm mad at the federal government.
A non-existent border. I'm with that.
No, you're mad at the government for giving these people something that they don't earn. It's not their fault, dude. They could all come over here and get everything they want as long as the government's willing to give it to them. I don't blame them. I blame our government for saying, stop the bullshit. Stop. We can't do this. We have American citizens that work every day really hard and they're living in their car, Julio. Right?
I'm one layoff away from living in my car, brother.
Exactly right. But is that because you don't work hard, or is that because you see, let's say you're making $100,000 a year and $5,000 a month comes out in taxes? You think that if you had that $5K in your bank account, you might be better off? But no, it's going to support people that don't give a fuck about this country.
I agree.
They come here and work as the illegal aliens and send all their money back to their home country, and it doesn't even get taxed when it goes through Western Union. What the fuck? Like, they get paid under the table, then they go to Western Union, they send whatever they send back to Mexico, and it doesn't get taxed. But we're getting the shit taxed out of us as legal citizens, Jim. This is some I'm sorry, dude, I don't get very political, but we can turn into a politics channel real quick because I have feelings. I have emotions.
Feelings, nothing more than.
Do you agree with me, Jim? Am I wrong?
I do. No, I believe me. I think we're overtaxed beyond belief.
I don't
hate illegal immigrants either, but there has to be some kind of system.
The government has to stop it. It's their job. It's not our job, Julio. We're just the guys doing the work.
I'm not even sure how we got on illegal immigration.
Because Julio said I'm mad at somebody. I'm not mad at. I never said I was mad at anybody, but the
I'm mad at the government, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Fuck the government. Fuck the government. My wife's going to text me in like 2 seconds. Why are you yelling? I can't wait.
Fuck the state. They suck.
Fuck the feds. They're worse.
Well, the state is the Fed. But a state, I just mean the government.
The government.
Yeah.
People that have more power than you will always.
But they only have the power because we give it to them, Nicholas.
Right.
And the government needs.
Do you want to talk about the means of reversing that, or do you want to get?
Yeah. So the government should fear the fucking population.
We're supposed to have that means already. The Constitution is supposed to be that means. The problem is, we're not following the fucking Constitution anymore, and we have it for about 100 fucking years now, and we've let the government spawn way out of control. It's way too fucking big. It's like a monster.
Kevin says you didn't come back with food. This show's a ripoff.
I did not come back with food. He's correct. I went to take the dog out.
Kevin,
how dare you?
I did find a good clip though that kind of.
We're on a roll here. So here's a problem, Nicholas. the government doesn't fear the people enough. And that's the problem.
It's like the purpose of the First and Second Amendment is
Exactly
to protect
right.
against government tyranny.
Yes.
I mean, that's exactly. I mean, it's in the Federalist Papers. It's in every little
and
note
then you got
that any
these
of
two
founding
bitches
fathers wrote.
debating about how bad the white man is. It's not the white man. It's the government holding them down. Their governments in their local government. Dude, go to Chicago.
What's the majority of the government? There are people that look different than them.
No,
I mean,
dude.
that's
No,
not
dude,
an
no, we're talking
unreasonable
local.
conclusion to
No,
come
no,
to.
go to Chicago downtown. All of those peoples that are aldermen are black. They make
And they're
all
telling them that the white man is keeping them down.
but those black
what those
people
people are
are
telling
making the rules for how those people live their lives in that city. Okay? So it's not the feds that are fucking these people over. It's the local government that doesn't give their when you're
Well,
in
it's every level.
but when you're in like South Side, they don't fix roads. They don't upgrade buildings. They don't do any of that shit. So all these people have nothing to look forward to. Am I right, Jim? All these aldermen, their minimum pay is $250,000 a year.
Those people are to blame too because they let the politicians get away with it, and they keep voting for the same
1,000,000%
fucking
agree.
politicians.
But those same people, Jim, didn't get a good education. They listen to these politicians and they're going to fight to get them more welfare. They're going to get them more benefits. They're going to set up this free clinic in their fucking town in the South Side. They're going to do all this shit for them, and they keep voting for them, and it never happens. And then you go to the South Side, Julio. I'm down there with People's Gas one day, and we're doing training. It's 9:00 in the morning. 2 of the fucking 8 businesses on this road are open, and those 2 businesses have fucking a steel door and metal bars across them overnight because they're that scared of being broken into, and they don't even open till noon.
By who?
By the locals. Like
locals.
The locals are everybody steals from each other. Like what's a blue what's the name Jim, that South Side
Generally only about 10
suburb
to 15%
Blue
of the population
Blue Island, right? Like
majority of the crimes.
Yeah. It ain't white people going into the black neighborhood stealing. Are you kidding me? They're stealing from white people. That's why there's a lot of fucking deaths in the rural parts of the country, because white people are driving these dirt roads and walking in and shooting people's families and shit in the middle of the night. Maryland just doubled our car registration fee. Why? Why is that? Why did they double car registrations fees in Maryland? What happened? Did the cars get bigger? No. Did the cars have more emissions? No. They just did it. You know why, Julio? Reasons.
They can, and nobody can stop it.
Well, they could. They
So I have an
could,
idea.
but they don't know they have the power to do it, Julio. The voting populace doesn't understand what they can do to fuck these people over. And that means stop voting for them.
The voting populace has gotten dumber. That's the problem.
Right. They vote for the party, not for the reasons. They don't vote for.
And it's been that way for a long time. It's not just recently.
No,
like there was a
exactly.
It was always over who could give you what. Go back 150
since Roosevelt, yeah.
Even before that. Before that.
Roosevelt fucked it over, man. When he offered welfare and all that shit, he fucked it over. And then
Roosevelt didn't offer welfare. Welfare didn't come in existence till LBJ. The stuff that Roosevelt was offering was like a government jobs program to get out of the depression.
That's
and
welfare.
stuff. And,
that's welfare. Okay.
Yeah,
government jobs are welfare.
Forever.
But it was the start.
Welfare's not even an American.
Y'all keep talking. I'll be right back. Keep the hate going. I'll be right back.
Hate. Trying to fix things.
Okay. So here's my idea. I wish Dave was here, but I'll pitch it to you all in chat first. When we do politics, do it either as a show or as a segment, which I've been preaching segments forever for this, at the bar, because this is what it feels like.
I agree.
At the bar, you're never supposed to talk about religion or politics when you're at a bar.
Well, it's all right. If there's some broad over in the corner with nice cans, you talk about her, and then you go back to bitching about
But I can solve homelessness. I have the solution. All right? I'm not fucking around. All right? The federal government has more land than anyone else combined. It's almost probably 1/3 of the current land mass of the United States is controlled by the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
At least. Maybe more. Might be 40%. It's a lot. So, remember back 150 years ago when they did the land, what was it called? The homestead land grants, when they would say, go claim, stake your claim, you get this plot of land?
Yeah, like the Osage tribe. Yeah.
Do the same fucking thing. Open up in the middle of fucking
It would turn
nowhere.
into the purge in this day and age.
Oh, I don't think so. You open it up and you say you have to, seriously now, you can't, you say it's got to be strict requirements. You can't own any property. You can't be somebody who owns property, so it can't be someone who owns a house and just wants to go get a free piece of land. It has to be someone like for young kids. You got to be between a certain age, like say between 25 and 45. So this group of people who they're in a spot where they don't think they're going to be able to own a home. They're never going to be able to do this. And you say, all right, we're going to open up 5 acres or something, 5-acre plots or something. And then the government says we'll give them a 0% loan for 20 years to build property.
To improve.
Are they getting a break?
No, I'm saying they're getting a break. I'm saying for all these kids. Hold on.
Like
The federal
Madagascar,
government-
the Germans.
The federal government, like to solve homelessness.
I got you. I'm kidding.
All right. Instead of all this money we're spending, billions of dollars, probably $1 trillion a year on
Dude,
homelessness
that's
around
not
the
going to
country.
solve shit.
It would solve it.
No, it
because
wouldn't.
you would open up tracts of land in the West, all right, and whoever wants it can claim it. But you have to restrict requirements. You can't own any. You can't be somebody who owns a house. So like I couldn't, Dave couldn't, whoever. You can't go and claim it. You got to be a certain age because you don't want.
Jim, they've
you don't want
offered homeless people apartments and houses before, and they tell them they don't want them.
this is more of the people who can't, like all these kids that are living in their parents' houses because they can't afford to buy a place, they can't afford rent.
Yeah, but Jim, the government would fuck these people over by saying, "Well, your parents make too much."
No, that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be anything like that. It would just be
Okay.
anyone.
Okay,
anyone.
so if it's just based on the kids,
It's based
then
on
that's
you,
one thing.
not on anyone else. So
All right.
you can't, like I'm saying, it can't be somebody who owned property. So if you own a house, you are not entitled to this program. You can't submit your name.
Well, what if I own a house and my kids don't?
No, it would be
they're
your
not
kids are fine. This is the
disqualified?
whole
Okay.
purpose, is so that these kids could go. And anyone. So,
But
it out a little bit.
But it never works like that, Jim, and you know it. There's
why you can open it up. Well,
Jim,
I'm
there's
saying-
always a disclaimer now with the federal government. You're like there's
Well, there wouldn't
always
have.
this-
There couldn't be a disclaimer. But what I'm saying is, the federal government controls like 35 to 40% of the land mass of this country that's owned by the federal government. So give it to the people, just like they did 150 years ago when they said go out and claim the land in the new territories.
Yeah, and they said, "Oh shit,
Give
I'm
it
in
to 'em.
Oklahoma, and it's a fucking desert."
Oh, so you make a life for yourself.
Yeah, dirt farm. Yeah.
Oh well.
And then yeah.
Then you can't say you're homeless then because here's your land. Build a house on it. We'll
then
give
they
you a
did-
loan.
And then they discovered oil and said, "Holy shit, there's oil in Oklahoma. This is awesome." Let's go to your video.
I like where
Jim.
Red Scorpion's going. I say we take
right.
Canada. Like
Now
Red Scorpion is suggesting.
this video, I found this interesting because Eric, this is actually
Also,
Eric.
hey, we could also go down to Mexico and take over that fucking country too. That might be a plus.
Look,
I don't know. I'm not happy.
why start a war? We have enough land here for everybody.
Just switch. Got not
No.
nice beaches down there.
We need one superpower that brings peace.
Russia.
So this is I guess is several years ago. This is actually Eric July. Why Eric July actually had 500,000 subscribers? Why he was popular? I don't know where this Eric July went.
All right,
I get
let's
it.
hear it.
People have their experience.
Yeah.
I say this as someone in the entertainment industry. Like I've been there, dude. When people think they got you by the balls, But this shit don't end until we address it head on. And at some point, these folks can't be allowed to continue to slander people, be disrespectful, say things, be two-faced.
Gary agrees.
At some point, I feel
Gary's
like we
with
gotta
us.
be like, all right, bet. If that's how y'all gonna handle us, then we gonna dish the shit right back.
That's right.
And that's why I know that some people look at me and they're like, man, Ripper is rough around the edges, but that's how you gotta be with these types. These types, when they smell blood, they're gonna keep coming for it.
Yes.
So why on earth would we need to sit
They
back
got
and be
Gina
like,
Carano.
well,
they
shit,
made that documentary that
he
now
was
they're
going through this. Fuck that.
They
What
got
that gotta
Zack
do with
Snyder.
me? And I know that may sound selfish, but let's be honest here. They're not taking that into consideration when they throw you.
reality is like Eric right now, like Eric.
He didn't
in
say
this
anything,
moment, like
Nick or Jim. What the fuck did he say?
He's pretending to be something he's not, and now he is who he is.
This like he just
No,
said
it's
words.
energy. If you just talk with enthusiasm and
Yeah.
confidence, you will influence people. That's why he's popular. That's all it takes, really. You just have to be
How did
charismatic.
Biden win the presidency? Because Trump's
know.
full of energy. Like,
All right, I want to
More
address
than
the
the
chat
shit thing, but-
because Peter Watts is saying the land would be more useful to people who could develop it. The point would be that the government would then have to give to the people who claim the land, give them 0% loan to build and develop the land. That would in turn create what? Jobs?
where?
Wherever the fucking land is. Oklahoma, Montana, Idaho.
Yeah, but the land is empty.
It's
what
empty.
jobs?
It would have to build jobs to build the roads, jobs to fucking build the houses, jobs to fucking bring all the shit delivery stuff. You'd have to have restaurants. You'd have to have businesses open to support this. It would actually create and boost the economy from the ground up in a way they all claim they want to do.
Yeah, there's a giant difference in between what people say and what they intend on doing.
Because it would just be a natural growth. If you all of a sudden had 5 million people move from cities all around the country out west into this barren land, and they each had their whatever 2.5 acres, I don't know how much they would really need. And then they got to get streets, they got to get sites, they have to get, they would have to develop their, you know what I mean? You would have to get cities, little cities would pop up, towns.
Which are government funded, which, they're all federally funded towns. They're all
are now anyway, but at least then they would have something. There'd be building stuff, there'd be jobs.
But they didn't used to be, Jim. They didn't used to be. They just went out and they started a city and they just lived whatever. It's okay though. I mean, it is what it is. We're just so we're 225 or 50 years into this experiment. And we've just got so layered with layers of government fucking interference that it's almost impossible for if we went out and we started these little communities, it's going to be, you have to have a city, then the federal government has to approve everything that the city does to make the enhancements to the city. You want delivery, you want all this stuff. Well, we've already got FedEx and the United Postal Service, and we'll just extend our areas out. We're not going to hire anybody for it because why would UPS hire more people? Because they're a profit-making company.
They've done this in the past, actually. I'm talking about.
I get it, but it wasn't as big of an economy with these companies that could actually get to more territory.
What I'm saying is they've done this with building houses for people in the past. They did it after World War II with huge tracts of these houses that all look exactly the same. They're little 2-bedroom, 1-bath houses.
Right.
They're all over. There's towns you can go through, like hometown Illinois, and
they're all over California, dude. And those houses are worth $1 million now.
Correct. Well, that's what I'm saying. So you do the same exact thing in this vast open land in the West, and you just they'll come, and because it's a place to live. And there will be restaurants that'll pop up. There'll be businesses that'll pop up.
That's where it's going to happen. Is the independent small business owners are going to have to make these little economies or these little towns be successful. You have to have your juice bar, Jim's juice bar, Dave's, Italian beef, Julio's fucking
Taco stand. Is that
No,
what you're
no,
gonna say?
your Italian bistro, Nicholas's Nazi fucking German food, whatever it is. So yeah, you're right. That's where it's going to change people's lives. Is they could never do it in San Francisco, but they get out to this area that doesn't have any competition, and
Well,
they
it's
start
just like
and
I don't know.
and it's not too crazy expensive with all the permits and shit. Like the permitting is crazy in these cities, dude. Holy shit. The big cities. Yeah, the big cities.
Julio, you've seen The Wire, right?
Sure.
So the episodes about Amsterdam?
Yeah.
When they tell all the dealers go here and they're like, hey, there's no customers here. And they go, okay, we'll bring you customers. As soon as the customers show up, everything works out fine. So you put the customers I'm talking about in general, just customers to buy food, to buy groceries, to buy toilet paper and all this shit in this area, and out in this area, and businesses are gonna show up.
Yeah, but if it can't be Walmart, then it doesn't.
It doesn't have to be Walmart. It can be anything.
It will be, but it will be. That's the problem. They're so big. Like when the federal government says, "Hey, we're going to open up this land for free," they're going to tell every major business in the country, "Yeah, you might want to start plotting out your fucking plots." So that you can start building your stores.
See, none of those big businesses would be able to get into the area. They'd be locked out.
Well, that has to be a stipulation. That has to be a stipulation. If it's not, they'll do it because we know already in the Senate and the Congress gets the right to fucking do insider trading, and if they know there's going to be a bunch of new stores that can open and their stocks can go up, they're going to tell them that hey.
Well, I mean, Kevin, clearly the government would have to create the infrastructure. The government who creates all the infrastructure we have now. I mean, the government took the land and gave it to the railroad companies to build the railroads, and then from there on, they used that same land to put fucking telephone poles on for the telegraph, and then from there they got the easements and all that shit.
That was privately owned.
It was kind of government monopoly to the railroads and everything else. And then anything that they got close to, they were able to claim the mineral rights.
I think if you stay more to the heart of your idea is the workable part. The only way you can't just say, okay, there's some people here and let's put some restaurants here. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that because
obviously
need a source of income.
It's not going to pop up
like
overnight.
Agriculture. It had to be agriculture. It have to be, ranching. I don't know
that you're going to get. I don't know if you're going to get a bunch of people that are going to want to go live an agricultural life to say go out there and get a farm.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Nor can we just fill up all this land. We'd have a second Dust Bowl. I mean, think about it. We already saw what happened that one time.
I'm just looking at it like we've got a crisis with people with not enough housing, and housing is out of reach for a vast majority of younger people.
That's for sure.
So if you found a way to make in an area that's not, the land is worth whatever the government decides it's worth because it's the government land. So they could make it worth, $1,000 an acre.
But again,
well, that's probably
these
also
these acres are part of a state that already have land values, and it will crush the land values of the other values already appraised in the state.
I don't know.
Not if it's given out by lottery.
Yeah,
if land is given out by lottery.
You're not selling it. The land would be awarded based on, you don't own anything. You're between this age group. You're willing to go there because if you go there and you don't improve
are you only giving them the land that the developers don't want to develop?
I'm talking federal land, federal land, the land that is owned by the federal government. So it's not being developed by anybody because it's owned by the federal government.
But that's some of the prettiest land in the country.
I don't give a fuck.
I do. Because I can't get it. See?
Now you're being selfish. I'm talking about trying to solve a problem. I'm not worried about myself.
No, but you should be, Jim, because look, there's a lot of beautiful land that the fucking federal government owns.
I'm not talking about giving away like fucking Yellowstone or Yosemite or shit. I'm talking about the giant tracts of land that basically.
Okay, how about this? compromise between the two. We just confiscate all the Chinese and foreign-owned farms in the United
There
States.
you go.
and
Or
then
the
give
Bill
those
Gates
out.
land. The Bill Gates land. Confiscate that shit too.
But land that's already had some agricultural development.
Or how about we go to
kind
every
of stuff
state
around.
and we say to every state, you have to allocate so many acres for this. That's not part of federal property, because there's a lot of land, Jim, that's still not sold in a lot of states. It's just out there. I mean, it might be sold, but it's not being developed. You could get the owner to, have the federal government.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. Each state could the federal government could tell each state to find 100,000 acres to.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
divvy
saying.
up.
Like, it doesn't have to be federal land that's that Roosevelt deemed not fucking worthy of American citizens to live on. Julio.
No,
that's
it's
weird,
see, that's the
right?
thing. It's
That's
not
weird.
even just. It's not even. You're not following. I'm not even talking about national parks. I'm talking about federal lands. There is a vast majority of federal land that's just sitting there, and it's not a park. It's not nothing. It's just when a territory became a state. A lot of those western states, the one I think that has the least amount of federal land is California. But all those other states out there, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Montana, Idaho, there is large swaths of land that just okay, this is the federal government's.
Is it
You're
because
also not
they're-
allowed to go to a lot of those places either. So
Right.
how do you know what's there?
Are they nuclear test
Where Area
sites or
51
what?
is.
That's not even that large of a space, Area 51.
No, but are they nuclear test sites? Is that why they
No,
granted
I'm
them?
not talking about like White Sands or anything. I'm talking there is vast tracts of land that is just empty, barren, and it's not for sale. I mean, I don't know. Maybe at some point the government auctions it for certain reasons. They'll auction some land off for leasing, for mining and stuff in South Dakota and different places. But there is a ton of land. I mean, pull
Okay,
up a
I
map
thought-
that shows you where people live, and it's like you'll see this whole space where nobody lives because it's federal land.
Really? I thought it was
Yeah.
all national park stuff that the
No.
the
It's not
feds own.
national park. National parks are completely different. I'm just talking about federally owned land here.
I've never driven
National
through-
parks were federally owned land. But
They are, but
they were
here's the
granted
thing,
to
Julio.
protect
I've driven so much across the U.S. I've never seen any sign that says this is federally owned property, ever.
yeah, because there's no roads there.
Well, there's
There's nothing there.
Look, Nicholas, that's the thing.
There is some.
I can leave my house and get to anywhere in America from anywhere in America. That's the best thing about our road system. We can get there. Like we just.
But there's
a map.
also yeah. Well, even look on those maps. There's areas that have no roads.
Here. All right.
I
So
mean, it's
this is
mostly
the amount of
middle
land per
west,
state
but-
that's owned by the federal government. All right. So look at
So
half
just
of New
in
Mexico.
California wasn't that much.
Compared to Nevada, 84.5% of it is owned by the federal government.
Why? Why do they own it? What's their
53% of Oregon.
Because the federal
30% of
government
Montana.
purchased it.
No, because the federal, when they
Everything
became a
west-
state, they just said, this is ours.
Well, no.
The state couldn't own it.
Came into
so-
possession of the land first. The federal
Well,
government.
This was
either
they were
conquered it or
territories.
purchased it.
No, I'm saying the federal government, it was a territory, it became a state, and then at some point the government just said, this is our land. Because
Territories
no one
were
else owned
federal
it.
Property.
Right.
Because
I mean, look, like Illinois, it's only 1.8%, but Michigan's 10%, Wisconsin's 5.6%, like almost 12% over here in North Carolina.
Yeah, but that looks like that looks like the Appalachian National Park.
It could
Like-
be. No, I don't.
could
I
be.
mean, it could be.
national parks are federal land.
Yes, of course they are.
But
I don't
not
know
all
that this
federal
is
land a
here.
national park.
This is not where the land is.
No, it's just a
This-
percentage of the land.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's just the exact same shape as the state, so they make it
Right.
the same state as
Sure.
the size wise of the state, showing what
Right.
it is. Like here, so Florida's like almost 9%. 70% of Alaska is federally owned. So send people to Alaska.
There's just not much habitable land in Alaska.
Well, you can live on the land, though. 20% of Hawaii is federally owned. But I mean, I'm just saying, look at all this land out here that could be just given to people. Like, here you go.
Who are you
Go
sending?
live. Anybody who wants to go.
Yeah, like your own kids, Julio. Your kids are like,
Your kid's
I want to
okay.
own, I want to own a house, and they're like, well, there's a place in fucking Utah
where you get whatever. Here's 5 acres of land, and you got 5 years to build something on it or to improve it, and then it's yours.
5 acres.
Desert.
I don't
where
know.
A lot of that red is.
I don't know how much. Well, it's got to be enough that you could live on. So you got to be, you know what I mean? It's got to be
Half an
enough that
acre.
I'm saying. Let's say to live on to where you could actually, if you wanted to grow food and stuff.
Like grow food and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're not going to give that land where they can grow food because that would hurt the economy of Bill Gates selling fucking. It's all fucked up, man. Like,
give everybody 40 acres and a mule. Simply Green is right.
Oh, that's right. Rich C says you guys are forgetting about the environmentalists. If there's a species of bird no one ever heard of, nope, can't build there.
Fuck all that noise.
Yeah, me too.
Fuck off.
Fuck all that. Fuck off.
It's their land. They can do what the fuck they want with it. If they want to run around naked and build a commune, if they want to fucking grow fucking weed or whatever. I mean, fuck, they could grow weed. Holy shit, it's going to be legal. There you go. You got your own weed farm. Have at it. Smoke it up.
Y'all ever been to a hippie commune before?
No.
I had a chance to go to one once.
Did you go?
It was literally like one that is in Deltona, Florida. Went to it after hours.
Well, I've been to Key West. The whole place is pretty much a fucking hippie commune.
Yeah, Key West is pretty fucking gay.
I have a good time.
This one had actually been there apparently since like the 70s or something. Like it was like a couple generations there.
Did you have a good time, Nicholas?
Yeah, I was only there for like a day or so.
But I mean, why couldn't this work?
Because nobody would go.
Oh, people would go. Come on.
Dude,
One word answer to that.
Jim.
I know the answer you're thinking of.
Yes, you do.
Jim, I'm going to like so many people don't want to leave their community. They just want to be close to where they're from. It's a weird thing. Like they don't think there's anything outside of their county. Like you moved from Illinois to Florida. Where else have you lived in your life between Illinois and Florida?
California.
You live there?
Yeah, I live there.
How long?
3 years.
Where else have you lived?
That's it.
Yeah. So a lot of people have never even left their state. Like they've never crossed the fucking border. Like they're like, this is where I live. Like they're, and then you say, oh, you want to own a house, but you got to move from Tallahassee, Florida to fucking Reno, Nevada? No way.
Well, it wouldn't be Reno. Reno's too nice.
Dude, stop. You know what I'm saying? If they go to that area, they won't last long. They just don't have it in them. It's weird. Like humans are so weird with that stuff. So many people.
Some people wouldn't make it, and they would end up having to come back or go somewhere back, and they would lose the land because they wouldn't do it. But some would make it. Just like when people originally went west. Some didn't make it. And some did. And you know what? We were a stronger, better country with people with that can-do spirit and pulling themselves up by their bootstraps and making some of themselves. No, I don't give a fuck about that. It's like it's time to make a choice. And if you know what?
Have you seen TikTok? They don't
Motherfuckers
care.
need to learn how to swim or their ass gonna drown.
I agree, but that ain't reality today. Like they'll fucking drown. They don't care. It's pathetic.
Kevin in the chat is saying idea, by the way.
What's that? Julio?
Kevin in the chat is saying 20% of highway of Hawaii that the federal government, if that was what was burned.
No, they burned other people's land to take it from them.
Is that right?
Oh, the shit in Honolulu? Yeah.
Yeah, they burned
legit out there.
Yeah, no, that's some weird shit that happened there. I don't buy, they shut the water off. They wanted that. People wanted that land, and now they're trying to steal it from them because it's land that's been owned by these families for generations and passed down from generation to generation. And there's some fucking fucky shit going on there.
Dude, they're fucking those people over. I think they want the white man to take it over, Nicholas. I think they want those Hawaiians out of there. Yeah. Like that is That is a bad look for the fucking federal government to let this shit happen. It's fucking.
Well, the federal government offered them each $700 or something.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's a fucking joke. So,
but we need to be paying for the garbage people in Ukraine, though.
Well, they just sent another $1.7 billion to Ukraine today. I saw.
Well, tomorrow
we can afford to do that. We can afford to do this.
Jim, tomorrow's going to be just a regular shit stream again.
Whatever.
We didn't make our $50 a night in super chats. As a matter of fact, I think we're at 0, so that's okay. But tomorrow night's going to be more of this, guys. No conspiracy theory stuff. No more. Like I was thinking today, Jim.
Oh, tomorrow we could talk about non-conspiracy solar flares.
Well, like today, I was watching a video this guy posted of real Bigfoot encounters, and he just had like a bunch of people that had their own encounters.
Well, that's not a conspiracy if it's real.
But I was watching it. I was like, this is pretty good. Like I was like this one guy had one eye that was completely like destroyed, and he's from Arkansas. And
Do you think it's strange, Dave, that Jeffrey Dahmer was that cannibal weirdo, and that pass that the people ate was called Dahmer Pass?
Yeah.
See? It's like coincidence.
Coinky dink.
Dahmer.
I know. Stop it. You didn't see me wink?
Who the fuck are you bullying?
Nicholas, come on, man. Don't be so serious. Why so serious,
I'm autistic as fuck, okay?
The way this works is yes and. Yes and. Yes and. It moves forward.
Like you open.
Yeah, so either way, I have to get up in like 5 hours and drive to fucking Wisconsin. So chat.
To those of us about to die, we salute you.
But those about to rock.
All right, Dave. I have.
We all do Roman salutes.
What's that, Julio?
I got a 2-minute
Go ahead.
hip-hop video that's gonna blow the shit up.
All right. And just so everyone's clear, because of Starlink, everyone would have internet there. So it's not like we'd have to run wires. They'd all have internet. And, you know, everyone's all hip on the solar panels and everything. Give them all fucking solar panels.
Is there a conspiracy to conceal Bigfoot? Of course.
Just drill a well. Guess what? That's what they've done for, hundreds of years is you need water, dig a fucking well, and you'll get water. You'll hit it.
I have a well. I have well water.
Yeah, but they knew how to do that stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Really?
So it's not like we got to run water, just, we'd have to probably put some septic tanks in or something. Some septic systems would probably work out a little bit so people aren't getting cholera. But, you live and you learn.
Buffet pimp. All right, Julio.
It's goofy. I used to collab with about 10 years ago. All's Edge.
This is our outro tonight, guys. See you guys tomorrow night.
I like this.
Jim, are you babysitting tomorrow or are you?
I don't know yet, so I'd say maybe.
So
I'll be around.
Maybe 7 or maybe a little later tomorrow?
Maybe a little later. I'll let you know by 5 if it's going to be late.
Jim fixes America. That fucking guy don't know how
Jim
to fix
tells
shit.
you how to fix America. Jim doesn't do it. He tells you how.
Dave fixes America.
They call me Buffet.
The Gold Corral.
I love that Golden Corral.
This actually would be Julio. This would actually be great for Ethan.
This is what?
I'm saying, like for Ethan, because he's so big and he eats pies. The buffet pimp.
I
He
agree.
call himself the buffet pimp.
This is not my song. It's a guy. I used
It's
to
not.
collab with
All right.
back in the day.
Well, are we gonna get struck over it?
No, it's no. It's
Okay.
my guy. You don't worry about it.
Okay, he says that.
Why does everyone always hate on my mimosa? Smoke a blunt, get some dome, then take it up Ponderosa. Sorry, girl. Tonight I'm flying solo 90 miles per hour on the freeway. Fuck a popo. My mind on the buffet on my mind, bitch. Golden Corral on Sunday. I gotta get my prime rib. Mashed potatoes, this cinnamon rolls.
Julio, you
My
gotta send me that
appetite kicking
MP4
the
file.
euros. Getting them goals. Tuesday night, they got barbecue
Julio.
ribs. If you hating on the buffet pimp, I'ma harm a few kids. My plate looking like a mountain thing. What did I do with my
Jim, can you hear me?
motherfucking fountain drink? I get mad blaze before I hit the buffet. I'm the buffet pimp. Don't ever say I must pay. Hometown don't like me, I say fuck them. Cause I punched the manager for selling me a bag of bud
I only
stamps.
got angry for a little bit,
Looking
Kevin.
at shorty at the soft serve. But
Julio,
I can't
can you hear
speak
me,
it 'cause
buddy?
I got pink stains on my boss shirts. Word, my homie at
Julio.
I can hear you.
I was lip syncing.
Send me the MP4.
I will.
All right.
I was lip syncing that, dude. Didn't you see it? I was tearing it up.
You looked like you were in time too. It was really good. I was impressed.
Take it back to when he's buying the bud stems.
the fucking fountain drink. I get mad plays before I hit the buffet. I'm the buffet pimp. Don't ever say I must pay. Hometown don't like me. I say fuck them. Cause I punched the manager for selling me a bag of bud stems. Looking at shorty at the soft serve, but I can't speak in cause I got pink stains on my bar shirt. Word, my homie at the burger bar know me. I then holla at my dude who got the car roast beef, bread pudding, ooh that's sweet. I'm the definition of all you can't eat. No more mac and cheese, you shouldn't have lied, pimp. I'ma smack you when I get near the fried shrimp. Come on, y'all, if you're pimpin', enter. If you ain't, stay outside, throw you a chicken tender. You act like getting caught with porn on the job. Next plate is scallop apples and corn on the cob. I'm the buffet pimp. I'm the buffet pimp. I walk with a fucking limp. They
I
call
love
me
it.
buffet pimp.
Barely even repeats himself.
I ain't no fucking simp.
Too many rappers.
They call me buffet pimp.
That was excellent, Julio.
I don't know. I thought it was
I
fun.
like it. Yeah, send me the MP4.
You
That'd be
catch-
part of my intro going forward.
All right. I'll throw it at you.
You don't have my email though, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, there's a little. I don't know if it's just couldn't hear it as well. It's artifacting. Good night.